You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey, yo, what up, fools? Today is 3/28/2026. It is 11:27 p.m. Eastern Time. How's everybody doing? Kash Patel did. This motherfucker. What up, twin? I watched the documentary, the Red Pill documentary that just came out from what's his name? Leo Thoreau. We watched some clips about it the other day where the guy talks to a bunch of red pillars and asks them about, you know, the things that they believe, and we watched a bunch of review videos of it, and mostly leftists and what it is that they thought or felt about the documentaries. But I watched it, and it is interesting. I watched it with Mantis, and the thing that both of us just kind of kept pointing out is that they're all just playing characters. Like, they all play a character all the time, and they're nonstop just pretending or playing somebody. That's like their entire life is playing a character. And it was interesting to watch. They had, so the one guy that I'd never heard of was the Tiki Taki guy. I don't know him. But then they also had Justin, oh man, I'm blanking on his name. Crap, I forget his name. We've watched him a bunch of times in the past on like whatever podcast and on Fresh and Fit. He's business partners with the Tate brothers. I'm totally blanking on his name right now, but Justin Waller, yeah. Justin Waller was in there. And yeah, the whole thing was just actually kind of wild. The whole thing is just, it's ridiculous. One of the really funny parts is that when we were watching a guy review the video and he was talking about the documentary, one of the really funny things was that he was talking about the fact that when they called over, he was talking to Myron, and when he was talking to Myron's talking about the fact that, like, yes, women want to be dominated, and I have to dominate my woman, and that someday I might have a second wife, and she'll just have to deal with it. And so then Louis Theroux is like, "Oh, really? Hey, is that her? Can we talk to her?" And Myron's like, and he's like, "Yeah, come on over here, come on." And I remember the guy who reviewed this talking about the fact that, like, it seemed as though Myron didn't want her to come over. He didn't want Louis to talk to her. And I remember thinking in the clip that guy showed that didn't seem to be the case, that he seemed to be misrepresenting this. But when you watch it in the documentary, that definitely seems to be the case. It definitely seems as though Myron really did not want Louis to talk to his girlfriend and wanted to leave her out of it. It was very uncomfortable to watch happen in real time. And then there was also Sneeko and Louis get into an odd conversation at a certain point where Sneeko, I guess, like, he's talking about the fact that he thinks that demonic people and Satan worshippers rule the world, and that they're forcing people like Sam Smith to be demonic now, and it just gets really awkward, and then just kind of ends there. And seems like Louis just didn't have much else to say. But the one that was the most interesting was probably the TikTok guy. And the TikTok guy, it's funny because he talks about how much he hates OnlyFans women. He talks about how much he really doesn't like OnlyFans women, and how disgusting they are, and how immoral they are. And then Louis' like, wait, but I signed up for your I forget I signed up for your Telegram feed, and you advertise a lot of OnlyFans women on that feed. And he's like, yeah. He's like, don't you think there's a contradiction in that? He's like, no, I'm making money off it, but I'm not doing it. Like, I think those women are disgusting. And have you seen Tiki Taki on Piers Morgan? No, I had never heard of this guy. Never heard of him, didn't know he existed, had no idea who he was. I'd never seen him before. But it was funny because he had just had an interview with Bonnie Blue, where he tells Bonnie Blue throughout the entire thing that she's disgusting, that she's gross, and then eventually she gets up and walks off and leaves. And so Louis asks him about this, and again he's like, why do you act like this? And he's like, because like it's good content, but I really do think that they're all disgusting. And Louis says, he's like, but you're profiting off of it. You're even advertising it to all of the people who follow you, the young men. You say that you're trying to better their lives, but you're also feeding them OnlyFans women. Like, you're propping them up. Why is this not wrong? And he's like, cuz I'm making money off of it. Like, if you don't like Bonnie Blue, you'll come watch me. If you do like Bonnie Blue, then I'll make some money off of it. Like, it's a win-win for me. And he's like, but is there no like morality there? And the guy's like, no. And he's like, so then you're just like Bonnie Blue. The guy's like, what? No, don't say that. And he's like, no, you are. Like, you're talking about how you don't care about the morality of it. Like, in the end, you're just trying to make money. And that's literally what Bonnie Blue says, is that like she's making a lot of money right now, and that her kids are going to be set up, and her apparently Bonnie Blue is pregnant, by the way, and she doesn't know who the dad is, but yeah, that she's gonna have, you know, her children and their children set up for life. And this guy makes the same exact excuses for all the stuff that he does, and he really is a gross guy. Like a lot of what he did was like pedo hunting as well, and they would literally beat the guys up. Like, they would go meet them and just fucking beat the shit out of them. And at one of the parts where like Leo's there, and they're like, hey, want to come meet the pedo with us? And he's like, no, I'll stay back. And so Leo just watches it on the live stream from the opposite end of the pavilion, and they end up beating the crap out of the pedophile, and then the pedophile runs off, and Louis comes over to them and is like, do you think that's okay? And he's like, no, I shouldn't have done that. That was horrible. And they're like, what happened? Like, the live stream's just gone. And he's like, yeah, I deleted it. I don't want anybody to see me like that, and I'm really embarrassed that I just beat the guy up like that, and nobody should act like that. And then immediately his entire fucking editing team is clipping up all of the videos of him beating up the pedophile and publishing it all over the place. That had nothing to do with the fact that you didn't want people to see you like that. Like, you're still doing this thing where you're trying to play both sides of like acting like you're wrong, and like you don't want people to see you like this, and then immediately profiting off of it and posting it all over the place. So he probably took it down because he didn't want to get banned for getting in fights online. But yeah, it was an interesting documentary. If you guys haven't seen it, it's on Netflix, so you don't have to go buy it. You don't have to go to the movie theaters. You can just go. If you have a Netflix account, go watch it on Netflix. It's pretty good. But the Tiki Taki guy he's wild, and he's nuts. And at the end, there's a part where like he plays really hard every time he's around Leo. He like acts like he's super tough and hard, and is always like trying to fuck with Leo. And then at the very end, they show like clips from his TikTok stream where his mom's like bossing him around, and he's calling her mommy, and he's like, you know, his mom's like, hey, clean that up. Don't make me look stupid. He's like, I'm sorry, mommy. I won't do it, mommy. I'm sorry. And clean this up. Clean it. And he's like on all fours on the floor, like wiping the floor with a towel and everything. It was freaking ridiculous. But yeah, no, I'd never heard of Tiki Taki before. But all right, let's get into the news. I'm gonna pull up the clock today, so we are gonna do the clock. I think all I have to do is just refresh it, right? Refresh. Ha, get freshed.
Mr. Secretary, are you going to ask G7 to help with the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, it's in their interest to help. I mean, the other countries get far more of their fuel from there than we do. So.
But what kind of help are you going to ask? Is it wine sweepers, naval help?
Well, those specifics I'll leave it to the Department of War as to exactly what, but it's in their interest. It's in their national interest.
Do you think President Trump criticizing NATO this morning, that sentiment?
I think he just made an observation, and the observation is that the United States is constantly being asked to help in a war, and we have more than any other country in the world, on a war that's happening in another continent, in Ukraine. But when the U.S. had a need, he didn't get proper positive responses. So right now he's just making the observation that, I think there was a couple of the leaders in Europe who said that this was not Europe's war. Well, Ukraine is not America's war, and yet we've contributed more to that fight than any other country in the world. So it'll be something to examine. The president will have to take into account down the road.
Mr. Secretary, are you going to...
Very different. Very different. Ukraine was being invaded. Ukraine didn't have an option as to whether or not they were fighting in the war. Ukraine didn't get to choose whether or not they fought back. They had no option in that. Russia decided to invade, just the same as in this case, the United States engaged in a war of choice. And so this is totally different. On top of that, this kind of tells me something. Okay, so like a lot of times we talk to people and we'll say like, hey, do you know why we're at war right now? And they're like, nah, I don't. Like, nobody really knows. Like, I'm sure Trump knows why we're at war. And they're like, why are you so sure that Trump knows if you don't know? They're like, oh, just he's not going to tell us everything, but I'm sure he knows what he's doing. But then when they go to other countries that are our allies, and even they do not seem to think that the war is justified. Well, I would assume he is telling them why we're at war. I assume he is giving them the full story. And when they still don't think it makes sense for them to get involved, I'm sorry, but this is not. I think it's even more likely that we have no idea what we're doing there. And not only that, but obviously it did benefit the United States to defend Ukraine. The United States was heavily involved in the Ukrainian revolution in the first place, and so obviously it made sense that the United States would continue to back them once they actually do revolt and get new leaders through a democratic process. We ought to have continued helping them. But on top of that, there have been reports apparently from high-ranking U.S. military members that the United States does not know what they're doing.
Thank you.
They have, I mean, the New York Times had a piece last week, which was quoted by the Telegraph in the UK, saying that, quoting or citing two military officials, presumably American ones, who had said, we just don't have enough launcher targets, because Trump said, right, we're not even, forget the missile production sites, whatever, we're going straight for the launchers, because it's the launchers ultimately that deliver the missile systems, that deliver drones, etc. And the fact is, this New York Times article comes out and says, we just don't have an extensive target bank of launchers. We don't. And the Iranians made sure to decentralize everything, certainly, in earlier days before the June war, but certainly after the June war. So in every province of Iran, you have entire, I guess, what are they called? When ecosystems, military ecosystems that can operate, that have the whole range of munitions. and have also flexibility in launching, not waiting for a sort of central decision based on what they're observing in the battlefield, right? So to think that the Americans are not hitting civilian targets, they've hit, let's say, 20,000 targets in Iran, as the Iranian Red Crescent is quoting.
Right.
20,000 targets. You know, these are in cities. You can scream human shielding as much as you want, but when you look at the, you know, past the debris, when the ashes have settled, you can see that these are residential buildings. You know, these are people's homes. Tehran is very, very highly congested city with up to 15 million people. It's a sprawling city, but it's also not a tall city like Dubai or New York City. It's, you know, you have low apartment buildings. You know, a lot of them are just 5 stories,
Right.
some 8. So when they hit, you know, they're hitting entire blocks. Oh, they hit a playground. That was a mistake. Are you serious? This is like, you know, so early. Gandhi Hospital.
Yeah, I know.
No,
See what we're at. Based on reports from March 2026, the ongoing conflict has resulted in over 1,400 to nearly 7,000 total Iranian fatalities, with figures varying significantly by source. Human rights group HRANA reported over 1,443 civilian deaths by late March, while some estimates suggest over 30,000 people may have been killed. What the fuck? That is a drastic 1,000 to 30,000. What the fuck? That is a pretty wide estimate there, dude. That is that is pretty drastic. Displacement: up to 3.2 million Iranians have been temporarily displaced. Injuries: over 10,000 Iranians have been injured. Damn.
It's the Israeli playbook. It's causing maximum trauma to populations, hoping that they will rise up against their government. The opposite has happened.
I don't know that the opposite has happened. I don't think that's true.
I ran it through ChatGPT. Do you want to know what ChatGPT says?
What did ChatGPT?
It said, this does not read like an AI.
Do you guys know who this guy is? Matt Goodwin? British commentator and political scientist. Matthew Goodwin is a British conservative political commentator, right-wing campaigner, and political candidate, political scientist, and former academic recognized for his research on right-wing movements and right-wing populism in the United Kingdom. Okay.
I ran it through ChatGPT. Do you want to know what ChatGPT says?
What did ChatGPT?
It said, this does not read like an AI-written book. There is no credible evidence this book was written by AI.
In
fact, no, let me finish because this is important. This is about integrity.
I ran my own book through ChatGPT, and it told me that my book is not was not written by AI.
In fact, the dominant signals in this book point the other way. There's pro-human authorship, there's emotionally driven language, there's escalating rhetoric, there's signature voice writing, there's long-range argument structure, there's intentional narrative control. You have deliberately misled people this week by taking some historical quotations.
Where are the quotes from?
Historical quotations which are misattributed.
Just tell me where the quote is from. Just one of them.
Imply.
Just one of them. Where's the Scruton quote from?
That I have written this
Where's the
book
Hayek quote
based
from?
highly
Can I
on
jump in?
AI,
Where are
and
the
you
quotes from?
are
I am jumping in here as the
You should
chair.
apologise,
Gentlemen,
You've had a week. You've had a
should
week. Where are the
apologise.
quotes
Gentlemen,
from?
I am jumping
Where are
in
the
here as the
quotes
chair.
from?
The specific accusation, Matt, is not that you've used AI to write the whole
Yeah,
book.
that's what Andy said.
The specific accusation that Andy has made today on this show is that there are various quotes that appear in your book that don't have references and that Andy and others can't find in cited literature. So we're not asking, he's not accusing you of writing the whole book by AI. Might do later, but that's not the accusation now.
That's kind of funny that they never even accused him of having the entire book written by AI, and yet he's like arguing, haha, AI says my whole book isn't written by AI. Okay, well, nobody said that, so.
Where did you find those specific quotes?
Let me give you an example, and then I'll come back to the scrutin and the walk.
So he's just not even going to answer. Why would she let him do that? Why wouldn't she push him and be like, no, can you please answer the question?
Connor examples. One of the things I wrote in the book was this: the state should begin with the people closest to us, which was Cicero. Do you know what he actually said, according to a Cicero scholar in the Times this week? The supreme duty of the state is to protect its own citizens. So if there are misattributed quotes such as that, they will be corrected within 48 hours. But what Andy and the critics of this book are doing, let's just be clear, Miriam, because it's important. They are focusing on minor typos, like Boris Johnson being in opposition.
It's not a minor typo, it's a fundamental fact.
It's a minor typo.
It's a fact.
It's a minor typo because they don't want to engage with the argument of this book.
Well, we'll be getting into English as an additional language after this, Matthew.
The argument of this book, let's be clear, is one that you completely disagree with. I would like to ask you a question. What part of the argument of suicide of a nation do you actually disagree with?
Well, I think the whole thing is just based on falsehoods, which we're getting into in the second segment.
Now there we go.
We're getting into the second segment.
Now there we go.
Come on, we've got the rules of the debate. Matthew, we've got the rules of the debate. I know you like using AI. You've used AI to try and prove that you didn't use AI.
What do you think about the 2.2%? What do you think?
You used AI to try to prove that you don't use AI.
Where did Anthony Smith? Where did that quote from Anthony Smith? James Burnham, Friedrich Hayek. You were so arrogant to say that one of them put it bluntly when he'd never said it.
Do you know? How many books by Anthony Smith have you read?
Well, more than you, seemingly, because you misquoted him in publishing.
Absolutely not. Anthony Smith.
You spoke about peer review. Did this book get peer reviewed? Was it reviewed by anyone at all?
If you really want to know, all of the demographic projections in this book
we're talking about the quotes, Matthew. We're talking about the quotes that you made up.
Miriam, can I answer it?
You made up the quotes, Matthew. Where are the quotes from?
You asked me, has this book been peer reviewed by experts?
Sure.
Every single demographic projection in this book was reviewed by some of the world's leading demographers.
Who? Name them. Name them. Matthew, or do you need to get on ChatGPT to find the world's leading demographers?
Andy,
where are the quotes from?
Andy, you've never done a peer-reviewed academic article.
Oh no! Oh no!
Peer review is anonymous.
He's not answering the question. Where are the quotes from?
Oh, that's rough, bro. That's fucking rough, bro. Brove. Sheesh.
We also wanted to tell you guys a little bit about our discussion
My
that we
name's
had
Tom.
today in the courtroom with one of Tyler Robinson's family members. When we walked into the courtroom, we sat in the second pew. We just got lucky with that. That's where we were standing in line. Everyone walked in single file, and we were seated directly behind
What up, H-Lock?
Tyler Robinson's entire family.
Yeah, and we did not know that at the time at all. And do you want to talk a little bit about who we sat next to?
Yeah, so we sat next to a man. We had never met him before. He seemed very shaken up. He was very traumatized just being in the same room as Tyler Robinson, it seemed.
Because he was a witness. He was at UVU on the day of the event.
Yeah, so I hugged him and we got to chatting a little bit. I was trying to just ask him questions just to get his mind off of whatever he was dealing with inside. And then that kind of led to casual debating or conversation about whether Tyler Robinson...
The guy who might have trauma from being at the shooting of Charlie Kirk, she tried getting his mind off whatever it could have been that was bothering him being at the trial where the guy who killed Charlie Kirk in front of him was sitting. And in order to try to get his mind off of this, she started debating him on whether or not Tyler Robinson was actually the killer.
Robinson could have committed this crime.
Yeah, we were telling him about our podcast and our theories about what happened, and he was pretty dead set on it being Tyler Robinson. And this man's hard of hearing. He used to be in a band, so he was talking kind of loudly. And this was during a recess. It wasn't during the court hearing. Everyone was kind of chatting. So
yeah, it's just small talk. You know, just trying to take his mind off things. Just decided to get into small talk with him about whether or not Tyler Robinson's actually the killer at the court case for Tyler Robinson.
I was sitting here, then it was Billy, then it was Travis. And like she said, we weren't debating. We were just having a conversation. And then someone in front of us turned around and kind of looked at Travis and, you know, said, "I'm so sorry for everything that you're feeling and everything that you've gone through. But just so you know, we're Tyler's family. We're all sitting right here. And if you could just be a little bit more quiet with your discussion, because we're going through a hard time as it is. And I just don't think that we..."
So literally sitting right behind Tyler Robinson's family, they're debating whether or not Tyler Robinson could have killed Charlie Kirk.
Want to hear what you're saying right now.
We apologized profusely. We felt so bad. Even Travis was apologetic, even though he was on the side of, well, I think Tyler Robinson did it. I think the last thing that he had said before she turned around was, "I just want to tell you guys, the bone structure in the stairwell photos matches that guy," pointing at real life Tyler Robinson, "matches his bone structure."
But funny enough, in fast forward 2 hours in the future, we were both looking at this photo of Tyler Robinson and then the photo on our board, the one behind here, and we both were looking at it, and I'm like, "That's not the same person." And he goes, "Yeah, they kind of don't really look the same." And I was like, "Yeah, that's literally not the same person, dude." And he was,
bro, the picture. It looks just fucking like him. It looks just like him. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It looks just like him. There's no way. There's no way. This looks just like him. What the hell? There's no way, bro. These are pictures showing that he wore the same exact glasses in live streams that he did at the actual shooting as well.
was like, "Yeah, the chin's kind of different." And I was like, "Yeah, it is. It is."
Back to the family member that we spoke with, after we were super, super apologetic, she was so kind.
So nice.
Yeah. She was like, "It's okay. It's okay. Trust me. We're not mad. We just don't want to be hearing this stuff." I kind of threw Travis under the bus, and I was like, "We don't agree with him, by the way." Which is really funny in that moment, because I just met this guy. I've been like consoling him, and now I'm like, "We don't agree with anything he's saying, by the way."
Yeah. But like not in a mean way. Like we're just like, "Yeah, you know, we completely like we disagree. We think there's way more people involved and way more to the story." And she was kind of like, "Yeah, I overheard what you guys were saying and I appreciate that." And then I think, is that when she turned around again, and then she turned...
His parents, the people who told the cops that Tyler Robinson gave them a full confession and told them that they did it, that he did it. Those parents, the parents who are very conservative, who are fans of Charlie Kirk, these people who Tyler Robinson gave a full confession to, you're telling them, hey guys, just so you know, we don't think he did it, okay? Just so you know.
Turn back around later on.
Yeah, which I was so excited about because I had more that I wanted to say to her, and I just kept hoping that she would turn back around again, and thankfully she did.
Yeah, so when she turned back around again, she kind of reiterated that she wasn't upset or anything, and she was kind of consoling Travis again, because I think he started crying again.
Yeah.
And she kind of like touched his leg and is like, it's okay, like, you know, I'm really sorry for everything that you went through. And then she looked at us and just said, you know, your sweatshirts are cute, which they are. And we were like, yeah, we have a podcast.
What did they say? They all flew to Epstein's Island.
Which they are.
Okay.
And we were like, yeah, we have a podcast, and we're kind of just talking about all the different theories that are going on within this investigation.
She then just reiterated again that she's happy that we're doing what we're doing, that we're investigating further, because people our age, especially growing up, we haven't gotten any of the correct information.
Oh yeah, she specifically said people your age
don't get any of the truth.
Yeah, you guys are constantly being lied to.
Yeah, and then I asked her, I said, I'm not sure if this is inappropriate to ask, but why haven't you spoken out to people like Candace?
And she didn't even say who's Candace. She knew exactly what you were talking about.
Yeah, she did not look confused. She didn't look taken aback. She knew who I was talking about. I'm pretty sure.
What?
Mm-hmm. I didn't say Candace Owens. I said Candace.
Yeah, and she just basically said, it doesn't matter who you talk to in the media, everything's going to get misconstrued. And she said about 2% of what you guys are hearing in the media about Tyler is true.
Yeah.
2%. And so what does that mean? Maybe that he dropped off clothes or he was at Dairy Queen, but 2%?
Yeah. And you had mentioned, I don't think that sounds like his dad turned him in.
Okay, so to that point, we asked her.
Wait, what was that?
Is true.
Yeah.
2%. And so what does that mean? Maybe that he dropped off clothes or he was at Dairy Queen, but 2%?
Yeah. And you had mentioned, I don't think that sounds like his dad turned him in.
I'm sorry. You guys just mentioned Candace Owens. I think that they're talking about the amount of crap that you hear online, the amount of crap that you hear from YouTubers. It's going to probably, if you're rating the amount of shit that you hear from Candace Owens, it probably is around 2%. That's actually correct.
So to that point, we asked her, we said, straight up, we said, do you think Tyler was capable of doing this? And she said, no.
She said, I know him and no.
And so, circling back to what you just said, if the mainstream media is saying that Tyler's family turned him in, does it sound like his family turned him in if someone in his family is literally telling us 2% of what you're hearing?
Okay, I take back what I said earlier. If they're talking about family, yeah, I was about to say, I don't think that they're talking to his parents. When they say his family, they could be a very different person from his parents.
Is true. I don't think he's capable of doing this. No.
Mm-mm.
I don't think so.
No way.
And I have to say, I don't think anyone has spoken to Tyler's family members, and we're not going to reveal who we spoke to.
She did ask to remain anonymous.
Yeah. So, we're not going to say who it was, but it doesn't sound to me like the narrative of his family turning him in is even remotely true.
Not at all. No.
And his family was visibly upset. His dad was super.
To keep saying his family, this is so stupid. This is so dumb.
Upset. And I'm not saying that Tyler is innocent by any means. I mean, I think that he was involved, but I don't know if he knew what he was getting involved in. And I do not think he pulled the trigger at all.
I completely agree with that. And maybe we can sit behind his family again in the next one.
I hope so. And if they're watching, we would actually love to talk to you and get the truth out.
Or at least,
if you know more information.
Yeah, at least the family's version of the truth, what they know, because the family has been involved with what the media has said, and it sounds like the media made it up. It sounds like that.
The media and the family. Let's just keep using the most broad, generic labels as possible so that we don't have to ever have any sort of specificity or make any real claims. Great. That's great.
So, as I watch, these are the greatest business leaders, and they're beyond that. Many are doctors, and they ended up running the biggest businesses in the country. But you've done so much, and you made it a lot easier than we thought it would be. You were just, you understood to do the right thing. And as I was watching, and I know all of them, not personally, a couple of them personally, but I know them all through reading lots of business magazines and other magazines and newspapers. These are highly respected people. And I said to myself, look at what they've done. They've done something that, and as you said, something that you never thought was possible to get done. Most people thought for the United States to have favored nations where we have the lowest drug price in the world is unthinkable. And I said to myself, we have a thing called the Unaffordable Care Act. It's unaffordable because the insurance companies make so much money, and the insurance companies totally control the Democrats. And I said to myself, standing watching these great leaders, and we have 4 other leaders coming in, Johnson & Johnson, and 4 other very big companies, actually, very great companies. They've all agreed, and they'll be coming in next week, and we appreciate them too. But they've agreed to the same thing, lowest price anywhere in the world. I said, I think that the insurance companies, we should have a meeting and we should talk to them. Because I would say that maybe with one talk, they would be willing to cut their prices by 50, 60, or 70%. They've made a fortune. They've had stock prices that have gone up 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and even 18. Think of this. They went up 1,800%. One of them went up. Numbers that nobody's ever seen before. There's a nice return, not a 2%, an 1,800% return.
And Trump's going to bring them down 7,000%.
One went up more than that. Therefore, there's a lot of fat that can be cut. And I'd like to announce here, this is just an idea that I had standing here, watching these great leaders saying that we're going to have the lowest prices anywhere in the world, something that nobody would have thought possible. And they're going to come out great. But also donating incredible different medications, medications that are world-famous medications that one or another of them make, and donating them in some cases for free or very, very low prices.
This is all for Elon Musk. He's really upset that his ketamine costs so much. His ketamine and his Adderall, way too much.
And I said, I'll bet you if I called a meeting of the insurance companies, the companies that are involved with healthcare costs, I would be willing to bet, I think, that they would reduce their prices very, very substantially. We could have fair healthcare in the country. Now, my initial thought, and this is what I want to do as of right now, this is the alternative, is that all of the billions and billions, ultimately trillions and trillions of dollars that's paid to these companies.
Did we forget the reason for the shutdown? Yeah, seriously. It was Democrats trying to make sure that they weren't able to raise premiums before the deadline. And it was the Republicans who were making sure that they had to raise premiums before the deadline.
Companies, we're going to pay directly to the people. But there's another way of doing it, and that's getting the insurance companies to ease up and to cut their pricing way, way down and stay part of the system. So I'm going to call a meeting. It could be in Florida this coming week, or it could be back in the White House the first week, not the second or third week. I'm going to call a meeting of the big insurance companies that have gotten so rich by receiving money, and really much far, far more money than they're entitled to. And I have a feeling maybe if they would act like these incredible, brilliant, responsible citizens behind me, people that love our country, and they love the world. I mean, frankly, these are international companies for the most part. I'm going to call a meeting of the insurance companies. I'm going to see if they get their price down, to put it very bluntly.
Yeah.
And I think that is a very big statement. And what happened here is the biggest statement of all, because nobody thought a thing like this was possible. And I think based on that, I won't even take questions today, because there's no way I can take questions that are anywhere comparable to what you just witnessed. You just witnessed.
Yeah. Yep. Not compared to what you guys just witnessed. No way. Questions compared to that? How could he? Yeah, the amount of stuff that we just witnessed is... Whoa-wee.
A couple of months ago, Kash Patel, who is President Trump's pick to lead the FBI, was up for confirmation hearings. And at the D.C. Bureau of Mother Jones, my colleague Dan Friedman and I started looking at some of his background material that he had to submit. This included a financial disclosure form in which, like all top-level appointees, he has to list all the sources of income he had the previous year. On this document was an item for $25,000. No explanation, didn't know what it was. Well, we started doing some digging. We found out that it was a film company that had produced a 6-part documentary series on how Donald Trump was supposedly persecuted by the deep state.
We're proud of.
Yeah, dude, they lied about Donald Trump trying to steal an election, and instead they tried to steal it from him. Now you got this little documentary that can prove it.
TCN to announce the rollout of a new 6-part documentary series called All the President's Men.
And that one of those 6 episodes focused on Kash Patel, and that he was even an executive producer. And for all that, he got $25,000.
I'm going to tell you to shut down the FBI headquarters building and open it up as a museum of the deep state the next day.
We dug a little bit further, and we found that global...
You're saying that Kash Patel was brought on to the administration for doing propaganda for Donald Trump? No way. Donald Trump is too unbiased to do something like that. You would never just, you know, grab people just because they say things that he likes and bring them on. No shot.
Street was owned, run, managed by a fellow named Igor Lopatonok. He had made essentially pro-Putin documentaries in the past. So we looked a little bit further, and we found that he was also part of a Russian propaganda project. It was a public project to convince people that Russia was a great place to live and that Westerners should give up on the West and move to Russia. Interesting thing, that project, according to Russian records, that project was financed in part by funds from Putin's own presidential
office.
So here we have...
No way. Kash Patel working with the Russians to try to say that Donald Trump didn't try to steal an election? No shot. That couldn't be. That couldn't be the case. No way.
We have a Ukrainian-American-Russian filmmaker who has worked with a Russian propaganda outfit that was financed in part by Vladimir Putin's office, paying Kash Patel, the future FBI director.
Is that the Chevron logo? That looked like the Chevron logo for a second. I guess not, but I thought that's what that was. A bit different. Pretty drastically different.
Propaganda outfit that was financed in part by Vladimir Putin's office, paying Kash Patel, the future FBI director, $25,000. When we were doing the story, of course, we reached out to Kash Patel. He wouldn't answer any questions. We also reached out to Igor Lopatonok. Never heard back. So, when I was doing research, I discovered that he lived in Los Angeles. So I decided I'm just going to knock on the door and see if he would tell me where the money came from that he used to pay Kash Patel. I am walking on the sidewalk now. I'm going to walk up to his front door and see if he's home. I walked up to the door.
No,
I rang the doorbell, knocked on the door. He came to the door, opened it up, and I'd seen photos of him, so I knew that this was the fellow. So here's what happened when I went up to the door. I knocked, and he opened the door, and I identified myself, and I said, I did a story about you recently, and I was trying to reach you. Where'd the money come from that you used to pay Kash Patel $25,000? He's the FBI director now. I think the American public has a right to know. He was aggressive from the get-go. And I said, I explained, I just want to know why and how, where the money came from for this payment to Kash Patel. He said, you have no right to ask me these questions. I have the right to ask. If you don't want to answer the question, you don't have to. He said he never took any money. He never got any money himself from Putin. And then he started getting a little bit nastier. He said, you are a disgusting person. You're working for the deep state. Unfortunately, I never got an answer to this basic question. Now, of course, it'd be nice if Kash Patel could tell us, but he doesn't seem interested in answering this question either. So we have an FBI director who received $25,000 for appearing in a film, executive producing a film, made by an Ukrainian-American-Russian who worked on a propaganda project that was financed in part by Vladimir Putin's office. Why this isn't a bigger story, I don't know, but we've tried to get to the bottom of it.
Crazy. No shot. Kash Patel? He's such a nice guy, though. He seems so honest.
On now to a brazen security breach tonight, the hack involving the head of the FBI, his personal email, private email and photos posted online, and who's allegedly behind it. The FBI now responding, and here's our Chief Justice Correspondent, Pierre Thomas now.
Tonight, cyber warfare unleashed, with an Iranian-linked group hacking FBI Director Kash Patel's personal email and posting private messages involving Patel's family and photographs of him at a time before he became director.
As this war continues and as the regime is under tremendous pressure, it wouldn't surprise me to hear that the Iranians are potentially trying to take things to an even higher level than what they've done already.
The hack and posting apparently in direct retaliation for the Justice Department taking down several websites associated with the group known as Handala earlier this month. Tonight, Handala bluntly describing why they targeted Patel. Quote, while the FBI proudly seized our domains, we decided to respond to this ridiculous show in a way that will be remembered forever. The group claims to have emails, conversations, documents, and even classified files. David, the FBI says the hack material is historical in nature and involves no government information. And the FBI says the U.S. is offering a $10 million reward for information about the Handala hackers. David?
Pierre Thomas tonight. Pierre, thank you.
So, if you want to know what it is that they found,
I regret to inform you all that a second Kash Patel leak has officially hit the internet. Breaking news. Kash Patel's Gooner account, which is allegedly rumored to be an account on X videos, a not safe for work porn website, has been discovered from a username leak, Spider Kash with a K. Spider Kash was an account that he held on multiple other websites and platforms that weren't porn related. But they found one on X videos named Spider Kash that is allegedly linked up with the email that was leaked by Iranian hackers. The interesting part is someone pointed out it was last active today. All right, I'm sorry, but the reality is we are all less safe every single day.
This is from January 6th. Oh, no, sorry. Okay, never mind. He signed up January 6th, 2020. Okay, and then it was last active today.
This absolute goofball is our FBI director. He can't keep a story straight. He can't manage an executive position as the FBI director. I don't think he could manage a damn hot dog stand, and now he's supposed to oversee the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Mockler's a DNC operative. Unfortunately, he's been turning against the Democrats lately, so I wish he was a DNC operative. That would be nice. Let's see. Iran-linked hackers breach FBI director's personal email, publish photos, and documents. Handala hack team claims breach of director's Gmail account. Personal photos and email of FBI Director Kash Patel's published online. Experts say Iranian hackers are hoping to embarrass U.S. officials as U.S.-Israeli war drags on. Washington, March 27th. Iran-linked hackers have broken into FBI Director Kash Patel's personal email inbox, publishing photographs of the director and other documents to the internet, the hackers and the Bureau said on Friday. On their website, the hacker group, Handala Hack Team, said Patel will now find his name among the list of successfully hacked victims. The hackers published a series of personal photographs of Patel sniffing and smoking cigars, riding in an antique convertible, and making a face while taking a picture of himself in the mirror with a large bottle of rum. No. No way. The FBI confirmed Patel's emails had been targeted. In a statement, Bureau spokesman Ben Williamson said, "We have taken all necessary steps to mitigate potential risks associated with this activity, and that the data involved was historical in nature and involves no government information." Handala, which presents itself as a group of pro-Palestinian vigilante hackers, is considered by Western researchers to be one of several personas used by Iranian government cyber intelligence units. Handala recently claimed the hack of Michigan-based medical devices and service providers Stryker on March 11th, saying they had deleted a massive trove of company data. Handala did not return messages. Reuters could not access its website late on Friday. Alongside the photographs of Patel, the hackers published a sample of more than 300 emails, which appear to show a mix of personal and work correspondence dating between 2010 and 2019. Reuters was not able to independently authenticate the Patel messages, but the personal Gmail address of Handala claims to have broken into matches that they claim to have broken into matches the address linked to Patel's in previous data breaches preserved by the dark web intelligence from District 4 labs. Alphabet Google.o, owned Google, which runs Gmail, did not respond to a request for comment. Iran-linked hackers who initially kept a low profile after the United States and Israel launched coordinated strikes against the Islamic Republic last month have increasingly boasted of their cyber operations as the conflict drags on. In addition, the hack against Stryker, Handala on Thursday claimed to have published the personal data of dozens of defense company Lockheed Martin employees stationed in the Middle East. In a statement, Lockheed Martin said it was aware of the reports and had had policies and procedures in place to mitigate cyber threats to our business. Interesting. Interesting. So these are the pictures that they were talking about. Him smoking cigars, and he's a lot younger here.
Allow me to make a prediction here in my prediction stuff. I'm not Polly Market, I'm not Call Sheep, but I'm pretty good at predictions. And
He's really good at predictions, guys. He's really good at predictions. Dave Rubin, we've actually kept track of some of his predictions over here, and he's been pretty spot on for a while, guys. He's a modern Nostradamus. We got, where's the one that we posted here? Did I miss it? I think I missed it. 4 years ago, Dave Rubin said that he was going to retire if Joe Biden finished all 4 years of his term.
Bold statement. Here we go. If Joe Biden is sworn in on January 20th, 2021, and he completes a 4-year term, actually completes a 4-year term, I will retire. Come on, man. I will retire at the end of that term. That will be it. I will disappear in just over 4 years. 4 years and about a month and a half. That'll be it. That's how convinced. I will just disappear from public life altogether. I will delete all of my accounts, and then you'll never hear from me again. That's how convinced I am.
What do you say? So yeah, he's been pretty spot on.
Prediction here is that everything that the media is now going to say about Iran's going to close the Strait of Hormuz and energy prices are going to go crazy and all these, none of this is going to come to pass. That isn't to say there won't be a little bumps here and there in the market, and it's not to say one random thing, bad thing might.
This is him a couple weeks ago saying that the media is just fear-mongering and that Iran's never going to close the Strait of Hormuz.
Happen to a ship or something like that. But Iran has basically, their military has basically been decimated. So they can keep doing PR stunts and having the second general of the 4th Command of the 3rd Wing of the Iranian army show up on MSNBC. They can keep do that and make his threats and say, we're going to let things through if we like you and not if we don't. But it just is utterly irrelevant. We are the sheriff. So allow me to make a prediction here.
Yeah. None of that's ever going to happen, dude. None of that. They're never going to close the Strait of Hormuz. That's never going to happen. No shot. No shot. No way. All right, what is this? Let's do this real quick. What is this?
7 men have 7 wives. Each man and each wife have 7 children. What's the total number of people?
7 men have 7 wives. Each man and each wife have 7 children. What's the total number of people? Do they have children together or do they have children separately? They say each man and each wife has 7 children. Yeah, but that could still be the same as they have the children together. That, like, each man and each woman doesn't change the fact that they still could have, the men and women could still have them together. $343 children. Well, it's how many people in total. So 7 men have 7 wives. Okay? Each man and each wife have 7 children. So if they have the children together, it would be 7 times 7, which would be, what is it, 40? Or no. Yeah, it'd be 7 times 7. Yeah, it's 49 plus 7, which would be 56. Or it's that each person has 7 by themselves, which would be 7 times 7 times 7, where each of them have them together or separate or together or separate. What? And it's just 98? Or am I dumb? Oh, I didn't include the men and wives. Yeah, so you would have to have... So yeah, if they're together, it'd be 56. If they're not together... $343 plus 49. Okay, so. Oh no, okay, it would be 7 times 7 plus 7 times 7. That's what it would be for the other one. So it'd be 98. So yeah, it's either 56 or 98. Do they have 7 wives each? 7 men have 7 wives. Oh, 7 wives each. Holy shit. So each one of the men have 7 wives. And then, oh shit. "49 kids and 14 parents." Wait, did I not add the parents in last time? It didn't. Yeah, I didn't add in the parents last time, so then the 56 would still add 14. But yeah, if each one of the men has 7 wives. I don't know, dude.
21.
No. 7 men, 7 wives, each man.
20. So 7 men, 7, no, that's 8. 7 men, then they have 7
Wait,
wives,
hold on,
which is
hold on.
14.
How
many people? Each
20,
21.
35? No. I think it is 35. It's not 35. I think it is. The 7 men, 7 wives, 7 children, and then the 7 more, and the 7 more. 35. I think it is.
Nowhere near.
What do you mean nowhere near? Higher or lower?
56.
No. What? 56, no.
Oh, because you 7 men have 7 wives and 7 of them have 7 children. So 7, 14, 21, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 45, 6, 78, 49, 40, 42, 3, 4, 5, 6, 78, 49, 50, 52, 53, 4, 5, 52.
It's not what? You went to 56 then? You went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? It's more than 52. It's more than 52?
Without 7 men have 7 wives, every man has 7 kids, and every wife has 7 children. How many people in total? So every man has 7
104.
Is that right?
112.
Ooh.
104.
Close.
52 and 52.
96.
They don't even give you the fucking answer. 7 men have 7 wives altogether. 7 couples, 14 people. That's what I was thinking. Each couple have 7 children altogether. 14 plus 7, 21 total people. Wait, no. No! Did I misinterpret this puzzle? Yes, you slightly misinterpreted it. 7 men have 7 wives. 7 couples, 14 adults. Each man and each wife have 7 children. Means each couple has 7 kids, not 7 total. Right. Yeah, that's it. So yeah, so it'd be 49 children plus 14. 63. Yeah. That okay, so that's what I was right the first time. Wait, did I say 63? No, I said plus 7, didn't I? I didn't say plus 14. So yeah, the first time I forgot to add the men. Yeah, I forgot to add the men. Fuck. Damn. Okay. What's wrong with Jeffy?
Oh, I was saying to deport Ilhan.
Because you think that she married her brother.
Yeah, there's DNA evidence.
And that's the basis? We'd have to deport like half of Appalachia.
Yeah, you deport people based on whether or not they married their brothers? What the fuck? That's since when is that a thing that we deport people based
For that,
on.
wouldn't we?
No,
People
I've
that
been to
marry their
Appalachia.
siblings?
That's not true.
But it is true about Omar? How do you know that?
Because there's DNA evidence.
Oh, really? Where'd you get that?
Yeah, from this lawsuit where they went and collected some of her discarded items, like a
I
cigarette,
just
a
don't believe
Coca-Cola
anything you're
can, a
saying
hair.
about that.
It's documented though.
By who?
That's not true. This is total bullshit. I think Jeff might be drunk.
And the vice president just confirmed it as well.
The vice president is in
Yeah.
India.
I'm
Is it true
sorry.
about him on the couch?
I mean, there's various things that she's done that would be deportable offenses.
And so you felt like you needed to come to this march to talk about that?
Yeah, because like no kings, like it's so messed up that they're in
and what
Congress
about-
and that they just stay there forever and make millions and millions of dollars while having no skills.
And what about Trump?
That's what she thinks a king is somebody who's in Congress. That's a king.
And the pedophilia and Epstein, do you believe that?
Donald Trump was not in the Epstein files. Donald Trump hated Jeffrey Epstein. He kicked him out of.
Yeah, Trump's not in the Epstein files. He kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago, guys. Donald Trump kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. That's how you know he's not in the Epstein files, okay? The whole, like, 15 years before that point don't count.
But Mar-a-Lago, he exposed him long before any Democrats did.
How do you believe it? Look at the guy. Come on.
Grok said each couple, not each woman. I know, but I'm saying that's what I thought it was saying, is what Grok said. That's what I thought the answer was, is what Grok said. So the way Grok answered it is what I thought it was saying.
Look at old videos of him calling out Jeffrey Epstein.
I have.
And the Clintons.
Sure.
Yeah, what do you
I
think about the
I think they're
Clintons'
misguided.
connection to it?
To Epstein?
Okay, well, it sounds like you support you support incest, I guess, and you support fraud. And
I support truth, and I just don't believe all
well, that's
their
the truth, and I'm sorry. And if you don't like it, that's just the way it is.
It is. It just is the way it is. And I don't have to have any reason to, I don't have to have any evidence. I don't have to have anything to back it up. It just is what it is.
Perhaps we should both do some more research.
What?
Perhaps we should both do more research.
Yeah.
Bump truck. Got him. Got him. It says Bump truck. Totally owned. If every man has 7 wives, then each man is 7 couples. So the reason that I don't think that's what it's saying is because later it says each has, right? It didn't say each man has 7 wives. It says every man has 7 wives, right? So, or sorry, it says 7 men have 7 wives. Not, well, yeah, I guess 7 men have 7 wives. Fuck, I don't know. I don't want to, I don't know. I quit. I'm a quitter.
He has encyclopedic molecular knowledge on this wide range of very, very eclectic interests. Music, Broadway shows, pro wrestling, football, every sport, golf, and business and Wall Street. He knows how everybody made their money and what deals they made. And he tells stories all the time about it. It's just one after the other.
The guy can't even remember what happened yesterday. Donald Trump can barely remember his own fucking kids' names. The guy thinks that he predicted 9/11 happening and told Pete Hegseth about it at the time. Donald Trump literally thinks that he predicted that Osama bin Laden was going to fly airplanes into World Trade Centers. And he thinks that he told Pete Hegseth about it before it happened. When Pete Hegseth was like 21 and hadn't even in college, like he was not. Why the fuck would he have told Pete Hegseth anything? It doesn't make sense. It makes absolutely no sense. There's no shot that you're gonna sit here and act like Donald Trump. He can remember everything. He's like what's the name of the movie with all the numbers and everything, like all of the math problems that pop up in front of him, like a sweet mind or some shit like that, a special brain.
And one time during the campaign, I was on the airplane with them, and we were sitting across the table from each other eating McDonald's, drinking Diet Coke. And
The Hangover, yeah. Yeah, Beautiful Minds. Thank you, Alan.
we started talking about Syria.
Oh, the guy who's super concerned with everybody's health was eating McDonald's.
Yeah. And we started talking about Syria, and he got a placemat, and he turned it on his back, and then he took a Sharpie and he drew a perfect map of the Mideast, and then he put the troop strength of every country on every border on that map, and it just it challenged a lot of the assumptions that I had been told about him. He has, he has this extraordinary depth of knowledge about what's happening in each one of the agencies, my agency and the others, and
Donald Trump was able to just draw a perfect map of the Middle East on a McDonald's napkin. He has this photographic memory where he can just immediately just draw the entire Middle East and put every country and every border on there. Wow, that's crazy.
And then he has an instinct for making good choices.
Well, I have to say that,
and I would say this. I think my uncle John Kennedy understood the uses of power better than any president who's preceded him. I think Donald Trump understands the use of power better than probably any president that we've had, at least since Roosevelt and maybe in American history.
What a fucking quack, dude. This guy is such a quack. This is so embarrassing. These are the people running our country. This is insane.
Or all of the illegals, which would you do? Why do we have to keep shooting? You could get rid of all the black people or all of the...
Whoa, this is sped up already. Okay, let's get rid of my speed up.
You could get rid of all the black people or all of the illegals, which would you do?
Why do we have to keep choosing one over the other? It's all a problem. I mean, all of it is a problem.
So what is the solution then?
Total remigration.
Of whom?
Everybody.
Who's not white?
Yes.
And how would you accomplish that?
It's gonna take time.
Well, it's...
How would you accomplish that? Time.
Quite literally unconstitutional.
Do we really have a constitution at this point, though? I mean, let's be honest. If our country was honestly, in a principled manner, abiding by the principles of the Constitution that were endowed by our forefathers, could we have possibly ended up at this point?
No.
Well, there you have it. Okay, a black person is 41 times more likely to kill a white person than the other way around. I'm not okay with that.
If someone who's white immigrates here 20 years ago from Scandinavia, from Norway, and someone who's black, who's been here for 7, 8, 9 generations, who is more of an American in that situation?
I think it's about blood.
Right, but they're white, they're from Scandinavia, and they've been here for 20 years, or 20 months.
I think it's proven pretty consistently that people of European heritage can assimilate to American culture. But I think people outside of that continent are less reliable in that regard.
How so?
I mean, look at the immigration problems right now. We have a fundamental incompatibility with people who are not like us.
When you say it's incompatible, what are you referring to?
I mean, you want to talk about crime statistics?
Sure.
If you go into a crowd of white strangers, there's some danger. Black strangers, there is 30 times more danger. Them's the facts.
I'm afraid of them.
Of who?
Of them, the blacks. I'm afraid to go out at night.
What harm could they do? What's wrong with them?
They're black, that's what's wrong with them. And the way I feel, black and white don't mix, and it's never gonna mix.
What do you think of black people?
I don't like them.
Why?
I really don't. Because I just think that they're always looking out to make trouble.
The Negro can prove to the white man that he can live like the white man, then we will accept them.
This is the type of shit that I get flooded with every day on Twitter ever since Elon took over. This is the shit that is just flooding into my algo every single day on Twitter. There isn't, like, it's gotten less. I'll admit that. Like, it is definitely better than it was maybe a year ago, 2 years ago. But I never saw this sort of shit on Twitter before, and now it's all over the fucking place. Like, these people have just been so emboldened ever since Trump became president. Elon takes over. A bunch of these people are just kind of it's just running rampant. And then even now you have people like Nick Fuentes entering mainstream conservative circles and becoming one of the bigger content creators on the right. Like, this is where the right is heading right now. This is something that is becoming more and more prominent. And even though it is something that is fairly small, considering the fact that it's on the internet, these are people who are going to grow up and are eventually going to be the leaders. They're eventually going to be the adults. They're going to be the older generations at some point. And this is who they are right now. This is odd, because it does seem as though people even become more conservative the older that they get. People don't become more and more liberal the older that they get. They don't become more progressive the older that they get. People become more conservative the older that they get. And if this is where they're starting out at such a young age, it's likely only going to get worse from here.
The only thing that scares me is the neighborhood will get invaded. And if we ever wanted to sell, naturally your house depreciation is going to get in.
If they move in, the next step we have to accept is intermarriage. Check the flock.
We're halfway through the clock. We got an hour and 35 minutes left. If you guys want to donate to the goal, use the tips link in the description. We didn't do the goal, I think, the last 2 to 3 streams, but we got bills to pay. So if you guys want to donate to the channel, use the tips link in the description. Or I need to find the link in there so I can pin it to the top. There it is.
Cat 2.5, multiply that. Cash rules on my arm, my flash jewels and tattoos. You can look but don't touch me, bad news. American me,
What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? All right.
The only reason that I'm actually out here, though, is because people were flipping off Charlie's memorial.
Oh, man.
And instead of just like having some class, you decided to flip off.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I'm sure he's very upset with that sort of thing. That is the type of thing that nobody on the right would ever put up with. People on the right would never deal with something like that. There's no way.
Would you also give me that same energy after Robert Mueller died? Donald Trump saying, I'm glad he's dead? Because I haven't heard any of you guys on social media.
Yeah, I didn't like him doing that.
Good.
You didn't like him doing that? Okay, so he's probably done with Donald Trump doing something so disgusting, something that the right wing would never support. Somebody who does something like that, right? That's got to be a lie.
I'll go further than that. I didn't like that Trump did it. I think his lack of charitability on.
He'll go farther than what he said. The other guy said he didn't like it. He's going to go farther than that and say he doesn't like it. Okay? He'll go farther than not liking it. He doesn't like it.
That sort of thing is not good. And I very much disliked it when it happened with Rob Reiner.
The turning point.
He very much disliked it.
Still backs President Trump.
Yeah. The only reason that I'm actually out here, though.
So you all right? Will you continue supporting Donald Trump? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You don't really care. It is just performative outrage. You're just putting on a show, trying to pretend as though you're super insulted by something that you don't actually give a fuck about. You don't think it's all that bad. You don't really care.
Speaker of the House, we have some breaking news. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson is in total meltdown mode after multiple Republican senators dipped out of Washington after putting a bill on the floor to fund the Department of...
Love the direction this country is going. Finally, law and order prevails. Not yet. Not yet. Donald Trump has not been put in prison yet, but soon enough. Soon enough, we're on our way, buddy. Don't you worry.
Homeland Security, or at least TSA and multiple other agencies that need immediate funding. Republicans and Democrats in the Senate unanimously voted to pass this funding bill in the middle of the night, and then it was up to the House. Well, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson just rolled over like a little good boy for Donald Trump and decided to shoot down this funding, therefore showing the American people whose fault this is, very clearly showing the American people only a few months before the midterms that the Republican Party will play games with the funding of TSA workers and other Americans if it means that Donald Trump can have, I don't even know, what he deems leverage in his sick, twisted mind. Well, this is a full-blown collapse of coordination inside the Republican Party, driven by Donald Trump directly. Before I play you these clips of the meltdown, here's a simple version of what happened and why Republicans are dipping out of DC. So Senate Republicans actually did their job. They came together after 45 days of this shutdown, and in a rare move, they pushed forward a funding measure to keep key parts of the government running, specifically the Department of Homeland Security. This included TSA, airport security, the stuff that keeps us safe and people moving on a daily basis. And then they said, we will talk about ICE later and put that in the reconciliation bill. This wasn't some fringe vote that barely passed. It was unanimous. Everybody agreed, but this is where everything broke. Then, when it went back to the House, because, you know, it has to pass both chambers of Congress, Mike Johnson came in and realized Donald Trump doesn't want me to do this. I'm in a very tough position right now. So Mike Johnson shoots down the bill, spikes down the bill, and then has to answer why he did that in front of a bunch of reporters who are asking very genuine questions. First, let's start off with Senate Leader Thune dipping out of D.C. rapidly.
How you feeling? Resolved.
What's that?
Are you thinking everything is resolved, working out well? The House going to do their job?
Well, we'll see. We made
Joe
some
Romero
temporary headway, but we got a lot of work
bunch
to do
of
still.
bumps.
They
The
thought
whole
they
lot
made
of
some
you.
temporary
Also,
headway while the
stop
House
running
did
from
not
me,
do their
Tom.
job.
Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Sorry, let me play that again. Joe Romero with the $25 tip. Let's fucking go, boy.
Joe Romero tipped $25. Bunch of bums. The whole lot of you. Also, stop running from me, Tom. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Yeah, you're all a bunch of bums, and Tom needs to stop running from Joe. All right? Quit it. Quit with that shit. Get some W's in chat for Joe. $25 dono. Let's get some cheers in chat, some dubs in chat. Let's motherfucking go, boy. Appreciate it, good sir. Thank you, thank you. Hey guys, the rest of you cheapos, okay? Come on, do your part. $2, $5. What are we doing here? Come on. This is embarrassing.
Job. They shot it down. You then see Senator Marsha Blackburn sneaking out of D.C. She's trying. Look at how they're trying to block her very intentionally. I need someone to do this for me when I'm in the airport. These are supposed to be our representatives and senators, and they're not publicly accessible. Like, I was joking around about someone doing this for me, but I love meeting people in the airport. I love talking to you all in the airport or wherever I am. It seems like our own public servants on the Republican side don't want to be held accountable by Americans. By the way, make sure you drop a like and subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed. Look how close we are to 2 million subscribers, which is a record for Gen Z built independent media. And honestly, it's all you guys. You guys are helping me every single day push forward, break the news, debate more MAGA.
The news is broken? I was planning on watching news all night. Well, fuck. Thanks a lot, Adam. Breaking the fucking news like a big jerk.
And win back our country. But I'm showing you right now, multiple Republican leaders are dipping out of D.C. because the Senate is now on vacation. Now, here's where the House comes in. Let me show you Speaker of the House Mike Johnson being asked, hey, you and Thune from the Senate don't seem to be on the same page.
Democrats will continue to play politics.
Thank you, Mr.
Wait, are you saying politicians are playing politics? No way, dude. No way. I don't believe it.
You and John Thune are not on the same page. You came out and criticized Democrats. He was the engineer behind this. Why are you guys not on the same page? And are you not extending the shutdown? If you were to accept what the Senate had passed, this could end tonight and the TSA lines would shrink.
I wouldn't call John Thune the engineer of this. Chuck Schumer and the Democrats in the Senate. Chuck Schumer and the Democrats in the Senate have forced this upon the Senate. I have to protect the House.
John Thune, the Republican leader in the Senate, was literally the one who proposed this, brought it to the floor, and brought it to Trump. Trump is the one who shot this down. You know it's bad when Speaker of the House Mike Johnson is pretending that Republicans are not in charge right now. He's literally pretending that Democrats...
Call from
John.
What's up, John? Oh.
Hello.
I gotta pull my stuff up.
Can you hear me?
Hey, John, you're
I
on the Tom
can't hear
Foolery
you.
Show. What's going on?
Not much. I disagree with you
Okay, about what?
about Israel-Palestine.
What did I say about Israel-Palestine that you disagree with?
I disagree that, like, I don't think Israel or Palestine should be in charge. I think both are wrong.
In charge of what?
In charge of the land. Neither should be a nation, in my opinion. I think both are wrong.
Wait, a country being wrong means that they don't get to be a nation? What does that mean?
Listen, both of these countries are artificial nations. Israel was created by the UN. Palestine was created by the UN. These countries aren't like real countries.
What is a real country?
A real country is created on its own accord, like the United States of America, who rose up against Britain.
We had other countries that came and helped us, like France. We couldn't have won the Revolutionary War without France.
Yeah, France is a real country with a very ancient history, medieval history.
The United States and the UK are real countries that helped Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Israel was created by the UN.
Wait, hold on. Don't keep moving past that. So Israel was created by the UK, like British people were the ones who agreed to build Israel and help them, and like they went over there. The UK had ownership of Palestine at the time and of the territory, and they had already made agreements with Jewish people to give them the land for Israel. How is the UK, who owns the land at the time, why do you keep going to the UN and totally ignoring what it was that the UK did?
I meant UK. My bad. I meant UK.
Okay, so you agree that England is a real country, and
Yes.
just as France is a real country, Israel couldn't
Yeah.
exist without the help of the England and the United States. The United States couldn't exist without the help of France. So where's the difference here?
And do you think Israel is genociding the Palestinian people?
It depends on like how you define genocide.
Dude, they're bombing out these people. It's horrible.
Well, bombing out people isn't the definition of a genocide. Like
They're trying to exterminate the Palestinians. And I don't even like Palestine. I think Hamas is in the wrong. I don't like them either. But it's like
Sure,
the big net.
what does this have to do with? What does this have to do with whether or not Palestine should exist? Like what, or whether or not Israel should exist? Like what? I don't know that either one of these have anything to do with that.
Both of these countries shouldn't exist, and we got to put in a Christian nation. The Kingdom of Jerusalem will be back.
Why would you put a Christian nation in the Middle East?
Because the Jews and the Muslims can't stop fighting, so why not just give it to a third party? So simple.
Well, is the United States a Christian nation?
No, because we have freedom of religion.
So wait, so those countries have freedom of religion. So why are you acting like they're Jewish countries and Muslim countries if they also have freedom of religion?
They don't have freedom of religion in Iran or Saudi Arabia.
We're not talking about Iran or Saudi Arabia. We're talking about in Palestine and in Israel.
They don't have freedom of religion or Palestine. And, Israel is, I don't like freedom of religion.
I can tell.
Yeah. And I don't think you should have freedom. Hot take. I wish you were deported from the United States.
That's cool. But what does that have to do with the Palestine not having a right to exist? Like you said, that because you think that they're bad, that they don't have a right to exist. The same with Israel. There's tons of countries that are bad. No, that's
Hamas
literally what you
shouldn't
said.
have a right
You
to
literally
exist, 'cause-
said. Okay, sure, but
Yeah.
that's not what you said. You said Palestine and Israel should not have rights to exist. I said why? You said because both sides are bad. That was exactly what you said. Yeah.
And you
There's
could
lots of countries
kinda-
that are bad. That doesn't mean they don't have a right to exist.
But it's like these countries are like especially like bad. It's like I can't believe you're defending like genocide and murder and rape. It's like
Wait, when did
dude,
I defend genocide?
You just did by like
When?
saying that's like, bro, the Israel is tyrannical over the Palestinian people. They like rape these people, and you're chill with that. You say, oh, define
When did I
genocide.
say I
It's
was
like,
chill
bro,
with that? That's hold on.
5 minutes ago.
Yes, there are
Yeah.
drastic differences in definitions of genocide, but whether or not, if you ask me, hey, do you think this is bad? Yes, I think it's bad. When you said that Israel and Palestine are both bad, I never disagreed with you on that. I agree. So I'm not defending anything that they're doing. That's insane. I'm defending the fact that countries that are bad can still exist. That doesn't mean that like we have to eradicate them. And I don't know how the fuck we could remove these people and put in a Christian state without a genocide. Can you tell me how you could possibly put a Christian state there without genociding people?
Yeah. You just give the governing power to the Christians in the area, such as in Lebanon, for example.
Okay.
And there's no genocide. It's just a peaceful nation.
Wait,
that
but you're
maybe
saying that it would like the law would be that they have to be Christian, right?
No. They can have freedom of religion. It just kind of has to be like more Christian kind of based in like values. Because Israel is based on Jewish values, and the Jewish values.
You just said a
like,
minute ago that the United States didn't count in this scenario because the United States has freedom of religion, whereas now you're saying they
not
can't
quite.
have freedom
I mean,
of religion.
we were founded by these horrible Protestant guys who like had slaves, and like slavery is like bad, right? So
Okay.
it's like I think like the guys were kind of like outdated in their beliefs. They were super old fashioned, but it's like I'm a Republican because it's like I'm not chill with slavery. Like I don't like slavery.
Makes sense.
And
Because the Democrats have so many slaves.
Yeah, they had a lot of slaves, and it was like not good. And I just don't like that. If that makes sense, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Makes sense. Okay.
And it's
Fair
also and it's like I feel like Israel is just being so bad to the Palestinian people, but I feel like Hamas is being so bad to the Israeli people that it's like, what if we had a nation that like prevented all that from happening, but like not like in a violent genocide, but in like a peaceful kind of way of coming together, It's like Kava Nagila, what these people enjoy is like Ayagafana, It could be like nice.
That would be nice
maybe,
if people were nice.
Yeah, and it's like if there was a country based on like Christian values that still allowed people to practice whatever religion they wanted, I feel like that would just be like kind of nice. It would be better.
But you voted for Republicans when they're the ones who are much more in large part voting for more money to be sent to Israel, more support for Israel, less support for Palestinians. Like you're supporting the genocide. If anybody here is defending a genocide, it's obviously you.
Then why am I protesting Israel and saying free Palestine from the river?
Well, you voted. Your vote says otherwise. Like you can say things, but when it comes to action, well, you just said that you would vote for Republicans. What do you mean?
No, I said I support the Republicans. I never said I voted them. There's a difference.
What does that mean to support Republicans?
What does that mean? I have a shirt that just says GOP, and that's about it.
Gotcha. Okay.
And it's like no politician in the world is probably going to agree with me. No major politician. So, it's like I'm put between like a gun and like an electric chair.
Gotcha. Okay, well, you
Yeah.
convinced me. Well done.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
have power in the Senate.
Let me answer the question, Chad. I have to protect the House, and I have to protect the American people. That's our responsibility. Our colleagues on this side understand this is not a game. We are not playing their games. These people want open borders, and they want criminal, illegal aliens in the country. They do not want to enforce the law. They want to literally defund. You just read it in the bill here. They want to give $0 to enforcing federal immigration laws and keeping the border secure. That was the biggest issue in the election of 2024, the wide open border.
Okay, wait, look at the political pivot right here. I'm a Democrat. I think a lot of you guys would consider yourselves Democrats or more liberal. Nobody right now is asking for a bunch of undocumented illegal immigrants, as he says, jumping over the border committing crimes. Nobody wants that. Nobody in America wants that. We're asking for some common sense negotiations so that ICE agents aren't killing U.S. citizens with no due process, aren't killing U.S. citizens point blank period, and actually have oversight and investigation when they're doing their job. We have multiple U.S. citizens dead, multiple undocumented immigrants dead, and no accountability for ICE. That is far different than saying, I want illegal immigrants to jump across the border. Nobody's asking for that, Speaker.
Why don't we ever see John Thune? Why is he always like, I never see him. I never see him in interviews. I never see him talking to the press. I never see him in interviews. I never see him. Where the fuck is he? Where the fuck is John Thune? Like, that person just walking up to him in the airport just a minute ago. That's like one of the only times I ever see him anywhere. Ever. Like, that's one of the first times I've ever seen him engage with a reporter. Where the fuck is this guy?
Of the House, Mike Johnson. Look at how hard it is for him to spin this specific issue. As CNN points out, you know it's in a bad position. You know Mike Johnson's in a tough spot when he's pretending Democrats control the Senate. I thought this.
All right, we are listening to House Speaker Mike Johnson, who is very clearly in a very tough spot here. You can tell.
Common sense, I don't believe libs are mentally capable to embed any truths. That's got to be a troll, right? That's got to be a troll. There's no way. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. Somebody who doesn't know how to spell common, doesn't have like the least sense in grammar or vocabulary. Like, there's no way that person's gonna come in and start talking crap about Democrats. There's bots that I think Russians are paying to try to make Republicans look stupid. They're trying their best to make Republicans look dumb by making them misspell words all the time, by making them have really poor grammar. They want everybody to think of them as like the dumb racist hicks, that media portrays them as. And so the Russian bots are coming in trying to make us all think that Republicans are dumber than they actually are. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it, you Russian bot.
By how he is pretending that Democrats are in control of the Senate.
This is just so incredibly funny. He repeatedly says in these clips, well, the Democrats they got to get it figured out in the Senate. Why are they pushing this through in the Senate? It's unconscionable to me that Democrats would do this.
Did you watch the Senate Judiciary hearing where the judicial nominee couldn't even answer who won the 2020 election? I feel like that's been the majority of them. That almost every single person that we've that have gone through nomination hearings have refused to answer who they thought won the 2020 election. I think Tulsi Gabbard refused to answer. Kash Patel straight up said that Donald Trump won the 2020 election. Yeah, it's been fairly common. A judge is that common? Wait, a Senate Judiciary hearing? Wait. From 3 days ago, 4 days ago? In a hearing before the U.S. Senate Committee on Judiciary, the nominees repeatedly dodged Blumenthal's question about who won the 2020 election instead of delivering Slight variations of Westerkamp's response. Under our Constitution, the Electoral College votes for the president, and then that is certified by blank, blank, blank. Let's see. Or dot, dot, dot. A rough spot for Clark came under questioning by Senator Richard Blumenthal, Democrat from Connecticut, when he asked her, Mrs. Clark, who won the 2020 election. Clark dodged the question and began to explain to Blumenthal how presidents are elected. Senator, our Constitution, the mechanism for electing the president. Dot, dot, dot. Blumenthal, who had just heard a similar answer from another Trump nominee who declined to say who won the 2020 election, interrupted Clark, saying, I am amazed. I am amazed by the insult to this committee of witness after witness who seeks to be a federal judge, subverting our Constitution and showing how you have no independence, which is essential to a federal judge. Yeah, that is a really bad sign. Like, if they're not even willing to say that Joe Biden won the 2020 election, it kind of says that they cannot be trusted to be a judge. It says that they're corrupt, or at least so heavily biased that there's no way they could possibly be trusted to make decisions in an unbiased manner. Dozens of Trump judicial nominees have been refusing Senate Judiciary Committee hearings to say who won the 2020 presidential election, according to a guest essay in the New York Times by legal analyst Jeffrey Toobin. Nominees are refusing to say that facts show that former President Joe Biden won the election in order to show they are loyal to Trump's ongoing fantasy that he, and not Biden, won in 2020, Toobin wrote. Trump has continued to claim without evidence that the 2020 election was rigged by the Democrats, and some 60 lawsuits protesting the election in swing states brought by Trump supporters were kicked out of court because of failure to show fraud. Actually, Biden won the 2020 popular vote with 81.2 million votes, or 51%, compared with Trump's 74.2 million votes, or 46.8%, according to a 2022 Federal Elections Commission report. Biden won the 2020 electoral vote by 306 to 232, the commission report said. Blumenthal also asked Clark who won the 2024 presidential election. Clark replied, Senator, under the process set out by our Constitution, the Electoral College elects the president. After Clark and her fellow three nominees continued to use similar language to avoid saying who won the 2024 and 2020 presidential elections, Blumenthal said, you know the answer here, which obviously are canned, pre-rehearsed. They are Orwellian in their denial of reality, and they are a subversion of this process. They are an insult to this committee, but they also fundamentally show a complete lack of independence and backbone and impartiality. Not accepting unknown numbers. You gotta, if you guys want to call in, you gotta call in with a phone number that is not blocked. Which are fundamental requirements of a U.S. District Court judge or a judge on any panel. Another senator, Sheldon Whitehouse, Democrat from Rhode Island, told Trump's nominees, I hope you realize how ridiculous the four of you look spouting these preposterous canned answers in a forum in which you are supposed to tell the truth, you are supposed to tell the truth, and B, you are supposed to demonstrate the judicial capacity to make independent factual decisions in hard cases. Speaking to Clark, Whitehouse said, it would have been great if your answers were simple and honest here today. It's really disappointing. Whitehouse did appear satisfied with the answer Clark gave. Again, not answering unknown phone numbers, so. White House did appear satisfied with one answer Clark gave. He asked her whether anyone else in addition to a person who makes a threat against a judge could be held responsible for the threat. Clark said, Senator, as a prosecutor, there are instances where there is some responsibility that is assigned to someone who is not the utterer of a threat to an individual. Okay.
The first value on the DOJ's official mission statement is independence and impartiality. So keep that in mind as you listen to the Deputy Attorney General, the one who is in charge of a lot of what goes on at the Department of Justice, on one of the most political stages, the annual Republican pep rally, CPAC, talking about the prosecutors and agents involved in the Trump criminal prosecution.
Did she just say that Pam Bondi spoke at CPAC? Oh, Todd Blanche? Wait, what the fuck? Why the fuck would Todd Blanche be speaking at CPAC? How the fuck? How the fuck? No way, dude.
Administration.
There is not a single man or woman at the Department of Justice who had anything to do with those prosecutions.
How many have been canned?
Over 200. Over 200 either left before we came in because they knew it was coming or were fired or took early retirement. They are no longer employed by this department.
Just a reminder of what Todd Blanche's job was during those prosecutions. He was Donald Trump's personal lawyer. And when he was a criminal, that happened when he was a criminal defendant facing an assortment of felony charges. Blanche represented others charged in those investigations, too. Our smart reporters are back now. So, Lou, I just want to...
This is absolute corruption. This is just blatant corruption. There's no way that somebody within the Department of Justice should ever be speaking at CPAC or any PAC whatsoever. That is obviously fucking corrupt. You cannot be speaking at a fucking PAC. Sorry, the PAC conference. That is blatantly disgusting. Like, there's no fucking shot, dude. There's no shot. I don't think that a Democrat has ever done this sort of shit. And if they did, they were heavily criticized for it. Let's see. Have Democrat DOJ members spoken at PAC conferences? Based on recent reports and search results, there is no evidence of high-ranking or prominent Democrat members of the Department of Justice, DOJ, speaking at major conservative... Wait, conservative? I didn't say conservative. Political Action Committee PAC conferences like CPAC. I guess maybe only Republicans do PAC conferences, because I can't even think of a Democrat PAC conference that's done like this. I can't even think of one. CPAC 2026, recent reports covering CPAC. Let's see. Democrat PAC conferences. Okay. Based on available information and records, there is no evidence that current Department of Justice, DOJ members, or senior officials have spoken at Democrat. What the fuck is wrong with this? Keeps answering questions that I'm not asking. Based on the provided search results and historical context, the Department of Justice employees, including those appointed by Democratic administrations, are subject to strict ethical rules such as Hatch Act and internal department policies designed to prevent participation in partisan political activities. What? That's crazy. So you're saying that, like, yes, it's something that they're definitely not supposed to be doing according to the Hatch Act. Okay. And in August 2022, Attorney General Merrick Garland enacted strict new policies prohibiting non-career political appointees at the DOJ from attending partisan political events, including fundraisers and campaign events, even in their personal capacities. Past investigations, the 2022 restrictions were implemented after the investigation into whether a U.S. Attorney, Rachel Rollins, violated the Hatch Act by attending a Democratic fundraiser featuring First Lady Jill Biden. Further restricted status, many high-level DOJ employees, such as those in the Criminal Division, National Security Division, and FBI, are considered further restricted under the Hatch Act, which generally bans them from active participation in partisan political management. Current developments: as of March 2026, Attorney General Pam Bondi has rescinded some of these restrictions, allowing political appointees to attend some events, which some critics argue could reopen the door to political activity, according to the reports. While top DOJ officials frequently speak at nonpartisan legal conferences such as the American Bar Association or bar associations, official policy has aimed to prevent them from speaking at partisan PAC-sponsored events. DOJ employees are generally restricted from participating in partisan political events under the Hatch Act, which prohibits... Okay, now have Republican DOJ members spoken at PAC conferences? Yes, Republican members and appointees of the Department of Justice, DOJ, have spoken at conservative political action conferences. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, what? No way, Todd Blanche did that? That's crazy. Was scheduled to headline the 2026 conference in March as a key member of the administration along with other America First figures. Previous years, CPAC has historically featured prominent Republican figures, including former prosecutors and officials from the Trump administration who aligned with the MAGA movement, often focusing on themes of draining the swamp and criticizing the agency's previous leadership. While some top-tier names skipped the 2026 event, it remained a venue for officials and allies within the conservative Trump-aligned wing of the party. While these appearances are common for conservative administrations, it is important to note that the DOJ, under different leadership, particularly under Democratic administrations, has often maintained a distance from partisan political conferences, with Attorney General Merrick Garland, for instance, choosing to speak at nonpartisan legal venues like the American Bar Association. So yeah, there wasn't there a guy in chat just a minute ago who's like, I bet they do. I bet both sides do it just the same. Oop. Nope. This is so fucked up. Like, the Trump administration is constantly trying to make corruption legal in as many ways as possible.
To underscore this, you know, we kind of have gotten used to the new normal. This is not normal. This is so remarkable that you have the DAG, the Deputy Attorney General, on stage appealing to the Republican base by reminding them of all of the political purging that he has done at the Department of Justice. Because that includes the people who he said, the 200 or so people who have gone, don't just include.
Are Americans protesting in the streets in reality? 7 hours ago, no kings protest across the country. In large cities and small towns across the country, millions took to the streets today in protest against the policies of President Trump's administration. Organized by No Kings, a network progressive group opposed to the administration's agenda, the protests are the third wave of the demonstrations since the president took office for a second term. Last year, millions attended the protests in June and again in October. We went to the last two and recorded there. See, the numbers are so low. So low. Wasn't the last one the largest protest in history? What are you talking about? The last No Kings protest was the largest in history. The 50-50 protests just like a month or two before that against Donald Trump were the largest in history. Like, they've been setting records every single time they do these fucking protests. I don't know. What the fuck are you talking about?
Political appointees, which even that would be, you know, a big question or discussion at least. They're civil servants. They're people who were prosecutors assigned to cases and did their jobs.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of these people, 200 or so lawyers at a department that is actually looking for more lawyers and sort of short on the number of people that are willing to work for this administration, they were assigned these cases. They did not go after the president. They did not sign up specifically to try to do lawfare against the president. They were assigned these cases. They did their due diligence. They showed up in court. Judges signed off on warrants, and they followed the normal processes that you would follow in a normal running Department of Justice. What we have now is definitely not a normal running Department of Justice, as evidenced by the fact that the Deputy Attorney General is on stage at CPAC in the first place. And so we do have a situation where the president has employed a number of his close allies to go after his enemies, to protect his friends, and to do so blatantly and to brag about it in public. And so it is not normal. It is the new normal that this president has tried to countenance, but it's not what we have long expected from our independent Department of Justice for decades and decades.
Only people calling Trump a king en masse are Dems. What about people who are part of Trump's administration calling him a king? What about that? It's to troll the Dems? No, I don't think it is.
I've also been doing some reading. Tim's not the only one who can do some reading. I've been doing some reading myself. Here it is.
This is Kash Patel's book, The Plot Against the King. Looks like they took down all of the ones where they show the actual video.
Yeah, and I will say, I mean, it does seem that everything that Trump wanted during the campaign.
That's a troll book? So it's a troll book that conservatives all bought and paid a lot of money for. It's a troll book, right? Just conservatives go out and buy it and read it to their kids to troll the Democrats. That makes sense.
He has officially accomplished in terms
Makes a
of
lot of sense.
what we reported at the time was his #1 priority, which was making sure that the Department of Justice fell under the executive branch, which technically it does, but it has always acted as an independent agency in modern history, and to take away that independence and make sure it was filled with loyalists. And he has not only done that, but now, as you said, have these loyalists out there touting what they're doing.
And one other thing that happened this week that might have gone under the radar, but it's very much related to this. Michael Flynn, who was the president's national security advisor for a few days in the first term, and then
they can say the only people calling Trump a king are the Democrats, and then we can show that like Trump's own administration calls him a king, and then it's, oh yeah, that's just a joke. It's just to troll you guys. So it doesn't matter like what you do. You can they can make the claim nobody's doing it. And then when you prove them wrong, well, they're still not wrong because they can just claim everything's a joke, nothing serious from the people who were supposed to be serious, from the people, people who are supposed to be running the most powerful country in the world. They're just trolls. They're just trolls, guys. That's their job. Their job is to be a troll. That's why we like them, is we like trolls, where we can just elect people to not run the country, but just to be a bunch of clowns. Like they're a bunch of 5-year-olds on the internet just running around trolling people, guys. Obama also made a book, so both sides. Yep. Obama wrote books too.
Pleaded guilty in 2017 to lying about Russian contacts, lobbying in Turkey. I
finally got Jules. What does that mean? You're able to like send donos on YouTube Shorts now through the jewels and gems and all of that. She sent a floating heart, guys. Hey yo, I think she likes me. Let's go. Let's freaking go, boy. The fact that you can't tell it's a troll is why the Dems can't meme. Good one, buddy. Co-parter. Every time you're proven wrong, just find a way to pretend like it's all not real, and just the fact that you think that your like politicians or the leaders in the country are supposed to be trolls is just part of what's wrong with you guys. You guys are not to be taken seriously. If that's your like crowning achievement, is that you can vote for trolls, and that you think it's a good idea to vote trolls into office, I'm sorry, but this is just a W for us. This just continues to prove us right, that you guys have Democrat derangement syndrome. All you care about is just trying to own the Dems by voting dumbasses into office that look like clowns, act like clowns, have no idea what they're doing, and then you guys cheer it on. Ha! Democrats are mad that we're ruining the country. Got 'em. Got 'em. Ha!
Then when he was being sentenced, reversed that plea. This past week, he was awarded $1 million by the taxpayers. The DOJ gave him $1 million settlement. He said it was wrongful prosecution. And, you know, we talked about the...
Rachel Rollins, the former U.S. attorney for Massachusetts, was reported to have appeared at a DNC fundraiser in 2022. Yeah, we just read that. Did she speak at the DNC fundraiser? Was she one of the speakers there? Yes, former U.S. Attorney Rachel Rollins attended and spoke at a Democratic National Committee fundraiser in Andover, Massachusetts in July 2022, featuring First Lady Jill Biden. Okay, so yes, and it triggered an investigation. So what do you think? Do you think that this is an investigation from the Biden administration, right? The Biden administration started to investigate her for doing this. Is the Trump administration going to investigate their people for doing this, you think? Do you know what kayfabe is? Yes, it's what you guys elect for president nominations. Yeah. That's the whole Republican playbook for getting all of you guys riled up over dumb shit like Somalians.
President filing a suit for wrongful prosecution for millions and millions of dollars. That's
If anybody's getting trolled in this shit, it's you guys. You guys are the ones who turn around, act like you care about law and order, and then vote for felons into office. Or you care about, you say, oh, the fucking pedophiles get the wood chipper, and then you vote in a fucking pedophile to office. Or you run around saying that you think, you know, the immigrants are all ruining the country. The guy who married somebody who was an illegal immigrant for a long time. Like, you guys are just fucking hypocrites. You guys are the ones who are getting trolled. If anybody's getting trolled, it's definitely the Republicans.
still kind of up in the air. But this happened. Michael Flynn is going to get $1 million in taxpayer money for what the DOJ agreed to was wrongful prosecution.
There are many Republicans from a different era who would not call this fiscal conservatism. I mean, the idea of this DOJ settling.
Yes, no, we all know that. We all know Donald Trump is kayfabe. We all agree. That is something that all of us agree on. Donald Trump is definitely
This
kayfabe.
with him. And you raised the point of the president having his own case before his own Justice Department. I mean, it's an extraordinary decision to use taxpayer funds like this. But look, this wouldn't have happened under Jeff Sessions' Department of Justice as Attorney General, and that is the whole point, because that is still the biggest regret of President Trump's life. Or his time as president, who he appointed as his first attorney general. And this Department of Justice is entirely different.
And it's also very clear that this Department of Justice is going to try to protect the president's friends. They're going to try to award the president's friends. They're going to use the power of government to reward the people that stuck close to the president. Michael Flynn is not someone who has, you know, said that I learned during the first term that I can't stay with the president. There were many people who are in the president's cabinet who are no longer aligned with him. But Michael Flynn is one of those people who has continued to support the president. He's continued to push.
That's because when Michael Flynn got arrested, Donald Trump gave him a pardon.
I'm here because I was personally targeted by a suspected agent of the Chinese Communist Party while conducting research at Stanford.
A Chinese spy trying to recruit an American college student? That's exactly what happened to Elsa Johnson. She's a Stanford student, she's a junior now, and her freshman year, she was working on a research project looking at Chinese business and the military. And guess what? She started receiving messages from a man who had images of Stanford in his profile, made it seem like he was affiliated with the university, trying to engage her in conversation, trying to get her to come to China. Take a listen to what she had to say on Capitol Hill.
Tom Foolery, the one that writes the adult children books? You're talking about the guy who does poems? No, I am not that Tom Foolery. Definitely not. That guy's a loser because he has hair like a douchebag.
A man calling himself Charles Chen reached out to me on social media. He had mutual followers with me and photos of Stanford on his profile. Over the following weeks, he asked detailed questions about my background, offered to pay for a trip to China, sent me a flight itinerary to Shanghai, and pressured me to move our conversation to WeChat, an app that is monitored by the CCP.
Things escalated. At one point, she felt so uncomfortable, she started taking screenshots of the conversation.
He publicly commented on one of my Instagram posts in Mandarin, asking me to delete screenshots I had taken of our conversation. I do not know how he knew I had these screenshots.
The FBI did tell her earlier this year, this academic year, that she was actually being physically monitored on campus and that her family was too.
The FBI confirmed he had no affiliation with Stanford. He was likely operating on behalf of China's Ministry of State Security. I was one of at least 10 female students he targeted since 2020. After my co-author Garrett Malloy and I published our investigation.
Imagine if there were other students who were also being contacted by these people, but they were actually sympathetic. They were like possibly even communists as well. And they actually are sympathetic to the Chinese Communist Party. And so when the school, let's say, puts out an announcement and says, hey, some people are being contacted by the Chinese Communist Party, and there's spies that are trying to get them to be part of their movement, we want you guys to like come to us and cooperate with investigations. And some of these people don't cooperate. Some of them just message the people back. They're like, hey, the school knows now. They're telling people to come to the office if they find out.
The incidents worsened. I began receiving intimidation calls where callers would switch to Mandarin. And in one case, the caller referenced my mother. Just this week, I received another call from a U.S. number. After exchanging hellos, the caller switched to Mandarin and asked whether I had finished dinner. I have also received threatening scam emails attempting to convince me to take down my reporting on this issue.
So this is a really scary thing, and guess what? It's not brand new. Chinese operatives have been trying to infiltrate various American institutions for years, for decades. And in fact, back about 15 years ago, I was covering China a lot. I had studied in China, lived in Nanjing, did my graduate work there, and I started doing stories on China. And I was flooded with invitations from people reaching out to me.
Yeah, Cody, that's what I was trying to find a minute ago, is the plot against the king, but oh, here, wait. Is this it? There's an actual like cartoon that they made about Donald Trump being a king, and I've been trying to find it, but I think the last couple of times I showed it, I got copyrighted, and so it looks like they probably took them all down. Yeah, looks like they took them all down. Copyrighted all of them.
In Mandarin, and I never responded to any of them, but I wonder if I had, if something like this would have happened. At the time, I worked at ABC News.
All right. We did finish the first goal. If you guys want to donate to the channel, you can use the tips link pinned at the top of chat or at the bottom of chat now. If you're in the horizontal chat, then if you guys are in the vertical chat, you can go to the channel, and on the main channel, there's a list of links there. You can just click on the links, and at the very bottom, there's a tip the channel link for stream elements, where you can go and tip the channel through PayPal or Visa, debit card or credit cards, and then you can even write a message in there that will be read through TTS. Currently, we got top 10, Joe Romero at $25 just for the week. Yeah, Joe Romero at 25, Abaddon at 15, Z King at 10, Aaron M Sound at 10, Mantis at 10, and Arian at $5. So we got 6 people in the top 10 for the tips this week. Thank you guys. We're missing 4 people though, so we got to get 4 more people in there real quick to actually have a full top 10. All right.
The US president's youngest son made a video call from the US to his female friend in the UK, but he was horrified when a man that he didn't know answered. Matvey Rumyantsev pointed the phone at Mr. Trump's friend, who was crying and screaming on the floor. Mr. Trump immediately called British police and told them his friend was getting beat up. Mr. Trump later told police that Rumyantsev was shirtless and hitting the woman while saying something in Russian. Rumyantsev then hung up the phone. The court report heard that Rumyantsev was jealous of Mr. Trump's friendship with the woman and thought that she was leading on the president's son. Rumyantsev denied but was convicted of assault and perverting the course of justice after trying to get the woman to withdraw her complaint. He's been sentenced to 4 years in prison. The US president's youngest...
Damn. Sounds like she had a boyfriend. She was choosing to sling that thing around online.
The amazing thing is we don't need the hormone strain. We don't need it. We don't need it at all. We have so much oil. Our country is not affected by this. We have more. We have twice the amount of oil as so.
Yeah, our oil prices going up has nothing to do with it.
Saudi Arabia or Russia, and soon it'll be 3 times the amount. Be great if we could do something, but they have to open it up. They have to open up the Strait of Trump. I mean, Hormuz. Excuse me for this. I'm so sorry. Such a terrible mistake. The fake news will say he accidentally said, no. There's no accidents with me, not too many. If there were, we'd have a major story. The amazing thing is we don't.
Interesting. Interesting.
The SAVE Act, just so your viewers understand, it would ban mail-in voting, something the president did in the last election. It would essentially make it really hard for women who change their last.
I don't like this guy, dude. Something about him, I really don't like him.
Last name when they get married to vote because they need proof of U.S. citizenship at the polls when they vote. It's a voter intimidation, voter suppression effort, and the president is tying TSA pay to that, which is also absurd. And also, I don't want to give a penny more to TSA or DHS, even if they are already funded, because what I'm hearing from constituents and what I'm seeing is that they're dragging women by their hair, throwing them into unmarked vans, chasing people through the fields and factories where they work. They've committed public executions, 2 of them, and co-signing off on this is just not who we are as Americans. And there's a simple way to do this. I think you pointed that out at the top, and the Senate Majority Leader would be wise to take that deal.
I think that you may have misspoken. You said TSA. You don't want to give another penny to TSA. I think that you meant ICE.
I'm sorry. I thank you. Yeah, I meant ICE. Yes.
Yes,
no,
of
TSA
course.
should be paid. ICE and Border Patrol has always been mine.
Does anybody know that Swallow? He just seems so fake to me. I don't like that guy.
This is just coming out. FBI Director Kash Patel has had his personal accounts leaked by the Iranian hacking group Handallah. They've posted these different photos of him, as well as his resume and emails. They just posted this online. Today, once again, the world witnessed the collapse of America's so-called security legends. While the FBI proudly seized our domains and immediately announced a $10 million reward for the heads of the Handallah hack members, we decided to respond to this ridiculous show in a way that will be remembered forever. Kash Patel, the current head of the FBI, who once saw his name displayed with pride on the agency's headquarters, will now find his name among the list of successfully hacked victims. The so-called impenetrable systems of the FBI were brought to their knees within hours by our team. All personal and confidential information of Kash Patel, including emails, conversations, documents, and even classified files, is now available for public download. This is the security that the US government boasts about. This is the cyber giant that thinks threats and bribes can silence the voice of the resistance. To the whole world, we declare the FBI is just a name, and behind this name, there is no real security. If your director can be compromised this easily, what do you expect from your lower level employees? Keep in mind, a while back, they also hacked the phone of the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak. This is him in Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan apartment. I'll be going through all of the emails. You kind of have to extract them. Follow me if you want to find.
Is there anything juicy? I, it's not Kash Patel. Yeah, they've published his entire inbox, including mails on his home in India, private life, personal data, business dealings, and travel history. Kash in Cuba. Kash loves his cigars. Kash on the job. Kash loves doing crazy faces. Kash Patel has Indian bank accounts and a home in Baroda, India, and he is the director of the FBI. Kindly find the details for opening the NRE account. You can send the form to the below mentioned address. A reaction to the community note. As you can see, Kash Patel writes, thanks. We'll hopefully have this done over the weekend. When you are leaving Baroda, an NRE non-resident external account is a bank account for non-resident Indians. I didn't see the community note. It looks like it was removed. Justice Department officials confirmed to Reuters that Patel's email had been breached and said the material published online appeared to be authentic. The FBI did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The hackers did not immediately respond to messages.
Iran shocked the world by dumping FBI Director Kash Patel's personal emails, exposing humiliating details like Indian bank accounts and secret trips to Havana, Cuba, not for business, but for pleasure. But here's what the corporate media...
Okay. Yeah, like I showed earlier, the main thing that people are showing is his Xvideos account. There's a porn website where he has an account, and this is the name of the account, Spider Cash. But it doesn't look like anybody's really posted the history or anything from it.
We have some very concerning breaking news, and a pattern is beginning to emerge here. The Washington Post just broke a story about Donald Trump spending 5 minutes during his cabinet meeting yesterday boasting about negotiating $5 personalized markers. I have a minute or two of this interaction, but when the Washington Post reached out to the company that makes said markers, they said this conversation never happened. They said,
"Bro, Holy shit. I fucking called it, dude. I fucking called it, bro. Let me see if I can find that real quick. I called it. Why? Why do I have to confirm this every time? I'm a fucking human, I promise. Damn it. Yeah, it doesn't show up on Filmont. But yeah, the last time we went over to Trump when he was telling the story about the fact that, like, the guy from Sharpie said how much he loves him and that he'll give him anything and that he's done such a great job and that he'll give him everything for free, and Trump had to keep telling him, no, you don't have to do that. I appreciate you saying that, but you don't have to do that. And he's like, no, you've done so much for our country. I'll give you all of these Sharpies for free, please. I want to give them to you for free. I'll even put the White House on the Sharpie for you. And Trump goes, no, I want to pay for it. No, I want to pay for this. And that, like, the guy's like, am I really talking to the president? Wow, I can't believe this is such an honor that the president called me, and this is so great that please just let me give you the pens for free. I was like, yeah, I bet you anything in a couple of days it's gonna come out from Sharpie saying that this conversation never happened, and there you go.
That it makes said markers. They said this conversation never happened. They said this negotiation was completely fabricated. Nobody has any knowledge of what the president is talking about. This is 4 days after Donald Trump bragged about negotiations with Iran going so well that they agreed on 5 different points. And then Iran came out and said, whoa, we haven't been negotiating. This hasn't been happening. The reality is Trump was likely embellishing the success that we had with this deal, or lack thereof, and now he's doing the same thing here. So let's break this down. Make sure you drop a like. We're getting very, very close to 2 million subscribers. Honestly, an amazing record for Gen Z built media. I just want to say thank you to each and every single one of you. We are absolutely ripping it. Before I jump into this post, we have a new clip of Trump that just released of him getting asked a question, turning around.
Okay, hold on. I want to see this. Sharpie denies Trump's $5 pen tale. During a cabinet meeting, Donald Trump told a detailed story about negotiating $5 custom Sharpies to save taxpayers money. But Sharpie's manufacturer says it never happened. The anecdote, delivered amid discussions on serious policy matters, is being viewed as another example of Trump's penchant for embellishment. The company clarified that while Sharpies are used by presidents and public figures, it has no record of the conversation Trump described. During a March 26 cabinet meeting covering topics like the war in Iran and Federal Reserve renovations, Trump digressed into a 5-minute story about replacing the White House's $1,000 pens with $5 custom pens, Sharpies. He claimed to have personally called the company to request black and gold pens with the White House's logo, insisting on paying despite being offered them for free. He presented it as a business story, proving his thrift and ability to save taxpayers' money. Sharpie's parent company, Newell Brands, told the Washington Post and other outlets it had no information about the conversation Trump described. The company emphasized that Sharpies are used by presidents, celebrities, and athletes, but did not confirm any special deal with Trump. This directly contradicts his anecdote, which he told with pride and humor during the meeting. While the Sharpie story was relatively harmless compared to other falsehoods and attributed to Trump, it has been framed by some outlets as part of a broader pattern of embellishment. The humorous delivery and cabinet laughter may bolster his image among supporters as a charismatic storyteller, but repeated disputes over factual accuracy risk eroding trust among undecided voters. The moment also underscores how personal anecdotes can overshadow substantive policy discussions. Trump has been publicly associated with Sharpie markers before, notably in 2019, when he used one to alter a hurricane forecast map during his first term. That incident drew widespread attention and mockery, and his campaign later sold packs of Sharpie markers. These past episodes have kept the brand linked to his public persona. Caught again, Trump's new Sharpie tale joins a growing list of his debunked whoppers. At a cabinet meeting on Thursday, let's see, theoretically Trump's tale wasn't it, let's see. I'm trying to find, okay, there we go. Washington Post, Trump imagines negotiation with Sharpie marker for $5 signature pens. Fuck you! Hate my life. Yeah, the charismatic storyteller. He's like an old fart who doesn't know what's going on and just starts rambling about nothingness in the middle of important meetings where we're supposed to be learning about the war, we're supposed to be learning about what's going on, and he just starts going off about Sharpie pens for 5 minutes. It was wild. It was fucking wild. Like, 2 minutes in, I could not believe he was still talking about the pens. And then it kept going, and kept going, and kept going. It was insane.
Around and walking away, and then hearing it and coming back. Watch.
Because the country sent them out. When they saw open borders, every country throughout the world, they sent them into a country. And we don't want that, and that's what it's all about. Thank you.
Iran, sir. Iran. What's the latest with Iran, sir?
On Iran, they are being decimated. They are talking. We are talking now. They want to make a deal. Very simply, our military is the greatest in the world by far. Iran is being decimated. Thank you.
Listen, our military is stronger than Iran's. That is not the question here. But if Iran were decimated, as he says, then why isn't the Strait of Hormuz open? Why can't a single ship go?
Yes, if they were decimated, the war would be over. We would not still be bombing them. Like every time they come out and say they're decimated, the war's over, we pretty much already won. The next day they come out and they're like, we're about to launch more missiles into Iran today than any other day throughout this war. It's how the fuck do you guys keep going back and forth on this shit? Like, is today the biggest day of the war, or is the war already over? Like, which one is it? And then, yeah, now, like, on top of that, yes, the Strait of Hormuz not being open yet kind of says that they're not as decimated or helpless as they like to make them sound.
Through the Strait of Hormuz. How come the U.S. isn't even attempting to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz? It's because Iran is not decimated. Just because we took out their ancient air force from 50 years ago does not mean that they're decimated as a regime. The regime still stands and is still using asymmetric warfare. Let's watch this clip of Donald Trump just lying, and then wait for the kicker after. I want to show you what the actual company that manufactures these Sharpies said.
See this pen right here? This pen is an interesting example. It's the same thing. So this pen is very inexpensive, but it writes well. I like it. But I can't have the pen the way it was. You know what it is. I don't want to give too much publicity, but they do treat me well, Sharpie. So I came here, they have $1,000 pens. And you know, you hand pens out, you're signing and you hand them out, you're handing them to all these people. Sometimes you have 30, 40 people. And they were $1,000 a piece. Beautiful pen, ballpoint. 1,000, it was gold, silver, gorgeous. But I'm handing out to kids that don't even know what they're doing. What is this, Mommy? It's kids. They're getting a pen for $1,000. They have no idea what it is.
And I feel guilty because I'm like, you know, I'm by nature, I don't, you know, it's the government. I love the government like I love myself economically. I want to save money. So I'm saying this is crazy. And it had another problem. They didn't write well.
Bro said, I love the government like I love myself.
So I take it out and I sign and there's no ink. And I got all you people looking and you say, there must be something wrong with Trump. And I'm signing and there's no ink in the pen and it costs $1,000.
He's got you talking about pens. Troll level expert. What is your actual issue? That he's a liar? He's got you talking about pens. This is the dumbest fucking cope, dude. Imagine like Biden falls walking up the stairs and we're like, he's got you guys talking about him walking up the stairs, bro. He's troll level expert, dude. Oh man, he's got you guys talking about him tripping walking up the stairs again. Oh boy, you guys just got wrecked. How Biden looks bad tripping up the stairs? We talk about it and now we're the ones who look stupid? It's the same thing here. Donald Trump goes on a 5-minute fucking ranting nothingness statement about the pens. Turns out he lied about it and that this never happened. He just made up a whole story. And then we call him out for just sitting there like a nutcase, just ranting and rambling about how good he is at negotiations and that he was able to pull off the deal of a lifetime with these pens to save taxpayers money. And then it turns out the company comes out and they're like, that never happened. We don't know what the fuck he's talking about. And now we look stupid because we talk about it and we point it out. That's crazy, dude. That's wild, man. The level of cope you have to be huffing on, like that is some tier 1 grade copium to think that we look bad when the guy that you guys vote for, the convicted felon that you guys vote for, keeps lying about shit and keeps ruining the country, and then we look bad when we sit here going, we told you so. We told you so.
This one, I called the guy. I said, I'd like to use your pen, but I can't have a gray thing.
Felon? Yes, he is a convicted felon. He has 34 felonies on his record. Yes. Why do you say felon? Question mark. Laughing face. Are you unaware that he's a felon? Did you not know that he's a fucking felon? Do you not know that you guys support a felon? That you guys are kind of anti law and order? What was the crime? It was campaign finance fraud. It's campaign finance fraud. Wrong? No, I'm not wrong. That's what. Then the title of the crime was not campaign finance fraud. That's what it falls under. The type of crime falls under campaign finance fraud. The title of the crime was like misappropriating funds when and how they logged them. Who was harmed? What do you mean, who was harmed? The fraud was committed. What do you mean, who was harmed? Victim was nobody? I'm sorry. Why are you pivoting? Why are you acting like he's not a felon first? And then now you're admitting he's a felon. You just don't care because you don't care about crimes. You don't care about law and order. Okay, fine. You don't care about law and order. You're fine with people committing fraud and then voting for somebody who commits fraud. Fine. But before, you were acting like it's crazy to call him a felon when that's just the one that he was found guilty of. All of the other ones that he never even went to court for, because you guys voted him back in, he still had over 50 more charges of felonies that he never even went to court for. He's not a felon. He has felonies on his record. He was convicted of felonies. He is a felon. Yes. He is a felon. Like, yes, this is like saying somebody crosses the border illegally. Well, who was harmed? If they didn't kill anybody, then nobody was harmed, so it doesn't matter. Well, no, it does still matter. We still have standards for our border. You don't get to just cross the fucking border and then say, well, I didn't harm anybody, so it doesn't matter. No, it still matters. There still is a consequence there. But if your whole thing is, well, as long as nobody's harmed, it doesn't matter. Okay, well then, misdemeanor outside the statute of limitations? No, that was not the one that was outside the statute of limitations. There was a different one that was outside the statute of limitations. That was not outside of the statute of limitations. Why is he not in prison? Not a conviction? No, he did. He got convicted for it. He didn't go to prison because he won the presidency. Also, I mean, normally for white collar crime like that, you don't end up going to keyboard lawyer. Okay, so if I show you the court paperwork showing that he was found guilty of felonies, you'll take that back, yes? Because I followed this closely. I followed all of his cases very closely. He lost the case. He was convicted of felonies. He is a felon. This is cope? What part is cope? What do you think? What do you think cope means? I said he's a felon. You acted like he's not a felon. And now you're admitting he's a felon. And I'm coping? This is weird. This doesn't make any sense.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, you're on the Tom Foolery Show. How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
Doing well. Were you still watching the show, or did you move on and do something else?
No, I'm done. I'm done to talk.
Okay. All right. So did you have a disagreement with something that I said at the time, or?
Yeah, I'm pro-Trump, and I believe in the Iran war.
You believe in the Iran war. Why do you think we're at war?
I believe we're at war because Iran desires to produce nuclear weapons.
And that was the case in June of 2025. Donald Trump said that he decimated all of their nuclear energy at the time. And then in November, the IAEA came out and said that they still had it. Seems as though we wasted bunker busters back then. Because even the intelligence at the time, US intelligence, Trump's own intelligence, said that Iran had moved the uranium before it got bombed. And then Trump said, no, they're wrong. We got it, and it was decimated. But now we're back doing it again, going after the same exact uranium. He says it's decimated. So why are we still bombing them then?
Yeah, I mean, so you can't bomb out the clear desire of the Iranian regime to pursue nuclear weapons, like the engineering know-how, the scientists,
sure,
the supply chains and things like that. The material can obviously stay hidden, as you've indicated, but the primary issue with Iran is, from a geopolitical standpoint, we don't want them to have nuclear weapons, and that necessitates regime change. Like, I think we have to achieve regime change in Iran.
When they were part of the JCPOA, they agreed not to enrich uranium above 6%, above civilian grade enrichment levels. And they agreed to have audits from the IAEA, from the UN, and they were abiding by all of the terms that they agreed to. Why did Trump pull us out of that when that was the thing that was preventing them from getting a bomb?
Yeah, I mean, so the JCPOA, well, it didn't allow them to enrich to 6%. It was 3.67%. I've actually read the entire document.
I thought that I thought that they never enriched above 3.6%, but that they were allowed to go to 6%. Am I wrong on that? I could have sworn the JCPOA said that they could go to 6%, but that they never did.
I'm pretty sure it was 3.67%. And to their credit, they did stay below that. They did not go beyond that threshold while we were still in the arrangement. But it's neither here nor there. 3%, 6%, that's still within civilian range.
grade.
Really, even up to 20% can be used for like certain medical purposes. But there's a couple issues with the JCPOA that I think were a serious issue. Not that it wasn't, good to have a deal, but there were still serious problems with the agreement. So there were sunset clauses in the arrangement that allowed Iran to scale up their enrichment 10 to 15 years after the agreement was in place. So it wasn't a long-term solution to the issue. The infrastructure was preserved and was being built. So they had centrifuge knowledge, they had their nuclear scientists in place, facilities, even though they were limited. And then compliance was ultimately conditional on this, right? I mean, as soon as we left the deal, Iran rapidly enriched to 60%. 60% is beyond what is necessary for civilian use. So that indicates and proves that they retained or scaled out their ability to use their centrifuges to rapidly enrich. So you can argue, well, when they were in the JCPOA, they stayed within that threshold and didn't get a bomb. Yeah, but it doesn't change the fundamental reality that Iran is clearly moving towards a nuclear weapon, right? Because you don't enrich.
It does if they're not able to enrich and they agree to a deal that's beneficial for them. Like that's what any powerful country with like a lot of money and the know-how to do so, that's what they would do, especially if it's a country like Iran where we do have a lot of sanctions on the country and they want to be able to use something to negotiate to stop the sanctions. They want to start enriching uranium. So once Trump pulls us out of the JCPOA to where they're not getting the benefit of the JCPOA anymore, yes, they're going to turn around and start enriching uranium to get a deal similar to that. Now, I think that if they never get a deal and nobody ever backs off the sanctions, that they probably would go ahead and build a bomb. I think that they do want to build a bomb, and I think that they are like a danger, but I think that that's the benefit of the JCPOA, is that it stops them from building a bomb.
Yeah, but I mean, ultimately, you are ceding that the JCPOA, it doesn't prove peaceful intent. It proves that Iran was willing to temporarily limit its program while keeping the ability to restart it later, which ultimately it doesn't prevent them. And because of the sunset clauses, it was going to end anyway. And Iran was clearly just using this to buy time. As soon as the sunset clauses hit, they were going to enrich and get a bomb, probably.
Again, yes. So they're able to renew the deal. They're able, the deal ended in, JCPOA ended in 2025 with the ability to sign back on and extend it. And so the JCPOA is like the countries of their size, again, are going to want to have a bomb. Like that's just true in general. Countries that have the ability and the know-how are going to want to do it one way or the other. Obviously, I don't want them to.
That's not true. That's definitely not true. There's countries like South Korea. There's countries like Canada. There's a ton of countries out there that have the technical know-how, the ability to enrich uranium, the available resources to produce nuclear weapons that don't. And when you look at a country like South Korea, they import their uranium for their nuclear program. So it's not that if you have the capability, you automatically pursue a bomb. That's false. Only certain countries.
South Korea is part of the NPT. That is, again, they would do it. but they have relationships again with like Western nations to where they want to keep those relationships. Iran doesn't, and they're part of other unions that would want them to have one as well. But South Korea, again, like that's a totally different circumstance where they're part of the non-proliferation agreement, so they've already agreed to things that we've put in place to stop countries like them from building a bomb.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that if Iran was pursuing a strictly peaceful program of, enriching uranium for civilian use, then...
Wait, I agree, but I'm trying to clear up that, like, the disagreement. I'm saying that countries with the know-how and who are big enough would want to do this without some sort of incentivization to stop them from doing it. Iran being more of an ally with countries like China and Russia, North Korea, like, this is something that makes it to where, yes, they're more likely, especially with considering the fact that out of all those countries I just named, they're the only one who doesn't have one, that they would want to have one. But then especially on top of that, considering the fact that the United States and Israel have bombed them numerous times over the last decade, and that if they had a bomb, this would give them like a protection. It would stop the United States and Israel from being able to engage with them as directly.
Yeah, I mean, I would disagree with that characterization of it, right? So when you're looking at a country like Iran, what you're basically saying is that any country in a certain position that is not in some sort of formal arrangement is going to pursue a nuclear weapon, but that's not really true. Like South Africa had a nuclear weapon and they disabled them, and they're not in a part of NATO, right? And if Iran wants to join the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, they could do so. Or actually, I think they are a part of it. But I just don't understand how you're connecting these dots, that because Iran is a country of a certain size or a certain historical prestige, they have a right to have a nuclear weapon, or what's the argument?
First off, South Africa is like a massive
it's an outlier.
Anomaly. Yes, because they're the only country to ever just build nuclear weapons and then just get rid of them just cause outside of the NPT. So that is definitely an outlier. But the point is that I think like this is like a negotiation tool for them, and I see no possibility where the Trump administration actually gets rid of the entire regime that's currently there. I see that like no possibility of that happening. And even currently, Donald Trump is talking about the fact that all that matters to him is that they just agree to to not build a bomb. Well, that just means that he's going to come back to some sort of agreement similar to the JCPOA. He keeps saying that he wants 0% enrichment, but he's not getting rid of the regime that has desires to build a bomb, that is evil and wants to do horrible things. He's not getting rid of them, so they're still going to exist.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that is up in the air. Like, we don't really know the ultimate outcome of what the war is going to be. Obviously, this thing is in progress now. I think that the U.S. and Israel are hitting them pretty hard. I do think they need to extract that 60% enriched uranium. That's obviously going to be difficult, and I'm not privy to the, intelligence plans for how they're going to do that. I do believe there will be boots on the ground to get rid of that enriched uranium.
Sure, I mean, they have to do that some way, but that's not, I'm more so talking about the fact that the regime that you're saying, like the regime is the problem. The people who have a desire to have a bomb, they are the problem. Whereas I'm saying those people aren't going anywhere. Like, they're still going to be there in the end.
I don't know. I mean, you can say that, like, it's possible that you're right, but I would say that we can, topple regimes that are, more authoritarian in their structure. Regimes have collapsed in the past. You look at the Soviet Union, the Arab Spring. I would also say legitimacy inside Iran is weak and declining. There's been large protests over the years. I think the younger population is less ideologically aligned with the Iranian regime. I think the economic pressure with the sanctions, coupled with the threat and now reality of concrete military action, caused a lot of pressure on the regime. So I don't necessarily buy into the argument that toppling the regime is impossible. I think historically, regimes have fallen before. So I think with a sufficient amount of pressure, they can fall.
They can. I don't think that we have the will to do that, though. Like you were talking about a minute ago, that we would possibly put boots on the ground just to collect the uranium that they've already enriched. I agree with that. I don't think they're going to put boots on the ground to go fight in total. I think that the Iranian war has already been a massive loss for the Trump administration. It's very unpopular with the American people and even with Republicans. This has been something that has not been good for him. And the one thing that would like put this way over the line is boots on the ground. Like that is the one thing that would really, I know Trump has to say that he's always considering putting boots on the ground, because that's like, you can't tell, the enemy that you're never going to do something like that. But we all know he can't put boots on the ground, right? Like he cannot actually like send a bunch of troops into Iran.
I wouldn't. I mean, I don't know what the president's going to decide to do. I think he has the ability to do it. I don't know if he'll actually go through that. But my main point here is that Iran has shown themselves to be an unreliable force in the region. I think Saudi Arabia doesn't want them to have a bomb. Israel obviously doesn't. We don't. No one really does. And I think the JCPOA was just a Band-Aid on a problem that fundamentally necessitates regime change. And that's ultimately why I support the strikes on the Iranian regime. I think we have to get rid of the regime. I don't think there's any alternative. I think that Iran getting a nuclear weapon would be so catastrophic for the geopolitics in that region, really globally. We don't need another North Korea, especially a religiously driven North Korea, to have a nuclear weapon, like, period.
Okay, I'm sorry, just one second. Chat, felonies does not always come with jail time. It's right here on the screen. Sentenced January 10th, 2025, 34 felonies. I don't know why you guys are even arguing about this. He was sentenced. He wasn't given a fucking, Donald Trump was not given a penalty. So he wasn't given jail time. He wasn't given any sort of real penalty or anything like that. But the whole chat's like freaking out about this one thing real quick. So I'm sorry. I just had to address that. Not a felon. Okay, I don't know what you think a felon is if it's not somebody who's convicted and sentenced for felonies, but okay. Anyways, so if it turns out that he doesn't get rid of the regime and makes a deal and backs off, would you consider this a failure then?
Yes, 100%. If it ends up, well, it depends on what type of deal. If it's a deal with no enrichment, that would be a huge success.
Really? Like, what if it's a deal similar to the JCPOA, where they're able to enrich with...
That would be a failure, because then they would just scale out their centrifuges and rapidly enrich and get a nuclear bomb eventually.
Again, not if they're like... what makes you think that if they were abiding by the JCPOA when they were part of it, if you actually get a deal similar to the JCPOA and they're not enriching, why are you assuming that they would still enrich?
Because you're just waiting for someone radical in the regime to realize that within 1 week we could achieve a nuclear bomb if they have rapid enrichment capabilities.
Yes, but that's why the JCPOA accounted for that by releasing funds from that we had collected through sanctions over time, slowly over time. The longer that they abide by the agreement, the more they get their funds back, and the funds don't go directly to Iran, to where they're actually able to use these for military or for, uranium or anything like that. The funds go to, I think it was either Qatar or Oman. I think it was Qatar, where they then only allow Iran to use the funds for very specific types of humanitarian needs, and that's it. Like, this is why they have incentives for them to continue following the agreement.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're giving the Iranian regime way too much assumption of goodwill, right? So we know they've sponsored terrorism around the region.
Not just goodwill. They don't want to be bombed either. They don't want to die. They've Like, even in the past, when we killed Soleimani, they didn't turn around and kill a bunch of Americans. When we turned around and when we bombed them in June, they didn't turn around and kill a bunch of Americans. Like,
Yeah, but
they
Iran wants a nuclear weapon so that they cannot be attacked in the future. Right?
Correct, yeah.
That's the main goal of getting a nuke. So if they can postpone, right, getting bombed and risking regime change by making some sort of JCPOA-like agreement where, okay, well, we won't enrich now, but, you know, we reserve the right to later. And also the JCPOA wasn't a good deal. It had sunset clauses in there that allowed them to enrich later on. They would have, and I think it was 10 or 15 years. They were going to pursue a bomb later. Like, giving them the ability to enrich when you can import uranium and still have the civilian electricity you need, like South Korea does, like many other nations do, and acting like Iran has some divine right to enrich uranium. Like, what are we doing here? We're talking about a religious regime pursuing nuclear weapons, right? Imagine if the Pope was like, you know, this whole secular government system, it's not really working out for us, so I'm going to pursue nuclear weapons. And by the way, I'm going to annihilate these two states. Like, I don't want these couple countries to exist anymore. I'm going to pursue nuclear weapons. And then you come to me and say, well, how about you sign this agreement where you can only enrich to 3.67% for 10 years, and then after that, we'll let you adjust. If you don't sign this, we're probably going to blow you up. I'd be like, all right, I'll just sign this, wait until 15 years, wait until your democratic process changes till you get a weak leader, and then I'll immediately pursue nuclear weapons. I get them. I have a religious ideology to want to kill you, and then I execute on that plan.
But who is the weak leader? Literally every single person, like Donald Trump when he was running for president, kept saying that if Kamala Harris was elected, that we would go to war with Iran. Like, who is the weak leader? Donald Trump, he made the same threat about Biden, saying that if Biden was elected, we would go to war with Iran. Like, who is the weak leader that is unwilling to stop Iran?
The weak leader was the one who said we should have never been in the JCPOA to begin with. We should have set a...
they abided by the JCPOA while they were part of it. It wasn't until Trump pulled us out that they started enriching. Donald Trump could have renegotiated the JCPOA without pulling us out. He chose to pull us out, which gave them all of the fucking room in the world to just start enriching all willy-nilly. Like,
what I'm saying is Iran should be constrained. Here should be the deal we give to Iran. Zero enrichment. You will import enriched uranium if you want a civilian-based program. That is the only acceptable deal when you are dealing with a fundamentalist, fascist, religious ideology. Period. Why would we allow any enrichment? They can, even if, they were adhering to the JCPOA. Yeah, and you know what they were doing while they were in the JCPOA? They were scaling out their long-range ballistic missile program. They were rapidly expanding their centrifuges. Right? Why would you allow that and just throw it up to, well, they were adhering to the deal. Yeah, the deal was a bad deal. They were scaling out their program in preparation for when the deal sunset clause expired to then they would rapidly enrich. The only way to stop these people is with force. There is no other option. That's the thing you're not adding into your calculation here.
I am adding it in, but I'm saying that there's no reason to believe that they would do this outside of the fact that, like, they did things after we pulled out of the JCPOA. While they were in the JCPOA, we don't have any evidence that they were actually changing their centrifuges to be able to enrich to 60%. We know that after we pulled out of the JCPOA, they started making changes and then stopped abiding and stopped allowing the IAEA in to inspect. Like, during the time that they were in the JCPOA, the IAEA never said that they were building any other centrifuges. They said that they were doing this after we pulled out of the JCPOA.
So your argument is essentially that we could have maintained a JCPOA-like structure indefinitely and that Iran never would have pursued a nuclear weapon in the future?
As long as there were incentives. So again, like, there have to be incentives. They're not just going to sign a deal to say, oh yeah, sure, buddy, we just won't enrich uranium because you don't want us to. Like, no, there have to be incentives. There has to be something there to make them want to do this.
Why would they not agree to that? South Korea and a lot of other countries agree to that. They don't enrich.
Because South Korea actually wants to have a good relationship with the West. Iran does not. They don't give a fuck. Like, they would get in trouble if they had a good relationship with the U.S.
Okay, but here's the simple reality, right? We pulled out of the JCPOA. They immediately got to 60% enrichment, right? That demonstrates, right? You can't ramp up that fast unless the infrastructure, knowledge, and plan already existed. That's the part you're ignoring here. They were already planning to enrich, right? To act like, oh, well, when they were in the deal, they didn't enrich beyond this percent. Yeah, and they had plans, right? They immediately got to 60%, and then we took those centrifuges out. We knocked out those facilities. The truth is that the deal never eliminated their pathway to get a nuclear bomb. It only paused it, right? They kept the scientists, the facilities, the centrifuges.
Yes, of course.
And yeah, and also, if you weren't planning to build a nuclear bomb, why did you build your nuclear facility 70 meters underground? Just out of curiosity. Because all the other
no,
nuclear facilities
hold
are
on. I never said that they weren't trying to build a nuclear bomb. I never said they weren't trying to do that. That is not relevant to what we're talking about. I've said from the beginning that obviously it makes sense that they would want to build a bomb. I'm never arguing that they didn't want to build a bomb. I think that Iran is definitely an enemy. I think that we should stop them from having a bomb. I think that, like, if Donald Trump was actually like transparent about what's going on with this war, or why we're in it, or what the goals are, like, I might feel very differently about this. But I don't even know that the uranium is the reason that we're at war. I don't even know that is like the thing that there is a goal that actually says that we can now stop bombing Iran. I have no idea, because they've given different answers every single time they've been asked about this.
Yeah, again, I'm not saying I agree with every, element of how this war has been conducted, but the fundamental reality.
Sure, I'm defending myself, just saying that I don't think that Iran's a good guy, and I'm not arguing that they don't want to build a bomb. Like, that's not. I know leftists argue that bullshit. I'm not a leftist. I'm a liberal, and I'm like definitely against Iran.
Yeah, no, and I can appreciate that, but my main point is this, right? The only way to stop this regime, who clearly wants to get a nuclear bomb, is to kill them. You're not going to constrain them through some agreement that they can later violate, or are preparing underground to be able to rapidly enrich as soon as the agreement expires, or as soon as we pull out, right?
That's the point of the agreement. That's the whole point of the agreement, is that we think they're going to do this thing. I know, I'm saying the point of the agreement is, we think you want to do this thing. We think you will do this, that you have the means and the capability of doing this, right? So we want to make an agreement so that you don't. But then you keep arguing that, like, yeah, but if we didn't have the agreement, they would be doing this. Yes, I know, that's the point of the agreement. You don't make agreements with people that you don't think are going to do something. Like, you only make it with a state that is going to do the thing, of course.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that's not enough for our interest or the geopolitical stability of the region, right? What's enough is
so Donald Trump makes a deal with them, saying that they're not allowed to enrich uranium anymore, and
huge success.
What's that? But they still want to. Why is that a success?
I don't care if they want to, but there's a huge difference between wanting to build a nuclear bomb and actively having the scientists, facilities, enriched uranium, and everything in place, right? And if Iran's like, oh, well, we just want it, because but your argument that, well, Iran says they want a nuclear weapon. Well, that's not what the Iranian government says. They said, no, we don't want a nuclear weapon. We have no desire to pursue a nuclear weapon, despite.
Well, they've said both. They've said both. They've said that they do want it and that they don't want it. But this is just like you ask one senator from the U.S. something and another senator, they'll give you different answers. But the problem is that, like, when we're talking about the JCPOA and we talk about the fact that this is making it to where they're not doing this thing, you keep saying the problem is that they still want to do this thing, and that if they weren't in the JCPOA, they would be doing it. And then I say, okay, so with Trump's deal, what's the difference? And you just say that they're not doing it. Okay, that's the same thing with the JCPOA, is that they're not doing it. It's the same. It's the same thing.
Yeah, but the JCPOA is not a long-term solution here, man. Like, you have to understand that the ideology of the regime matters, right? The only
I don't think that they're ever going to agree to a 0% enrichment, and I don't think that Trump's going to go put boots on the ground.
Then our position will be, then we will be at war until you understand.
And so this turns into like a long-term war, or boots get put on the ground.
100%.
Okay.
You're gonna put our future, just to be clear on your position, you're gonna put our future, you're gonna allow a radical, fascist, religious dictatorship that has ideas of martyrdom and death, that wants to kill the infidel, et cetera, to achieve a nuclear weapon. And you're gonna base it on the hopes that they adhere to an agreement while they're expanding their knowledge capability underground. And you're gonna hope that they don't launch one of those nukes at us or at somebody else. Why would we do that?
No, that's why I voted for Democrats, is because these are people who are actually hard on Iran and were able to engage in diplomacy to get them to sign deals to where they weren't doing it, and we would have inspections to make sure that they weren't doing it. And as soon as they started doing it, even though they weren't allowing inspections, the IAEA still was able to come out and tell us that they had built new centrifuges, that they had still had been enriching uranium to 60%. They were still able to come out and give us this information, even without Iran letting them in and letting them do their inspections. So we're able to get the information when they stop the inspections. But the difference is that allowing us to get the inspections gives us a much more detailed picture of everything that's going on. We're not just assuming that they're good faith and assuming that they're going to do the right thing. We are like again putting in place all of the necessities to make sure that they are actually following the deal.
But to me, it's not about assuming. Like I don't. The inspections and all of that, to me, honestly, it's not enough. Like, we need to have a position of you will have zero capability to enrich uranium. Like, that is the only rational position here. And I really believe that.
I think that's completely irrational. There's no reason why they wouldn't be able to enrich uranium to civilian levels. There's no reason for that. That doesn't make sense.
There's 100% a reason. What are you talking about? Like,
why?
Having the ability to enrich uranium is not some divine right given to every country, right?
Sure, but that doesn't. When you have almost like 10% of your country running off uranium and likely going to expand, that there's no way that they're going to take a deal to where they're going to depend on another country to give them that uranium. There's no fucking shot they're ever going to agree to something like that.
Okay, well then we're at war. Like, it's really this is really the dividing line here. It's in my belief.
Hold on, but that I'm asking why wouldn't they be able to just enrich to 3.6%? Why not? Like, that doesn't, your answer was that they don't have a divine right. Sure, but there's no benefit to them agreeing not to do it. So like there have to be incentives there. When Donald Trump talks about being a great deal maker, there seems to be no incentive to them outside of the fact that they're going to get bombed. But when they are ideological radicals, they just get like placed up on a placard as a great, martyr for their country. They don't give a fuck if they die. That's not a threat to them.
Yeah, no, I understand your. So for starters, not every state is the same, right? So like France having a nuclear program is not the same as Iran having one, even if it's for civilian use, because you've already conceded that we know they want to bomb, right? So again, why would we allow them to enrich when they can import the uranium, all the uranium that they need from other countries that already enrich, which is, by the way, the standard procedure at this point. When South Korea wanted to pursue nuclear power, they imported the uranium from already existing facilities, right? So this has already been done. It's already been scaled out, this type of system, where if you want to have civilian nuclear power, you pursue that enriched uranium.
I'm sorry, well, you can't keep using people who like engage in a very different part of the world where like they want like alliances with a different part of the world as this example. Like even Israel didn't go through this process. Like the fact that like South Korea is the example that you keep going to, and we're talking about countries that are aligned with China and Russia and North Korea. This is you're better off using North Korea as an example than you are South Korea.
Yeah, and regardless, the point I'm making is that not all regimes are the same, not all ideologies are the same. There's a certain risk threshold. Look, enrichment is a critical step to getting a nuclear weapon, right? Mm-hmm. The same process that can be used for civilian fuel, right? The 3 to 5% or up to 20% for medical use can be used for weapon grades enrichment, right? Enrichment is not neutral. It is a gateway to nuclear weapons.
Has Iran had the capability of enriching above 60%?
Yeah, 100%. Iran already exceeded civilian levels when they went to 60%.
Why didn't they do it?
No, but you're still avoiding my question. If civilian programs do not require domestic enrichment, Why are they not just importing the enriched uranium from somewhere else, like many other countries, not just only South Korea, do? We would be glad to do that for them, by the way. If they said,
Because
look, we want
they want independence. As I said, they don't want to have to be dependent on another country.
That's fine, but we're not giving them that right. We're drawing the line in the sand.
Okay, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about why it would even be a problem for them to enrich it by themselves in the first place. Like why this would be the goal. 0% enrichment would be the goal when, like, as long as they're actually abiding by an agreement and they're actually allowing the IAEA or somebody to come in and do inspections. Like, there's no reason to even push for 0%. That is an unrealistic goal that says that, yes, we will continue war when we could have a realistic, rational goal that gets us to the same place without being unrealistic.
I understand your argument, right? That basically what you're saying is that 0% enrichment is not a necessary requirement, right? But here's the issue with that. Iran has already showed, they've already demonstrated that they are willing to.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking, why didn't they do it? Why didn't they do it?
They got to 60% enrichment. They pushed it really close, and then we took out the facilities.
Yes, but bro, they've had 60% enriched uranium for a while. Like, they could have built the bomb. And the United States even keeps saying that they're only 2 weeks away. They've been saying they're 2 weeks away for 2 years. Like, they could have done this already. I argue with leftists about this all the time, okay? And one of the things that they always say is that the only reason that they enriched to 60% in the first place is as a bargaining tool. They needed to do something to say, hey, we can build a fucking bomb, and if you guys don't put us back in the JCPOA, or you guys don't rejoin the JCPOA, or come to another deal similar to where we're able to get rid of these sanctions and get some of our money back, then we're gonna keep looking like we're building a bomb. I agree with that. I think that if they wanted to build a bomb, they would have fucking built the bomb. They would have done it already, but they didn't, because they want some realistic agreement. And it just seems as though Donald Trump doesn't know that, or is just not unwilling to engage in like a realistic deal.
Well, that's a completely like BS argument. The whole idea that they're using it as like a bargaining chip or whatever, right?
Then why didn't they do it? Why didn't they build the bomb?
We struck the facilities right after they got to 60%. What are you talking about?
Right
the
after
12-day war.
Right after. How long have they been saying that they have 60% uranium?
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it was right after that. But here's the point, right? You don't build irreversible capabilities like having a nuclear weapon for a temporary leverage situation in order to get sanction relief, right?
The first report of this that I can find is April 29th, 2021. We pulled out of the JCPOA in, I think, 2019. It was 2018. We pulled out of the JCPOA in 2018. And obviously, they immediately started building facilities to be able to enrich uranium to higher percentages. And the idea, again, is that, like Israel has been saying for a long time that they're building a bomb, that they're 2 weeks away from having it. The United States has been saying this for a while. But while they've been 2 weeks away for years, they didn't build the bomb. And I think that it is a threat for them to have a bomb. I think if they're trying to threaten by enriching uranium to 60%, it's working. We see that you're doing this. It looks like a threat, so we are acting as though it's a threat. When he initially went to use the bunker busters, if he had actually taken them out, if they actually had good intel, I would have agreed that that was a good plan and that this was fine. But they didn't, and since then they still have not built a bomb. When we're now almost a year from initially using the bunker busters, they still 2 weeks away, a year later, and still have not built a bomb.
Okay, no, Iran's delay does not show a lack of intent. It shows a deliberate.
Well, no, I'm not.
Strategy.
Hold on. I'm not saying that they wouldn't build a bomb.
Let me finish. No, let me finish.
Well, I don't want you to argue against something I'm not saying. I'm not saying that they're not going to build a bomb, that they never would. I'm saying they would rather a deal rather than build the bomb. But if they can't get a deal, they would build the fucking bomb.
So can you repeat that argument?
I'm saying that if they cannot get a deal, they will build a bomb. They would rather a deal. They would rather be able to get to not have sanctions on them. They would rather be able to get a lot of their money back. They would rather have, not be bombed by the United States and Israel. I think they would rather these things, but if they can't get that, they will build the bomb. 100%. I think they will.
Okay, so if they truly preferred a deal, which is what you're saying, why would they not give up the core pathway to getting a bomb? Why would they not agree to 0% enrichment?
Because that gives away all of their negotiation power. Like literally, they give up. As you are saying, when you're talking about something long term, if they just agree to something and then all of a sudden they get rid of all, let's say they have to get rid of all their centrifuges and everything. Well, whatever the United States gives up, let's say they say, hey, we will not sanction anything as far as like your military and, we will not sanction everything else except for your military, and you'll continue to get money through Qatar and all the rest, right? Well, the second that they get rid of all their centrifuges and all of their uranium and they're not able to enrich anymore, there's no reason for the United States to stick by the deal. There's no fucking reason. They can immediately back out.
There's two counter arguments to that, right? Russia was already supplying them enriched uranium for a civilian program. And under the JCPOA 2015 framework, Iran had external fuel arrangements. So they were clearly willing to have enriched uranium imported, but they drew a red line and said they want the ability to enrich, which implies that they want future leverage, which implies that they will or are going to pursue a bomb.
Wait,
right?
that's what wait, well, no. I just said that they would want the centrifuges for leverage. I just said that. They're like, yes, if they made a deal and didn't have any of these things anymore, they would lose leverage. Obviously, yes, they could get it from another nation like Russia or something like that, but that it is way more that they don't have as much leverage if they don't have their own centrifuges, right?
Okay, but Iran has
that,
no
yes.
right. I'm sorry, like nuclear leverage is not a legitimate right, dude. What part of this are you not understanding?
Hold on. I don't know why you keep moving the goalposts. That's not what we were talking about. We were talking about whether or not them having centrifuges necessarily means that they will build a bomb. That's what we're talking about. And it feels like every time we get to the point where like that's obviously not the case, you move back to like it's not a right. I never said it was a right. No country has a right to do this. It's about leverage. It's about what it is that you can do and what it is that you're able to get out of it.
Yeah, and we have the military and technical capability to remove that option from them. And what I'm saying is removing that option is a viable, moral, and just thing to do. These people should absolutely not be able to enrich, especially if they have an alternative civilian program, which they've already used partially, right? There's no reason for them to be able to enrich uranium, period. Why should we allow this? Why would we allow this if we have the military capability to stop it?
Okay,
why would we do that?
As I said, I don't think that they're going to be able to stop it. I don't think they're going to be able to get rid of the entire regime. I don't think that they're going to be able to stop everything completely. And it doesn't seem like they think that either, because if they could, they would have just done that instead of like trying to negotiate in the first place. They wouldn't have given a fuck about.
Well, let me make a more precise argument of what I'm saying. I appreciate your counter arguments and the dialogue we've had. My argument would be this. This war is justified because we should be willing to use force to stop this from happening. Like this might be one of the few wars that we've been in my lifetime where I am absolutely convinced we should try everything possible to stop them from getting a bomb. And if we fail on that, it is a massive failure. And we will pay a huge price long-term if they get a bomb. Make no mistakes about it. We will pay a massive price. They will use a nuclear weapon. They will launch one. I think that they are not like China. They're not like North Korea. They have an ideologically driven religious mindset about this. They must not be allowed to get a bomb. Like, I would say we should be doing, and to be honest with you, I would actually predict if they actually did.
I disagree with that. I don't think they would actually watch it. Like I said, they didn't kill Americans in the past. I think the whole point in them getting a bomb is because, like I said, when we killed Soleimani, they didn't kill Americans. Why? Because we're a fucking nuclear power. We're the United States. They cannot respond to us in kind. And so and especially because they're not a nuclear power. If they were a nuclear power, we wouldn't have fucking killed Soleimani. We wouldn't have gone in there with bunker busters. None of that fucking shit ever would have happened. Just having the bomb in and of itself is security for them. And so that's all they really want, is they want to have the bomb so that they are a nuclear power and they have security. Just like with Russia, we're not able to go and help Ukraine because fucking Russia's a nuclear power. We're not able to fuck with them the way that we can fuck with Iran. And so they need that bomb just to have security. But in the past, like I said, they aren't like just bombing, U.S. Facilities and shit all over the place. That's not how that has turned out so far. Like, I agree they're bad guys and that they shouldn't have a bomb, but I don't want them to have a bomb because I don't want them to have that security. That's the reason.
So here would be my counter to that, right? You can't assume like that deterrence is going to apply to this actor in particular, right? So assuming that they're going to maintain perfect rationality when we know that they are a religiously driven society that thrives on irrationality, right? When we know they're in a region where Saudi Arabia doesn't want them to have a bomb, so many other countries in the region don't want them to have a bomb, assuming that there's not going to be a miscalculation or something's going to go wrong there, when we could just take, it's going to be hard action. We are going to lose people throughout this process, but even a small probability of Iran getting a bomb, honestly, it's so unacceptable. I think that this might be the most moral war in my lifetime. I'm really saying that.
It's just it doesn't, like, I just don't feel like that engages with the argument that, like, if we look at the pattern of behavior from Iran over time, that they have chosen never to, like, actually directly engage with the United States in the way that the United States directly engages with them, and instead they go through the Houthis, or they go through other paramilitary groups that are going to attack Israel and the United States instead, which obviously they have been bombing Israel, and not Israel is a nuclear power, but they have not gone after the United States in the same manner, and seem terrified to do so. But if they were a nuclear power, the United States also just would not go after them in the same manner either. That again, like when we look at their responses to the United States killing them, their leaders, their people, it has not been a response in kind. They have not bombed the United States. They have not been bombing our military.
That's such a fallacious argument. Okay.
How so?
Iran's behavior does not guarantee that they're going to continue to use proxies only, right? Proxies are used because
I'm
Iran...
not talking about guarantee. I didn't say anything about that. I'm just saying that if we're coming to a conclusion, I have evidence for the conclusion I'm coming to. You don't seem to have evidence for yours outside of the fact that they're crazy Muslims.
Well, I mean, you agree they are crazy Muslims, right? That's pretty obvious.
Yes, okay, but I'm saying I have more evidence than that.
Well, I don't know if you do, right? So Iran's proxies are used because Iran lacks stronger deterrence. They're relying on proxies because it's asymmetric warfare. It allows them to maintain plausible deniability. The only reason they haven't engaged directly is because they don't have the type of power projection that like the U.S. or Israel has, right? The proxy strategy has severe limitations that Iran would like to get rid of. Like, Iran would love the ability to, wipe us off the map if they had the capability. They just don't have the capability yet. Evidence shows, right, in my opinion, that Iran will escalate directly into a wider conflict if they need to, right? I mean, look what they did when we bombed them. They aimed at 6 unrelated countries, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
That shows they're an irrational actor. A nuclear weapon.
Wait, no, that proves my point, bro. that proves my point that they're not directly engaging with the United States. They go after other countries that do have semi-relationships with the United States instead to make them hurt so that they go to the United States and say, hey, will you guys fucking quit it, please? That's what they're doing. But they are not directly going after the United States. That just furthers my point.
Okay, but well, I don't know if it's a neutral point, but okay. So if Iran is using proxies because they have to, not because they always will.
Correct.
Right? Giving them a stronger tool like a nuclear weapon fundamentally changes the strategy and the balance of power in the region in a way that we should not tolerate. Why would we risk
again, that's my argument. That's my argument. Again,
no,
I agree
my
with
argument
this.
is the only way to stop them from having a nuclear weapon is to allow either zero enrichment, and if they're not willing to agree to zero enrichment, then it's war. That's it.
Okay.
You seem to trust these people enough to adhere to an agreement. No,
I don't. I look at what evidence is actually available and the patterns of behavior that have actually existed, and we look at what it was that they did when they were actually part of the JCPOA. That is the evidence that we have as to how they would act under a deal that limits their capabilities. That is what we have. That is what we can look at. You're like jumping to this conclusion that they are going to get a bomb, which they could have already, and they didn't. And you're jumping to the conclusion that they once they get one, they'll use it, which again just doesn't seem to align with the way that they've acted in the past. And so I'm saying that yes, I can look at their patterns of behavior and say that this 0% enrichment is not only unnecessary but irrational, and that like we can look at just history to know that this doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Well, it's definitely not irrational, right? Because there's other states that actively have 0% enrichment and import the uranium from other states that already produce it. So if you want civilian enrichment, there's other states that already do that. They import the uranium from other places that already produce it. So it's definitely not irrational to say they could have civilian use. I would agree for
I can't keep doing this with the other countries. They are not other countries.
I would agree for a state that definitely wants to get a nuclear weapon and will probably use them. It would be irrational for sure. But the reason they didn't push beyond 60%, which by the way we already conceded is beyond civilian use, it wasn't for some vague. They definitely would have gone for the bomb. The only reason they didn't is because, to be honest with you, I really believe that if Iran went much beyond 60%, I believe Israel would have done a targeted nuclear strike, first strike.
Yes, no, you're true. Yes, bro, this is what I'm saying. It's like exactly all throughout this, there are incentives all around. There are incentives and disincentives, and that all of these things need to be taken into consideration as to what types of decisions they're going to make. And as their incentives are laid out in front of them, they seem to make obvious decisions based on what's available to them. That is exactly what I'm saying. And so yes, obviously, they're not just going to do it because they'll get fucking popped.
Let's set up a different incentive structure. Let's say I'm the president, right? I say, all right, Iran, we'll import as much enriched uranium as you need for your civilian nuclear policy. We'll lift all sanctions. We'll give you $100 billion to rebuild your country. We'll give each family of each killed person that we killed, civilian or military, we'll give their family $1 million to help them, recover from the trauma of that. We will integrate you in the global economy, and you will become a normalized country. Is that a fair deal?
No.
What? Really?
No.
So we're giving them all the enrichment that they need. We'll sign a peace deal promising we're not going to attack them as long as they don't enrich. We'll give them $100 billion to rebuild their country, lift all sanctions. That's not fair? Why?
So even like right now, they just fired off their first long-range missile, showing that they actually do have the capabilities of medium and long-range missiles.
That they developed under the JCPOA, by the way.
I don't know that that's true.
They were developing that while we were limiting their enrichment because they wanted the long-term ability to deliver the nuclear weapons.
Okay, well, we kept sanctions on their military during that, and we kept sanctions on them to make sure that they weren't able to continue.
Was irrational for them.
I'm saying, wait, irrational to them, or whether or not it's a good deal?
Yeah. Why is that? Is that a good deal?
No, and I'm explaining why. I'm
explaining
why
I
think
that's far more generous than what they're going to get. But
I think that well, it is far more generous, but I'm saying that I wouldn't want to normalize them in the global economy. I think that like still making sure that they're not able to grow their military and making sure that they're not able to continue investing in like long range missiles and shit like that is still a really important goal to have, and to keep sanctioning them in these areas. Like we need to be pretty harsh on the way that we regulate what it is, where their money goes. And so the last thing I want to do is normalize them in the global economy to where they're able to spend a lot more money on their military.
So you would argue for even like more restrictions?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But
I'll
not, be honest
not
with you,
0% enrichment.
Oh, so you want them to have the right to enrich?
Yeah, it's not that I want them to. Again, it comes down to like incentives and just what seems to make sense. And in this case, it makes sense that they would be able to enrich to civilian rates without going over 6% or 3.6%, whatever. But
it makes no sense for them
they
to
are
enrich.
limited.
We just demonstrated that they can import all the already enriched uranium that they need for their civilian program, like other states
I'm
do.
sorry, but that doesn't. They would be able to import fucking 80% enriched uranium as well. That doesn't.
No,
that
they
doesn't mean
wouldn't.
anything.
That's a crime. That's not allowed. If China and Russia have not given them nuclear capability for a reason, by the way.
Sorry, that's a crime under what?
I'm pretty sure the Non-Proliferation Treaty, you're not allowed to give weapons-grade enriched uranium. Pretty sure.
Didn't you just say that Russia was importing some
low
of their
enriched uranium? Low enriched.
Oh, what was it? Okay.
So
I thought
you
that they were importing
so what I'm saying
higher
is
rates early on.
No, not weapons grade enriched. So here's the argument I'm making you. If we offered Iran, look, we will give you all the enriched uranium that you need for civilian use, all of it, as much as you want. So you have all the enrichment you need for your own civilian population. We'll give you $100 billion, help rebuild your economy. We'll work out some deal on the long-range missiles. We understand you do have a right to defend yourself. You don't have a right to enrich nuclear weapons. Why is that not reasonable, though? Like, why is that a bad
again, I think that having harsher restrictions on them is going to require you to give them more things as well. That is like,
I'll
again,
give them a lot if they won't enrich uranium.
Well, again, just allowing them to enrich uranium to 6% seems to, or civilian level seems to be the entire like deal breaker right now. And so just allowing that, and again, then having inspections to make sure that they're actually abiding by the agreement makes it to where, yes, if they don't abide by the agreement, then they're going to get harsher sanctions. They'll likely get bombed again. They'll have people coming in. Like there are so many other things that you can do to make sure that this is a good deal.
You seem to be giving them the benefit of the doubt that they have some like right to enrich uranium. Again, like I'm
don't, bro. I don't know why you're doing this again. It's been like 4 times. I think we've gone over this. I don't know why you're doing.
No, but what
I'm
saying is why should we allow them to enrich at all? Why?
Because again, that seems to be the sticking point for them. That's what they want.
Yeah,
and again, from my understanding is that they want to continue to expanding, because like right now importing uranium when it's less than 10% of their country that's actually running off uranium, that makes sense. But if they're wanting to expand how much of their country is running off of nuclear power, they're not going to be able to just buy fucking uranium from everybody else forever. Like they're, especially as they grow and want to get to like 50-60%, if they're wanting to expand their nuclear power plants, that is just not a deal that they could possibly take in that scenario.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine that they're not, then it's war, right? So you have to understand from our perspective, right? Why don't we get a right in this?
Sorry,
so
we keep doing, listen, we're going in circles now. We keep doing this where you keep saying,
okay,
let me just summarize
my
I don't think they have a right.
And then I'll conclude. Let me just summarize my position and then I'll conclude. Okay? This is the most justified war that the United States has been in over 70 years. Allowing a fascist, religiously extremist regime to have the ability to enrich uranium on the assumption that they're going to adhere to some agreement indefinitely is foolish. Take out the ability to enrich uranium, and then we can normalize relations. You do not have a right to enrich uranium, and if you think that, oh, we have to capitulate to them on that, you're wrong, and the consequences will be catastrophic, mark my words. It was good to talk to you, man.
Yeah, you too. Appreciate you calling in. He keeps saying, like, off the assumption that they're going to abide by it. There is no assumption. There is no assumption. The deal is made. There are punishments if they don't abide by the deal. And then there are incentives if they do abide by the deal. That's how that fucking works. That's how the JCPOA went. And when they were in the JCPOA, or when the United States was part of the JCPOA, they abided by the agreement. And there were disincentives and incentives all the way around to make sure that they abided by it. That's how that works. But to say, like, oh, you just assume they're going to abide by the deal. I don't assume. I don't assume anything. That's why you have it all laid out in the fucking deal. They're like, yes, if you do this, if you break the deal, we will continue to do X. If you do abide by the deal, we will give you A. Like, that is how that fucking works. That's how the fucking JCPOA works. Yeah, for people who were in chat saying that Donald Trump was never sentenced for his felonies, you guys are actually too stupid to exist. Like, you're actually too dumb to have a conversation with. If you're gonna say, oh, well, if he was sentenced, he would have gone to prison. That's not how that works. That's not how that fucking works. Sorry, but you don't always go to prison for felonies. Like, you just don't. Sorry. Good ad hom? That's not an ad hom. An ad hom is where you replace an argument with an insult. I didn't replace an argument with an insult. I gave an argument and an insult. No ad hom. Jew being Jew? Are you Jewish? We're too stupid to exist isn't an ad hom. Correct. An ad hom is replacing an argument with an insult. It's not just an insult. An insult is not an ad hom. Okay, I saw somebody else was trying to call in.
My political and data sources are here tonight. And Harrington, I'm going to start with you since you were name checked by the president in recent.
Yeah, Donald Trump keeps running around saying that 100% of people are in favor of the war, and then he keeps saying that sometimes he says 100% of America is in favor of the war. Some of the people in this administration have said that 100% of Republicans are in favor of the war. Neither one of those things are true. Neither one of those things are true. It's 100% of MAGA GOP, which is a very select group of people. It's probably like 20% of the country. And I got polled today. First time, but I had a pollster call my house and ask me a bunch of questions about which direction I'm going to vote.
Days because of what you've been saying MAGA feels about this war. Obviously, you've been talking about people who are not part of MAGA as well. Can you give us a reality check of where the president does stand?
Yeah, I'll give you a reality check. Look, President Trump is quite popular with MAGA. MAGA very much enjoys this war. They very much love the president. But, of course, they are just a certain portion of the electorate. When you expand it out, the reality check is this. Donald Trump has never been more unpopular in his second term in office. What are we talking about? Well, let's just take a look here. Okay, this is Trump's disapproval rating, Fox News poll. You go back a year ago, look at this. He was...
So yeah, just to show ad hom of an argument or reaction directed against a person rather than the position they are maintaining. Rather than. So it's an insult instead of an argument. Whereas, yes, I didn't make an insult instead of an argument. I gave an insult and an argument. I gave both, not an ad hom. And then, yeah, in a way that is directed against a person rather than the position they are maintaining. What? That's fucking crazy.
Is at 51%, up like a rocket. Now, hello, we're talking about a term too high in his...
No argument, just an insult. You lose and lie. All right, how about this? Let's do this real quick. This will be real easy. All right, let's do this real fast. We're too stupid to exist isn't with is where you do abide by the deal. We will give you a yeah. For people who were in chat saying that Donald Trump was never sentenced for his felonies, you guys are actually too stupid to exist. Like, you're actually too dumb to have a conversation with. If you're gonna say, oh, well, if he was sentenced, he would have gone to prison. That's not how that works. That's not how that fucking works. Sorry, but you don't always go to prison for felonies. Like, oh, you don't always go to prison for felonies. Sorry. Oh shit. Damn. Well, we're gonna ban this guy. He said that I was a liar when he was lying. So, adios, amigos.
His disapproval rating, 59% according to Fox News. And I will note this, Caitlin Collins. It is not just the Fox News poll where Donald Trump is at all-time highs in terms of his disapproval ratings, all-time lows in terms of his approval rating. It is in the polling aggregate as well. It has been poll after poll after poll in which he's either at or near an all-time high in terms of his disapproval rating. Now, this, of course, is his overall disapproval rating. What about the war in Iran? How do Americans feel that Trump is handling that? Well, they don't like what's cooking. Look at this. Trump's disapproval rating on Iran. You see it right here. It is 64%. The American people are in disapproval on Donald Trump and Iran. You see this right here. 36%, just 36%, only a little more than a third. Only a little bit more than a third of Americans, according to Fox News, actually approve of the job that Donald Trump is doing in Iran. And I will just add this little nugget. The Fox News poll was one of the rare polls in which we had an even split early on in the war in terms of support and opposition. And now that support has plummeted. The opposition is up. It is very clear no matter which poll you look at.
Yeah, so this is why I was saying earlier, like the disapproval ratings of Donald Trump in the war already are insanely low. If all of a sudden we go and put boots on the ground or this war continues to extend, I mean, selfishly, it's going to be very beneficial for Democrats. This has already been very beneficial for Democrats. When it came to Obama, Obama was able to get a deal done. Obama was able to negotiate. Obama was a real deal maker, you know? He's the guy who actually understands the art of the deal. But Donald Trump, not able to get a deal done, and is even for the few deals he actually made during his administration, he's getting sued for a lot of those because he used illegal tariffs to coerce businesses into taking those deals. So he's getting sued on a lot of them because, yeah, he's just not able to make real deals. I maintain that Chatter's positions aren't, I maintain the position Chatter's opinions aren't real unless they VC. Yeah. That's definitely a common belief from a lot of people, is that they're not willing to engage with a chatter unless they jump in the VC. The problem is that I think that a lot of these people in MAGA they really believe the things that they say, but I think that they're too cowardly to actually engage with another man and like have a one-on-one interaction. And I think that a lot of them, even if they really believe these things, they're just too fucking scared. And so I don't think that I can depend on them actually jumping on and debating me when a lot of them just engage in nothing but fatherless behavior all the time. It's sad.
That the American people are not with Donald Trump when it comes to Iran, even if the MAGA base is.
So yeah, they keep trying to make it sound like this is a popular war, that
one of the
Republicans are on their side and Americans are on their side, but this has been a war that has done nothing but help Democrats. Donald Trump's entire presidency has helped Democrats. Democrats have been winning at very high rates since Donald Trump took office, and this war is coming at a perfect time, right before the midterms. Could not be better. Donald Trump has sent a very clear message to Americans that Republicans have absolutely no idea what they're doing. And this isn't just for Donald Trump and his presidency, but this is also for congressmen and senators, House members and senators, where they also don't seem to know what they're doing and aren't capable of getting any legislation passed. I mean, they've had the majority in the House and the Senate, and what have they gotten passed? The big beautiful bill? Is that it? That's it? You got the majority in the House and the Senate? How much did Biden have passed at this point? Let's see. How many major All right. As of April 2025, in his second term, President Trump has signed 5 major laws, making this one of the least legislatively productive starts since 1953. Holy shit. With a heavy focus on using the Congressional Review Act to overturn previous regulations. Instead of major legislative packages, the administration has relied heavily on over 200 executive actions, memoranda, and proclamations to advance policy on immigration, energy, and government structure, particularly in the first 100 days. And you know, this is what Donald Trump did in his first administration, right? And everybody, well, all the Republicans cheered him on, and they were so happy. Oh, Donald Trump, he just signs a piece of paper and he gets it done. And then Biden came in and just signed another piece of paper, and it was gone. Adios, amigos. Later. Sayonara, suckers. That was it. Just signed another piece of paper and it was gone. And then let's see. During his first 2 years in office, the 117th Congress from January 2021 to January 2023, President Joe Biden signed 362 public laws. While the total number of bills was lower than some of his predecessors, historians and analysts often consider this period one of the most legislatively productive in decades due to his significant scope of funding of several landmark acts. Now, you think, well, yeah, Democrats had the majority in the House and the Senate. Yeah, that's why we actually get shit done. It's because Democrats are people who actually get shit done. And this was especially effective for the economy, bringing down inflation and, doing the important things rather than focusing on, doing a big show out in the streets with ICE to try to look like you're this big bad fucking dictator to everybody. Like, no, they were actually doing important shit. Now let's see. While many Republican legislators frequently criticize Joe Biden's policies and as partisan, several did offer compliments or positive feedback regarding specific bipartisan efforts during his first 2 years. These compliments often centered on his willingness to include them in discussions or on the successful passage of major collaborative legislation. And this is why Republicans were the minority. Joe Biden was still meeting with Republicans and including what it was that they wanted in legislation. He didn't have to do anything they wanted. He didn't have to include them. But Joe Biden's just a real American. He's a real deal maker. He's somebody who really knows what he's doing. And so Joe Biden consistently invited Republicans into his office and sat down with them and listened to what it was that they wanted. And even though they had no power, they had no ability to stop him from passing legislation that didn't include anything that they wanted, he still did it. He still did it. He still included them. Infrastructure collaboration. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell praised Biden for signing the bipartisan infrastructure law, calling it a triumph of common sense, and noting that even in partisan times, leaders should look for things they can agree on. Supply chain discussion. In February 2021, senior Texas Republican Senator John Cornyn and Republican Michael McCall called a White House meeting with Biden very refreshing and very positive, praising the president for including them in discussions on national security and supply chain issues. Senate functionality. During the announcement of the infrastructure deal, Senator Mitt Romney remarked that the collaboration proved America works, the Senate works, and we can work together. Personal character. Even while criticizing his policies, Senator Susan Collins offered a tribute to Biden's long career, stating, "While Joe Biden changed Washington, Washington never changed him." Damn. Damn.
If you can't admire Joe Biden as a person, then it's probably you got a problem. You need to do some self-evaluation, because what's not to like? Here's what I can tell you, that life can change just like that. Don't take it for granted. Don't take relationships for granted. I called him after Bo died, and he basically said, well, Bo was my soul. We've talked for a long time. He came to my ceremony and said some of the most incredibly heartfelt things that anybody could ever say to me. And he's the nicest person I think I've ever met in politics.
Is that right?
He is as good a man as God ever created. And we don't agree on much. But I think he's been dealt a really gut blow. I think he focuses on what he's got to do, not what he lost. His heart's been ripped out, but he's going to make sure that the other members of his family is well taken care of. And he started talking about his grandkids. More worried about them than anything.
Yeah. Lindsey Graham, Republican. You can't respect Joe Biden. There's not a man that you can respect. Donald Trump. Shit, there is not a person in the fucking world who's being honest who would say that about him. Not a person on earth who could be honest and say that shit. I mean, this is what Republicans look like right now. This is Republicans on the fucking internet right now. This is the fucking clowns that they look like. This is them.
Hello, Beta Cuck. Loser nigger Brad. Wow, you just keep on coming back, don't you? My Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna let you goon to me because that's absolutely disgusting. But of course, please keep paying me, okay? Because people like me who say their truth online don't ever get monetization on any social media platform. So even though I have a huge Instagram, Twitter, I don't make any money off of it. So I might as well take your freaking loser cuck money. Am I right or am I right?
The Republicans don't get any monetization. You go check. The Republicans happen to be some of the biggest accounts on almost every platform. They are the biggest fucking accounts. While they all run around whining and crying about every little thing like they're victims, they are also the biggest accounts. Oh, we're shadow banned. Oh, they're stopping us from getting our message out. Oh, we can't get monetized. While you're sitting here saying the N-word with a hard fucking R, you're also whining and crying that you don't have monetization. Give me a fucking break.
Anyways, you are a nigger. I was gonna say stupid nigger, but obviously that's redundant. And
like, this is the state of Republican politics.
With reaction, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, she declassified this report yesterday, has many more details. You know, I have this creation of the Russia hoax that you put out on X, that you posted on X, and I'll put it up as you're speaking here. What is amazing to me is I've gone through this.
Every time she posts shit, she ends up debunking herself. Every fucking time. Every time she puts out something saying, this is how we know that Obama's engaged in a Russian hoax, she ends up putting out shit that disproves her. Every single time. I'm sure it'll be the same thing this time.
Cache of documents you've released is they concluded just the opposite. They concluded there was no problem. And then all of it, that was the rank and file. These were career people in the intel community. They gave honest assessments. Then all of a sudden it ends up in the hands of the leadership, the deep state as we call them, and what happened to it? Can you explain what the process and what these documents reveal?
Yeah, thank you so much, Sean.
Tom, did you see Destiny speak with Adam Kinzinger? I don't know who that is. Who is Destiny?
And this is such an important issue, and I just want to start by saying that this is an issue that is important to every single one of us as Americans. This is not a partisan issue. It has to do with the integrity and the strength of our democratic republic. And it lays out this over 100 documents that you're referencing that I released, declassified.
Dems were the ones who didn't want blacks to vote, have jobs, own property. It was for segregation. Yeah, you're racist, Dems. Yeah? Were those people conservatives or were they liberals? What do you think? What do you think, buddy? Were they conservatives and Christians, or do you think they were liberals? Which one? What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet? The party that you vote for is not an ideology. Being a Democrat or a Republican, that's not an ideology. So you pointing to the Democrats and saying, the Democrats did this. Well, Democrat is not an ideology. But you know what is? Being Christian and being a conservative. And those people are Christian conservatives.
And released spells out in great detail exactly what happens when you have some of the most powerful people in our country directly leading at the helm, President Obama and his senior-most national security cabinet, James Comey, John Brennan, James Clapper, and Susan Rice and others, essentially making a very intentional decision to create this manufactured, politicized piece of intelligence with the objective of subverting the will of the American people, who in November of 2016 delivered a historic victory to President Trump, defeating Hillary Clinton. And President Obama and his team, their goal was to essentially not accept the decision of the American people and to use this manufactured, politicized intelligence as a means to enact what would become essentially a years-long coup against President Trump. You have gone into great detail over these years of what the effects of this.
Dems were the... Why? Are you a bot? Do you hear what I'm saying, Mad Rush? I just responded to what you said, and then you just pretty much typed out the same exact thing again. You just repeated yourself. I just made it clear argument to make, to show you that your argument doesn't mean anything. It's totally a meaningless statement. And then you repeated it. They're obviously a bot. We're gonna give them a chance. We're gonna see if they're able to engage or respond. They're bot maxing? Whoa! Bot maxing? Don't let them bot log. Fucking jester. Jester's in here. It is not, it's factual and right. Mad Rush, I'm gonna give you one more chance. Can you respond to what I said that disproved what you said? Can you respond to that?
Document and this decision have resulted in. Obviously, a years-long Mueller investigation that cost taxpayers almost $40 million, 2 congressional impeachments, endless smears and attacks against not only President Trump, but his family. He had senior members of his team who were investigated, some arrested and jailed. We had heightened and increased tensions between the United States and Russia. The list goes on and on about the consequences of President Obama and his senior cabinet members politicizing intelligence once again, and I say these words very clearly, to enact what was essentially a years-long coup, subverting the will of the American people.
What did I say? You just repeated your argument that I already argued against. So last chance, you type one more time and it's not an engagement with what I said, I'm just gonna ban you because you seem, I'm pretty sure you're a bot. You don't seem to even know what I'm saying right now.
In that election in November. Now you referenced this.
Okay, so where is this? Let's find this. Creation of the Russia hoax. As of July 2025, Tulsi Gabbard serving as the director. Oh, okay. This is them just passing around the same exact thing that they already did. Okay, this was the same thing that already got debunked. As of July 2025, Tulsi Gabbard serving as the director of national intelligence in the Trump administration initiated a major campaign to declassify documents aimed at proving the investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 election, often termed the Russian hoax or Russiagate by Donald Trump, was manufactured conspiracy by the Obama administration. Gabbard alleges that former President Barack Obama and his national security team orchestrated a years-long coup. There's no evidence that Obama was involved whatsoever. You're saying everything I mentioned wasn't true. No, I gave an argument for how you know it's not true. I didn't just say it's not true. I think your AI bot is breaking. It doesn't seem to be grasping the totality of my statements right now. It needs to be able to take in a bit more context because it just thinks I just said it's not true. No, I gave a full argument that kind of proves it's not true. Or that not that it's not true. Again, like what you're stating, that Democrats were the party of the KKK. Sure, yeah, that's true. But not that, my point is that it doesn't matter, and that you're more aligned with the KKK than current day Democrats. That was the argument, but you're not engaging with that. You're continuing to just repeat yourself because you don't know anything about it, apparently. Gabbard alleges former President Barack Obama and his national security team orchestrated a years-long coup to undermine Trump by manipulating intelligence, claiming they pushed a narrative they knew was false to delegitimize his 2016 victory. Declassification of documents. In July of 2025, DNI Gabbard released a 44-page review and additional intelligence documents alleging what officials in the Obama administration manufactured evidence of Russian collusion to hurt Trump. Whistleblower claims Gabbard highlighted accounts from an intelligence community whistleblower who alleged that senior officials, including then DNI James Clapper and CIA Director John Brennan, pressured staff to include discredited information in the January 2017 intelligence community assessment. Manufactured intelligence documents released by Gabbard's office argue that the intelligence community in late 2016 actually assessed that Russia was probably not trying to influence the election by using cyber means. They claim this was suppressed in favor of a narrative that blamed Russia for hacking the Democratic National Committee. Criminal referrals, Gabbard called for the prosecution of Obama-era officials, claiming she possessed irrefutable evidence of a treasonous conspiracy. Context and criticism. Contradicting previous findings, Gabbard's claims run counter to multiple investigations, including the 2020 Bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee report and the 2019 Mueller report, which confirmed that Russia did intervene in the 2016 election to support Trump. Critics and some former intelligence officials argue that Gabbard is conflating different issues, such as the hacking of voting machines versus cyber influence operations, and using a 2020 Republican staff report to refrain from established facts. A spokesperson for Barack Obama described the allegations as bizarre and a weak attempt at distraction. Former CIA officials have accused Gabbard of lying about the intelligence to serve political purposes, noting that the 2017 assessment was based on sound analysis. Gabbard's actions are part of a broad, long-term effort by the Trump administration to discredit the 2016 to 2019 Russian investigation. Crazy. Crazy. I just can't trust someone that switches parties, then instantly joins the opposing cabinet just to parrot the original conspiracy claims. Yup. Yep. You got and this is consistent within the Republican Party. You go look at the Republican Party in 2016 where they're all talking about talking crap about Donald Trump, saying he's a wannabe dictator, comparing him to Hitler, calling him a Nazi, calling him a racist, and then all of a sudden they're all his best friends. All of those people who said all of those things are now his best friends. The same thing with people like RFK, Tulsi Gabbard, all of these people who are very critical of Trump, who called him all of these names. The Republicans run around talking about Democrats saying these things. Not Democrats, it's the people who are part of the Trump administration right now. People like J.D. Vance.
Call from
Brian.
To accept, press.
Hello, Brian. You're on the Tom Foolery Show. How's it going?
I'm good, man. How are you this morning?
Doing well. What can I do for you?
Well, I was wondering what you thought about immigration undermining our country.
In what way?
Basically, immigrants are counted in the census, and the number of house seats are allocated based on the population. So my thought is that if illegal immigrants are being encouraged to come in, that's one side making the game unfair, so to speak, and actually undermining our Constitution.
Well, the Constitution actually requires that immigrants are counted in the census.
And I understand, but
wait, but you just said that it undermines the Constitution, but it sounds like you want to undermine the Constitution and not count immigrants.
No, I do want to count them. I just don't want people to exploit that. I believe the system's being exploited in order to gain more House seats.
Who's exploiting it?
I think Democrats.
Okay, how many more seats have they gained from this exploitation?
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, you look at there's a lot of gerrymandering on the. Not that this is the same exact issue, but the Democrats, just like Republicans, both gerrymander. But this is
not just like Republicans. No, not just like Republicans.
Well, how come Massachusetts voted like 42% for Trump, but they have 0 House seats?
What did you just say?
So, in the election,
oh, you're saying
Trump,
Republicans have 0 House seats, not Massachusetts.
Correct. Correct. Yeah.
It's a bit of a different issue. Like the so when you go look at like who's gained seats because of illegal immigrants, it seems to be about even. That both Republicans and Democrats have gained about the same seats because of illegal immigrants being there. It doesn't seem as though it's benefited anybody. On top of that, we know that long term, immigrants are very conservative people. So the people who may immigrant here, they care a lot about immigration. Those people, if they could vote, would likely vote for Democrats, but most of them never vote in their lifetime. But their kids who are born here often vote for Republican, and then their kids are voting Republican at a very high rate, which is what Democrats always said, is that over time, like bringing in Latino immigrants is going to just benefit Republicans. If they think that we're doing it to benefit ourselves, there just is no benefit to us. It is that we just actually believe in what it is we say we believe in, and that there is no electoral benefit.
Well, I'm not talking about the legal ones that are voting, because I think that's okay. That's what we want. It's the ones that aren't a part of our process that affect the House seats. Like it's not about voting, because that's not really.
Wait, but that's why I just said that the Republicans and the Democrats seem to it ends up being like an even. It seems to even out in seats gained by both Republicans and the Democrats.
Well, I think if you look at, I think.
And then my argument went past that to say that anybody electorally, it ends up benefiting Republicans in the long term.
You think in the long term it benefits Republicans to have immigrants?
Yeah, that's what I just explained. Is that the fact that second and third generation immigrants vote Republican at fairly high rates. First generation wouldn't, but first generation rarely vote in the first place. Some do, but they rarely do. And so even in the last election, Donald Trump had 45% of Latino people voting for him. Like 45%, bro. And the longer that this goes on, the longer that these people are in the country, the more and more they're going to continue voting conservative.
So how come you think the Democrats want it? How come you think the powers that be on the left are supporting that?
Because they just actually believe in the things they say they believe in. They've never argued we want immigrants to come in because it'll be beneficial to us electorally. They've never argued this. They've been pretty clear that they actually think that it's beneficial to our country to allow immigrants in, which all studies seem to agree with. And then that it's like when it comes to things like asylum claims or refugee claims, that this is actually just a humanitarian necessity.
So again, you're saying immigration, but there's illegal immigration is different.
Yeah, illegal immigration. I don't think Democrats want illegal immigration, though.
How come Biden didn't enforce the border?
In what way did he not enforce the border?
Well, when I compare the flow of illegal migration across the border between the Trump administration and the Biden administration, it's radically different, simply because Trump decided to enforce the laws and use the executive branch to execute, the law. And
so they did. So Biden has the record for most deportations in a 4-year period. There was an influx of immigration under him, for sure. And there was an influx of illegal immigration under him, definitely. But he seemed to be doing what he could to try to deal with it. It wasn't as though he allowed it or that he wanted it. They even tried passing legislation through the House and the Senate to try to curb immigration even more, and it was the Republicans who didn't vote for it. So it was, and they were very clear on it. Donald Trump posted on Truth Social saying that he didn't want the Republicans to vote for it because he didn't want it to be dealt with yet. And then he was able to run on immigration and fearmonger about it for a year because they didn't get the bill passed.
Well, how come you think Trump could do it and Biden couldn't? If they both wanted to do it and Trump accomplished it, does that mean Trump is more competent?
Well, we just went over the fact that Donald Trump has had the least effective and efficient administration in passing legislation since the early 1950s. That Biden was one of the most efficient and effective presidents in getting legislation passed. And so Donald Trump has been writing executive orders and setting records in executive orders written that can just be undone by the next president that comes in. He's not actually doing much. He's just writing executive orders to do things that are very, they're not permanent. He's not doing anything that's a real systemic change. Whereas, like if the next person comes in and they just undo it, well, then they're able to fearmonger on it again, right? They're not trying to do anything that's a long-term fix, whereas Democrats were. Democrats were trying to get a long-term fix to this.
To immigration?
Yeah, so the major things that they were trying to do is they wanted more funding for border enforcement. They were going to get more CBP officers at the border. And they were also trying to put more money into having judges at the border so that they could go through asylum cases a lot faster, which the majority of those people end up getting rejected and kicked out. And so if you're like, if they're not having to sit here and wait for 5 to 10 years to get processed, and instead it's like 6 months to a year, well, then it's a lot faster and you're able to get these people in and out real quick and move on. But
so do you think,
those were just two of the things, but there were a lot more in there that were even more beneficial as well.
So we have one thing we agree on, I'm sure, is that legal immigration, the process is too cumbersome and difficult. It's too difficult for people to become American citizens. I get that, and I think everyone generally agrees. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with having high standards, but that's a separate
citizenship issue. Citizenship is like a little bit different. But I think the process for like getting the visa, getting the green card, getting asylum, getting refugee status, like those things are things that I think are a little bit too hard. Whereas like becoming a citizen should be a fairly long process to go through.
It's not hard. It just takes a lot of time, and with time, it takes a lot of money, and it's difficult for people to do.
Yes, the money is definitely a big obstacle.
Now, here's the thing: we're focusing on processing people who are doing it the wrong way, not doing it the right way, and we're treating them with the same kind of focus, where the people that are doing it legally have to essentially wait longer, because the resources of the department that should be focusing on them are also focusing on processing illegal immigrants or people who have done it the wrong way. And I think we, in the country that's the best country and the strongest hegemony in the world, there ought to be at least some basic standards, and that the first act, liberty and justice. Yes, you're free, but at the same time, there's justice. And if you break our law coming in, that's not how you start a relationship, by breaking our law. We have a right way to do it. So we should not focus on them. We should enforce the border, but we should expand. And I think, I don't know if it should be harder, but I think English should be required. A certain level of English, being able, operational English, not just, repeating a sentence. Like, I think that all that matters.
I mean, I don't have a problem with like them having standards for people to speak English and things like that. I don't. Yeah. But
I mean, a lot of people would say that that's bigoted.
No, I mean, I think like in order for somebody to live in a country, it's generally good for them to be able to communicate with other people and be able to, like, in order to work jobs or anything. Like, it's generally a good thing. I don't know that they would have to be able to speak English just in order to get into the country and get a visa or something like that. But if they wanted to come in and work or go to school or something and learn English over time, to where eventually, yeah, if they eventually apply for citizenship, then sure.
Yeah. I have a friend named Nassim who's Iranian, and she became an American citizen, and we were helping her study for it, and it was like a 15-question questionnaire, like who's the 16th president of the United States, and who did we win our freedom from in the founding of our country, things like this. And I thought, I was actually impressed with it. Like, I think that's nice. But it's, it can go a lot deeper. I think that's nice for like 1970, 1980. Now I think we can measure whether people have an American heart, and I think there's a big difference. There's a can-do spirit, and there's a independent nature to our American culture. And I think we risk, when we have not our American population, natural born, whether that's, several generations reproducing, we're a very young country, and we're still forming an identity. And I think, too fast, too quick is not good. And too slow is not good either. We want people coming in. But
yeah, there's a pretty standard. There's pretty standard like percentages that most countries look at, like about anywhere from like 15 to 20% is considered like a healthy amount of immigration. Once you get up to like 25-30% is when you can start to have some like cultural problems and cohesion issues, social distrust, problems with language and like religion. There starts to be like issues around those points, but we don't ever seem to get near that. Whereas like there's parts, the problem is that like that's not the case for the entire United States, but it can be the problem sometimes in specific cities. So like when there was the whole thing about like the Haitians eating the cats and dogs, right? That was a whole thing that was happening in Springfield, Ohio. And Springfield, Ohio actually did have a mass amount of immigration going there. So earlier when I was talking about the bipartisan immigration bill that the Biden administration was trying to get passed, one of the things that was part of the bill is that they were trying to like have plans on where people could go within the country so that they weren't like packing into a single place. Ohio actually had like specific problems, or Springfield had specific problems with the property values getting too high to where the people who already lived there weren't able to stay anymore because all the houses were bought up by Haitians that were moving in. And so it made it to where things became untenable for them. And so part of the bill is that, yes, like if you want to come into the United States on a visa or something, there's going to be specific cities that want immigration because they don't have enough workers or because they don't have enough, of this or that. And so they're going to say like, yes, you can go to one of these cities in the country that actually want you and where you'll actually be beneficial. Like there's ways to deal with these things, and that's some of the stuff that the Biden administration was trying to do.
Interesting. Yeah, and but that at the same time that does limit in American citizens' freedom of movement, does it not? Like if let's say Minnesota really wants X amount of people, they come in. Person wants to go to Florida. Is that okay for them to kind of do it under false pretenses? You know what I mean?
Well, they're not a citizen though. That's the thing though. They're not citizens. They're coming, like I said, they're going to come in on like a work visa or something like that, and so they're not citizens. Yeah.
I gotcha. Yeah, you're very sensible. You don't like Trump, right?
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, one of the things that he ran on was that he was okay with legal immigration, that he was not okay with illegal immigration, and that his whole thing was that he wanted to come in and he wanted to stop people from coming into the country illegally, and that he wanted people to just do it the right way. But now he's been taking away status from people who came in the right way. The majority of people who have been deported are people who came in legally and are now getting kicked out of the country because he took away their status. Like, these are
Why would he do that?
Totally.
What's the justification for it, do you think?
I think he has Biden derangement syndrome.
No, I'm saying for the arresting of the people. Like, why?
Well, I'm saying that, yes, I think that they're because these people came in under Biden and had like legal immigration status. He just doesn't like Biden, and so therefore he's just going to take away their status. And
whose status? Like, how are they finding these people? Like,
what do you mean find these people? So they'll take like a program that exists for people to come into the country from countries that are war torn or have like, some sort of stipulant that made it to where they were able to qualify for immigration on like the CBP-1 app. And Donald Trump ran complaining against the CBP-1 app. And so all of the people who qualified for refugee status under the CBP-1 app, Donald Trump took away their status, which was millions of people, and that made all of these people illegal.
I see. Well, did he give them warning to leave? Like, did he give them time to like pack up and leave?
Yeah, sure. I would assume so, but
I think that's fair.
But I get that part is fair. I think that it's I think one, it disincentivizes people to come into the country if they're given a promise from a past administration, and then the next administration doesn't want to live up to this promise. The people who come into the country the right way now are actually tracked. We actually know where they are. They have to check in. They have to fill out documentation telling us exactly where they live and everything. These people are actually tracked. It kind of tells them, you know what, I would have been better off just trying to come in illegally, because then they wouldn't know where I was or who I was or anything, and I might have been able to sail a bit more easily. Like that, it seems to disincentivize doing things the right way.
What disincentivizes it?
Just like dismantling programs that were supposed to be a bit more long term.
Well, how would it disincentivize it? Like, they would just say what? Like, they're going to get kicked out for what reason? Like, just like
as I just said, if you come into the country under a specific program and you actually like come in legally, you have to tell them who you are, where you're staying, how much income you have, like you have to like regularly check in with the government and give them all of your information consistently, to where if they decide, okay, well, we want you gone, they know exactly who you are, where you are, what you do, like they know everything about you. Somebody who comes in illegally, they're not tracked. They don't know that, they don't even know that they're here. So it's it kind of.
So why do it in the first place? Why even sign up for it? Just do it without paperwork, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's really tough to do anything without an ID, and
yeah.
How do you get an ID? I mean, I guess people make them up. They're fake, I guess, but yeah. Well, Americans did vote for Trump, and then I just wish there was some kind of, and I think it'll be nice. It'll be nice to see where we go as a country after Trump, because I do like Trump. I voted for him a couple times. But it'll be nice to see, maybe someone like an Obama that can kind of at least give people, everyone, both sides, a good feeling in some kind of way.
Well, I mean, again, Biden set a record in deportations in a 4-year period. Obama has the record for deportations in an 8-year period. It seems pretty obvious that Democrats are not in favor of illegal immigrants coming into the country. There just happened to be, because of the circumstances that Biden was under, he happened to have just a very large influx of immigrants coming in. It would be kind of like if I look at the immigrants that came in under Biden and then compared it to Trump, it would almost be like me looking at the amount of people who got COVID under Trump versus Biden, and then being like, look, way less people got COVID under Biden, so like he seems to be a lot much better at dealing with this. Like, no, Donald Trump was dealing with a very different circumstance to where he couldn't help this. He didn't do anything to incentivize these people to come in. But if anybody incentivized the people to come over the border, I would say it's the Republicans who decided to randomly start telling everybody that there were open borders before the influx of immigrants even started. They started saying there's open borders. The Biden administration is letting everybody in. So then all of a sudden they're telling the whole fucking world, hey, you guys can just come over and get in and it's easy and you can just flood over illegally. Well, once there's such an influx, so many people, they literally had their detainment facilities at the border full for the second, for almost a whole 2 years because they were catching so many people trying to come over the border illegally, to where they end up setting a record for deportations because so many people are trying to flood over the border illegally. So they did have about 1.7 illegal immigrants that came over the border during the Biden administration. That is a very high number, but they were also catching and deporting in an even higher amount.
Do we know the deportation? Like, because it just seems strange because when you think about, like, I think the big contention right now is ICE and how aggressive and how massive the amount and scale of deportations is. And I just can't square that. If Biden did more deportations, then what's the fuss about ICE?
Well, so one, as I just discussed, I was talking about the fact that they're getting rid of people who came in legally, one. Two, the Trump administration started off by signing a bill, or signing in what the act, the IAEA, the Alien Enemies Act, right? And this is obviously a wartime act. We're not at war, but they kept using the word invasion so they could try to make it sound like there's this war that's happening and we're being invaded. And then he can use the IAEA to deport all of these people. And then he ends up deporting a ton of people and putting them in CCOT. CCOT, like obviously a well-known torture camp where they do not treat people humanely. You're putting them in a third country and you're putting them in prison. When Biden administration deported people, they didn't put them in a fucking prison, in a torture camp. They didn't do that. But on top of that, by far the majority of the people who were in CCOT from the Trump administration didn't have a criminal record. Over 75% of them did not have a criminal record at all. And then even the small amount who did, the majority of them weren't felonies. They didn't. It was only like 2% of them that actually had like serious violent crimes or anything like that. So you're putting people in these very like dangerous prisons in a country they're not from, and lots of them weren't even illegal immigrants. Truly, there's tons of them that we can name, that we can go over, that weren't illegal immigrants. There's the example of Abrego Garcia when they found out that they deported somebody illegally to a country that they weren't allowed to deport them to, when they were told by the courts and the Supreme Court that they had to facilitate his return. They refused and they said, no, we're not going to do it. Like, this is an administration that people just did not trust to follow the law and to do things the right way.
So what now? What's the plans, do you think, for the Democrats?
I mean, currently they've been winning elections like an insanely high rate since Trump got into office. It looks Donald Trump is setting records for low approval ratings, and it seems like we're going to win the midterms, and then hopefully we'll win the next presidency as well.
We'll see. You know, it does seem to ebb and flow, like and I do think that's a part of the power of America, is the fact that we can choose between a binary. I think, it'd be nice. I mean, I think it's the best option we got, because like a system that, let's say there was like instead of two parties, like 5 or 6 parties, potentially there's like one party that has like 20%, 10% support of the country and actually winning. So I think this system is
I'm sorry,
the
hold on.
best we got.
Did I say the IAEA?
I don't know. I don't even know.
I thought I said the AEA. Did I say the IEA?
I don't know either.
Or the IAEA? I was talking about the Alien Enemies Act, but it is somebody in chat.
I don't know.
If I said the IAEA, that's my bad. I meant the Alien Enemies Act. My fault.
Jeez, sharp audience.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I got to get to bed. It's good talking with you. Smart guy.
Well, I mean, I wanted to ask before you go, like you came in talking about, that you think that immigration is like affecting our country. It seems to be a big negative for our country. Do you still think that? Do you still think that this is like a huge consequence for Americans?
I do, because it's the big cities that get the most power and they get the most seats.
Again, that's not true. It seems to be pretty even among Republicans and Democrats on who's getting
I'm
seats.
saying it's based on population. So a city gets the majority of immigrants, and the cities are generally Democrat.
Wait, I'm talking about illegal immigrants. There's tons of studies showing that it seems as though illegal immigrants benefit both Republicans and Democrats when it comes to seats in the House. That it benefits both evenly. That there isn't like a benefit for Democrats nor Republicans. It seems to be even currently.
And it shouldn't affect it at all. That's the thing. Like, illegal immigrants shouldn't be used as a weapon to manipulate whatever side it is. Let's say, I think the parties seem to trade turns as to when they're. I mean, I just saw a recent montage of Democrats all kind of sounding like modern day Republicans. So it seems like they swap positions kind of here and there, and it's interesting. We do need to have borders. We need to have enforcement. And, when you say that they're legal, I think in the eyes of a lot of people, that process wasn't legal. I don't remember the details of the CBP One app, but I remember seeing it, being convinced of it, and, saying, okay, moving on, just like everything else,
It seemed to be illegal based on the courts. The courts didn't think that it was illegal. It was for refugee status. The people who came in under the CBP One app, they had to apply through the app. Then the government went through a vetting process to make sure that they were actually, that their claims were true and that they were actually being prosecuted or under duress in some way. The CBP One app was them just applying, and then if they got approved, then they had the person who applied, the refugee, then had to pay for their own transportation to get to the United States, and then just like meet a border patrol agent at the port of entry. There was nothing illegal about it. There was the standard process. They just used an app to allow people to apply instead of, I don't know, going to an embassy or something.
You think it was like abused?
But I have no evidence that it was abused, no.
Well, why do you think they opposed it?
Who's they?
Was what?
Who's they? The Republicans?
Yeah.
Because I think that they had like a plan to fearmonger about immigrants, and that they were taking every chance to use immigration against the Biden administration. Again, they literally made up a whole theory about open borders before the influx of immigration even started. Like, You can go back and find like tons of papers debunking the idea that there were open borders coming from Republicans at the time, and then later you see more and more papers saying, okay, well now there is like a huge influx of immigration coming in, but it was so much at once that yes, it was overpowering for the Democrats. But the point is that they were finding reasons to be upset with every little thing that the Democrats did at the time. Like even inflation, they whined and cried about inflation, trying to blame Biden for the inflation. Donald Trump to this day still tries to blame Biden for the inflation. He tries to blame Biden for the Ukraine war happening. Like
he spent $1.4 trillion in one freaking bill became law. $1.4 trillion. I mean, that seems crazy to me.
Wait, what bill?
Kind of money. Oh, Biden passed one huge bill that was I think it was $1.4 trillion.
The infrastructure bill?
Yeah, whatever. I'm not sure the name of it.
That was a bipartisan bill.
I don't know. Spending. Let's see here.
Yeah, 1.2 trillion. The bipartisan infrastructure law bill, or Infrastructure Investment in Jobs Act, signed in November 2021, is a $1.2 trillion investment, which included $550 billion in new federal investment for infrastructure projects over 5 years, according to the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. The funding is aimed at repairing roads, upgrading bridges, improving public transit, expanding rail services, and enhancing broadband access, says the House Committee on Budgets.gov. So this was a bipartisan bill. Mitch McConnell was praising Joe Biden for doing this in a bipartisan manner, even though Republicans at the time were a minority in the House and the Senate. Democrats could have just rammed this down their throats, but Joe Biden instead chose to include all of the things that they wanted and all of their concerns, and then Republicans praised Joe Biden for including them in all of this.
Yeah. 39 rhinos on the take.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, but this is like the Donald Trump is the most partisan president we've had in my lifetime, and Joe Biden came in after Donald Trump's first term, where Donald Trump was extremely partisan. Then you have Joe Biden, who's willing to include Republicans who don't have any power, and then Donald Trump comes right back and then does the same exact thing to Democrats again, and just completely ignores them, completely tries to railroad them at every chance. Like this is what Democrats do. Democrats are like the adults in the room. They're trying to be responsible. They're trying to engage in real democracy. And Republicans are just trying to make up stories to fearmonger everybody into voting for them over and over.
I just fear the things I hear from Democrats, like expanding the Supreme Court, and
the Democrats could have done that and they didn't. That what happened instead is that Republicans refused to allow Obama to get his vote through. They refused to confirm his nomination for the Supreme Court, and then Donald Trump got 3 fucking picks and now has a 4-3 supermajority in the Supreme Court. Obama could have gotten 1 fucking pick and it would be 4-5, and instead it's 6-3 now, and the Democrats, after they got that supermajority, after Republicans got the supermajority, Democrats would have been totally fucking justified if they had expanded the courts at that point because of what the Republicans did to Obama, and they still didn't do it. They had the majority in the House and the Senate, and they still did not do it.
Well, you need a lot more than that to expand the Supreme Court. You need
I mean, you said that there's 37 rhinos, so why not?
Well, let's see. Let's do the math. So, I don't know. So 220. Let's see here. 250. So 250 versus 171. Is that whatever that math is? I don't know.
Well, I mean, the you would need more in the Senate. I don't think the House would matter as much. It would be in the Senate that you would need 60 votes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not in favor of that. To me, that's like aggressive. That seems to me to be more.
I'm not either. That's what I'm saying. Democrats didn't do it though. Democrats didn't try to expand the courts. They didn't do it. They, even when they would have been justified in doing so, they still didn't do it. They didn't even try.
To. The point is that they want to. And the Republicans don't. I don't like it. That's what's.
I'm sorry, but the Republicans essentially did the same thing by blocking Obama's vote. They essentially did the same thing. There isn't a huge difference.
I didn't like that either. You know, I liked Obama, and I didn't like when Republicans did that.
Sure, I that's fine, but you're like, when we're talking about what it is the Republicans are doing and the dishonest ways that they're doing it, your rebuttal is Democrats want to expand the courts when Republicans end up essentially doing the same thing in the outcome by making it to where they now have a supermajority in the Supreme Court. And I understand you can say, well, I didn't like that either. Sure, but that's not stopping you from voting Republican. That's not stopping your support for the Republicans.
No.
But it seems but your fear of Democrats doing it when they didn't, Republicans did and Democrats didn't, but your fear of Democrats doing it is stopping you from voting Democrat.
When did Republicans do it?
I'm saying they essentially did the same thing in outcome by stopping Obama's pick from going through.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
I understand you don't like it. I'm just saying that the point is that they essentially ended up with the same thing.
I think at the advisement and consent of the Senate, and they didn't want to do it. They didn't want to give their consent, right? Isn't that how that broke down?
Yes, they didn't. They refused to vote on the nomination because they said that it was too late in Obama's presidency, that he was 6 months out from leaving the presidency. And so, yeah, they said that it was too late and that he shouldn't be allowed to do it in the last 6 months. And then they allowed Donald Trump to do it in the last 6 months for his third pick.
That's not. Was it in his last 6 months, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Third one. Yeah. Well, it seems to be neither party seems to be nice to the other.
I'm sorry, but that, again, I just went over all the bipartisan things that the Obama administration did and how bipartisan they were throughout that. And then your fear of them possibly expanding the courts when they never even tried to. Well, but I'm talking about Biden right now. The Biden administration, you keep using a fear of them possibly expanding the courts when they didn't even try to do it. But then the Republicans actually stopping Obama from getting his pick through and then giving Trump 3. This, your fear of Democrats doing something somehow is more important than the Republicans doing it in effect.
No, it was the stuff during COVID, I think,
what stuff?
Well, I think promoting mail-in voting, during that time, it felt like a strategy to gain votes. As soon as COVID happened and the Democratic machine got into scaring people, I think the side that is marketed more and seen more as being pro-science, and it was. I don't think Trump handled it very well. Although when you've got a country of tens of millions of people that really believe a narrative that's. I mean, you could.
I don't know what you think Democrats did that was anti-science. what they did aligned with the science.
Well, my thing with Democrats and science is that they don't acknowledge that a unique life is created at conception, new DNA is created. And
But that's not science, that's philosophy. Like they'll acknowledge, they'll acknowledge life is there, a type of life. They'll acknowledge that. They don't call it a person. They don't give it personhood. Whether or not something has rights. Like a dog is a life. That doesn't mean that it has rights or personhood. So that is the philosophy part, is whether or not they actually agree with that. I'm pro-life. I agree that it's like it's something that I think should have personhood at conception, but it doesn't I don't strawman the Democrats into acting like they hold different positions than what they actually hold. That is a philosophical question as to whether or not, so when something has rights and what rights it has.
Yeah, I mean, it's a human, and I don't think we get to decide what is or not human. I think, we know.
We don't. Is your dog human?
No.
Why do you get to decide that?
Well, not a human? It's not about...
Yeah, you just said that we don't get to decide what is or isn't. You just said we don't get to decide what is or isn't human.
Oh, I misspoke.
What does or doesn't have personhood, I guess?
Yeah. Well, if it's a human, as long as it falls under human, if it's...
Sure, but even as far as personhood goes, like there's a sliding scale there. Like a 5-year-old has personhood, but it doesn't have the same personhood as like a 40-year-old man, right? They don't have all the same rights. They don't have the same freedoms. Sure, but again, there's a sliding scale there. And so whether or not like how many, well, no, not for me. Again, I am pro-life, but I'm saying that there is a sliding scale one way or the other. A 5-year-old is not the same as a 40-year-old. They don't have the same agency. They don't have the same ability to make decisions. They don't have the same rights. They can't vote. They can't buy cigarettes. They can't buy alcohol. They can't drive a car. They can't they can't get a bank account. There's a lot of things that they can't do because we take away some of their personhood, some of their agency while they're younger, because we don't think of them as the same as a 40-year-old. Whereas like that's the same here, where Democrats will, or people who are pro-choice will add a bit more of a sliding scale there. Whereas I take the position where I say I'm pro-life, I take the position that what I call legal consistency, where because it seems as though we'll say somebody is dead when they no longer have a heartbeat or brain function, like they're no longer alive at that point, that a fetus would be alive at the point that it has like a heartbeat and brain function, and that therefore it would be around like 14 weeks when you shouldn't be allowed to have an abortion anymore, that would be considered a living human being at that point, and therefore ought to have personhood around, about 14 to 15 weeks.
So what if let's just say, for example, you think, you decide a time, or the doctor, or, with the best of our ability as human beings, we decide, okay, this is the moment that life starts. It's, week, whatever, 13, you know what I mean? Like in 2 days and 30, 13 hours and whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's just say we set that time and you're wrong.
Wrong about what?
About the timing. So, for example, if it's,
when they have a heartbeat and brain function?
No, about when it becomes a person.
Wait, there is no objective marker. Again, there is no objective marker. We're talking about, like, it's all philosophical. You can't be right or wrong. It is subjective.
Of course there's
like black people.
There's an objective marker.
Black people, no, there's not. Black people were not persons
DNA.
for a long time. No,
DNA.
but you're claiming that personhood is based on DNA. Who put you in charge of what makes one a person? Who put you in charge? Who said that the objective marker for being a person is DNA? That's human. That's not person. Personhood is separate.
But that's the evidence that we have that a new life has been created, because that code determines what that person's height's going to be, generally, as long as, environmental factors, eye color, feature, bone development, sexual development, all that stuff is coded in there, and it happens and I think we agree, if you're a pro-life person, at the moment of conception, meaning, when, in my opinion, it's when the first cellular division takes place, when the sperm meets the egg. And
yes, but wait. You just said, hold on. You just said, in your opinion, right? When we're talking about being a human and personhood, these are separate things. Right. Personhood means like one who is worthy of moral dignity and rights, right? Like that is a person. That's personhood. So a personhood is not the same as being a human. A person is about rights and like whether or not you're supposed to treat them with the same moral standards as other people, right? Whereas a human is about DNA. That is DNA. So when we're talking about personhood, there is no objective marker.
For personhood. Well, it is if you accept the formation of DNA.
Hold on. That's human. Human is DNA. Human is a species. Person is not a species. Person is a philosophical marker.
You don't get to decide who a person is. That's created by God.
Wait, hold on. I'm giving you a distinction in the terminology to tell you that when we're talking about personhood, we are not discussing who is or is not human. So when you say DNA, we all agree on the DNA part. We're saying that when we're talking about DNA, we're using the word human to communicate the DNA aspect, that this is a human species. Right. But a person is one when we're just talking about rights, not DNA.
So I think I understand what you're saying. Now, let's just say there's people and there's humans. I don't agree, but just for the sake of argument, let's just say, now, do all humans deserve human rights?
To an extent, sure.
To the extent that they don't get killed?
To an extent, sure. Like Donald Trump's administration has killed a bunch of people in Iran.
Let's not change the subject. These are humans.
No, I'm not. Hold on, I didn't change the subject. They have killed a bunch of humans in Iran.
We're talking about abortion.
Hold on. You're drawing moral lines here pertaining to human rights. When I said, you said, are all humans deserving of human rights? And I said, to an extent. And you said, well, they all deserve to like not be killed. And I said, well, Donald Trump's killed a bunch of humans. Like we're saying that it is to an extent.
Whataboutism?
There are circumstances. No, it's not. No, it's not whataboutism. I'm drawing lines. I'm not. I'm trying to explain it to you. I promise you, I'm not running away. I'm directly engaging with what it is. I understand, but with what you just said about human rights, I'm trying to say that when I say to a certain point that, or depending, that I'm saying that like obviously Donald Trump killing people in Iran, we would say that they're human. We would say that they have human rights, but like, do we turn around and all of a sudden say that like this is totally unjust and Donald Trump can never kill people for any reason because they have human rights? Well, no, of course not. Like it's to an extent. Right. There's circumstances where we would draw different lines based on what's happening.
That's true. That's absolutely true. And with abortion, unfortunately, the vast majority of these are based on personal convenience or financial gain. And I think it's disgusting. Other than, I think, the life of the mother, or things like ectopic pregnancies.
Sure, again, I'm sorry. I'm pro-life. I don't want to sit here and defend pro-choice arguments. I'm making the distinction between the way that you view their arguments and what it is that's actually like what they actually believe.
You and I agree on a lot of this, and I'm more of an abolitionist, but in any case, how could you vote for Biden who, I mean, this is a very big thing where if you're pro-life, then you acknowledge that there's lots of lives, the most lives being lost. And it seems to be that Republicans are against it, and by them being against it, they're defending the murder of millions of babies. And
so there are other things that I will like value in different ways. As we were talking about earlier, there's a sliding scale of personhood. The way that like we rank things, I do think that somebody who has who is already alive, and there's like I do have like a higher value to those people than one who is unborn. And so while I am pro-life, it's not going to stop me from voting for Democrats who I think can obviously make my life better and make the lives of everybody else who's alive better, and make it to where less people are likely to die, or where more people can get health care, or where more people who are even pregnant and want to keep their babies have better access to medicine and checkups, and that like women are able to take better care of themselves because I voted for Democrats, versus this one issue, which is, again, is an important issue, but I rank the totality of the good things that Democrats can do for Americans over that one thing, where I don't think Democrats are making a huge difference in that area either.
Yeah, no, you're very well thought out. You and I disagree, but I definitely respect.
Well, I mean,
your
like
viewpoint.
I was just saying, like I voted for Joe Biden in the last election. There were no major differences to abortion rights, or being pro-life or pro-choice. There wasn't anything that he did that changed anything in that area. So.
Anyway, I got to get to bed, but good talking with you here.
You too.
Good one.
All right, have a good one. Josh, buddy. Abortion was socially engineered by eugenists. The earliest documented evidence of induced abortion dates back to ancient Egypt, with methods recorded in the Ebers Papyrus around 1550 BC, while ancient Chinese folklore suggests earlier use of mercury by Emperor Shennong. Egypt is widely cited for the first written medical records of abortion techniques. Abortion wasn't like the insistence of eugenics. It's Planned Parenthood maybe, but ancient Egypt did not practice eugenics in the way that the term is understood today. In fact, historical evidence suggests that ancient Egypt societies were remarkably inclusive and accepting of people with physical differences and disabilities, often viewing them as having divine attributes. Unlike some ancient cultures that practice infanticide or marginalization, such as the Spartans, Egypt largely integrated disabled individuals into society. Physical differences such as dwarfism were often seen as a blessing or a divine attribute bestowed by the gods.
Tonight, the Iran-backed militant group, the Houthis, in Yemen entered the widening conflict. They launched an unsuccessful missile attack on Israel. 2,500 American Marines arrived in the region today. They're on board with the USS Tripoli, along with 2,500 sailors. CBS's Holly Williams is in Tel Aviv with more on that part of the story. Holly.
Good evening, Jerika. We have more American casualties in a war that's now a month old. 10 American service members were injured yesterday by an Iranian strike on a base in Saudi Arabia, according to U.S. officials. 2 of them very seriously.
They are negotiating. They're begging to make a deal.
President Trump repeated his claim last night that Iran's leaders are eager to negotiate an end to the war. But Iran has said it's rejected an American ceasefire plan and won't negotiate. Even as the country's pummeled by American and Israeli airstrikes, Iran's leaders are wielding an economic weapon that gives them bargaining power. With strikes and the threat of mines, Iran has effectively paralyzed traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, which normally carries around 20% of the world's oil. It's sent energy prices soaring and piled pressure on Trump to end the war. If the president can't reach a deal with Iran, he could stop the war unilaterally. But that would leave the Iranian regime with around 1,000 pounds of uranium enriched to 60% and the ability to rebuild its nuclear and missile programs.
We are not going to give it up, not going to give we don't have a flexibility here.
Retired General Yaakov Amadror is Israel's former national security advisor.
President Trump is under a lot of pressure to end the war. If the war ends soon, will that be too soon from Israel's perspective?
If the enriched uranium will not be taken out in the agreement that will be reached between the Americans and the Iranians, the answer is yes.
Jerika, Germany's foreign minister said that he expects representatives from Iran and the US to meet for face-to-face talks in Pakistan in the very near future.
Dude, I ordered a case of fucking Red Bull. And I got one. And I was double checking to make sure that I didn't order one. And it says 1X Red Bull energy drink cans, 8.4 fluid ounces times 12 count. This is one 8.4 fluid ounce can. Now, I was afraid this was going to happen because I paid $6, $6.29. That's what it said. But it 100% said that I was buying a case. It has a picture of a case on there and a so I thought, okay, if they bring me one can, at least I'll have one for the night, but I'll be able to get a refund on it because it's obviously not what they offered. Wait, what the fuck? Fuck. I accidentally backed out of the W scam. Well, it's not. It's. I don't think I'm scamming them. They're not scamming me. I think they just made a mistake with their picture and the title, or they made a mistake with the pricing, because even for one can, $6.29, that's a fucking lot, dude. Like, 1 8-ounce Red Bull can. Yeah, it's normally $2.50, $1.39. Like, that's about, normally it's like $3 to $4, so even $2.50 or $1.39 is pretty cheap, but what is this? Yeah, 8.4 ounce, $8.21. Sheesh, dude. Sheesh. But anyways, like yeah, this is $11 for a 2-pack. Like, the $6 is still a lot for one can, but it's also definitely not the amount that you would pay for a 12-pack either. So
some of your fellow Democrats have called Israel's actions in Gaza genocide. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that's becoming one of those new litmus tests that we said we would never do as a party again. It's trying to throw out a word, and are you going to raise your hand or are you not going to? I understand that Israel was hit with a terrorist attack, the likes of which it had never seen, and it has been through a lot, and that it deserves the right to defend itself and to eradicate that terrorist organization. I believe that it could have been done without a lot of the suffering, but I put a lot of that blame also on Donald Trump. If he'd have said, we are coming in and we are bringing food and aid and you're going to make sure that we're safe, it would have happened.
But given that, I mean, back to the AIPAC question, should Democrats be taking money from AIPAC?
I think that's up to each and every Democrat, and they can own who they take money from or who they don't. In the end, I think people need to be clear about their stance on these issues. And for me, it's one where I believe that we need a future with an ally in Israel, but we need decision makers there that are not acting the way that Netanyahu is, and that we need a president that will push when we are seeing humanitarian crises to actually do something about it.
I have to take a picture of one can. I don't know what that proves. I have to take a picture of one can and that proves that I didn't get a case? Like, what the fuck? No items detected? What? What the fuck are you talking about? No items detected. Okay, there we go. Initially, I ordered a case from another place, and as soon as I ordered it, I got a message saying that they didn't have it, and then they refunded all of my money. And so then I tried this one, and they didn't give it to me this time, and again, just now refunded all my money. So cheers. I can get a 4-pack of that Red Bull for £2.50. Are you now feeling the crunch thanks to Donald Trump? Let's see. How much American money is £2.50? Based on a 1.326 to 1.34 GBP, the USD exchange rate 2.50, £2.50 is approximately $3.31. Damn. I never in my life have we been able to pay that. So that, while Donald Trump has really fucked up the economy, that I cannot put on Donald Trump. We have never in my life have we paid that much. Like, even when energy drinks first came out, there was a Mark Rowe is lying. How much is a 4-pack of Red Bull in England? A 4-pack of Red Bull, 250 milliliters, in England generally costs between $4.50. Is that pounds or is that euros? What is that? That's pounds? Okay. So yeah, that says 450, between $4.50 and $6. Okay. Yeah, that, I was gonna say, even when energy drinks first came out, I remember when I was a kid, me and my friends used to walk to the gas station. It was about a mile away. It was a good walk. And we would get a drink called KMX. If you guys remember, barely anybody knows about this drink, but this was like the first drink that came out. KMX is a functional energy drink brand formerly produced by the Coca-Cola Company, marketed with the tagline, "Think fast." It contains a blend of caffeine, choline, ginseng, guarana, and yerba mate. It is known for having a less medicinal taste, with flavors like KMX Blue offering a light carbonated berry taste. Yeah, this is the one that I used to get all the time. And these cost maybe about $1.50 to $2 back when they like first came out. So I don't even think they sold 4-packs back then. But yeah, by the time they did, what are we talking about? What subject are we talking about? What's the main focus? Damn, how many fucking times are you gonna ask in a single post? Holy shit. The main focus is how much Red Bull costs. I'm just kidding. This is a stream run by an ADHD person, so there literally is never focus of any sort. I say, old chap, one never lies. Go to Aldi cheap supermarkets in England on a Sunday and you can get this price. Mark Rowe, England. Okay. All right. If you guys want to contribute to the channel, we got 27 minutes left on the clock. You can use the tips link on the main channel. Just go to the front page, or if you're in the main chat, you guys can just click on the message that's pinned at the very bottom of chat with the link, and you can donate there. It'll read your message on TTS, or if you're in the vertical chat, you can either put !dono in chat, although no, yeah, it doesn't let you guys click on links in chat. That's, never mind. You can go to the main channel, just click on the logo on the bottom left and go to the channel, click on more links, and then go to tip the channel. Once you click on that, it'll take you to this page where you can use PayPal or a debit or credit card. And then I don't get your information. They don't give me any card information. They run everything themselves, and then they just give me the money. This is much better than using YouTube for super chats or stickers or anything like that, because that money, that takes about 2 months for it to get to me, and they take a third of it before they give it to me 2 months later. Whereas with this, I get the money immediately and I get 100% of it. So consider using the tips link on the main channel or in the description through Stream Elements to send a message and help out the channel.
We'll take action. I don't want that to happen. I don't think anyone at this table or any of the American public wants that to happen, but everyone should be on notice that this is a president of action who will, in fact, do what he needs to do to carry out his mission of protecting the American public.
What do you mean as a state sponsor of terrorism, though? How do you define terrorism?
Are we going to argue that Iran is literally the number one?
Is Iran committing genocide in Gaza right now, like the Israeli government is, which dragged us into this war, which every president prior...
number one sponsor of terrorism.
For 47 years, the Iranians have killed Americans and our allies across this world.
Okay.
They are trying to obtain nuclear weapons so they can annihilate Israel and potentially capitals in Europe.
There's no evidence of that. The JCPOA was actually a successful deal that Obama
I find it
negotiated.
appalling that you're an Iranian apologist.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do that call out Israel's genocide and then everybody swarms.
No.
It's the one thing that you can't say. It's the one thing you can't say. It is about Gaza. This is about a regional conflict that's spiraling out of control that the president is adding to.
But there's no evidence that Iran wants nuclear weapons. They lied.
There has been a religious edict that has said since 2003 that they should not be creating a nuclear weapon.
They lied to the United Nations. They lied to the international...
We killed the Ayatollah, the older father, who was actually against building a nuclear weapon because he thought that it was going to contribute here.
I'm genuinely shocked that you are defending the Iranians. And I got to tell you, I hope that you tuck yourself in at night under that pillow block.
Aramsan tipped $15, keeping Tom Red Bulled up since 2023. Donors for boardies. Cause hair is expensive. #bald.
Let's go. Thank you, Aaron M. Sound, for the $15 dono that gets up to $40. We're only $10 off from hitting the goal now, guys. $10 off from hitting the goal. We haven't hit the goal in a little bit. We've only made it past, I think, the first round or so. So if you guys want to donate to the channel, we got $10 to go. 23 minutes left on the clock. Let's hit them goals.
That you just told about the Iranians. That is absolute a crock of a word I can't say on national television.
Okay, so the United States is funding a government that an Israeli human rights group that Selim says is committing genocide, as is Amnesty International, as is every credible human rights group right now. We are there's a massacre in Gaza. There are hundreds of thousands of people unaccounted for under rubble. That's what I define as terrorism. Now, Iran is now exerting their leverage over the Strait of Hormuz.
Do you want the Iranians to have a nuclear weapon, yes or no?
Thousands of people that have died at the hands of Iran would disagree with your personal description of what terrorism is. And I'm sorry, it doesn't meet the bill of
I mean, killing civilians is what I define it as a diplomat.
Killing civilians is what you define it as. It is like... It is annoying to do the terrorism game, because it is true that Iran does fund terrorism. That's true. Just saying killing civilians is what you define as terrorism. That's not anybody's definition of terrorism. Literally nobody uses the word that way. That's a ridiculous definition of terrorism. Like, you just can't even have the fucking conversation. If you define terrorism as, if you kill civilians, then you're a terrorist. Like, fucking come on. That would make, almost every country ever in the history of the world a terrorist country. that just wouldn't meet any standard by anybody. But
we'll take action.
The playing the semantics game of like what is or isn't terrorism is just kind of obfuscating the larger issue of them wanting to build a bomb. She acted like they didn't want to build a bomb. She said they never wanted to build a bomb. That's just untrue. Now, it is true that the Ayatollah did say that they didn't want to build a bomb, that it was against their religious beliefs. That's true. But based on the evidence available, we know that they were at least moving in that direction. Now, it's true, I said in the last conversation, that it's likely that they were enriching the 60% to try to put pressure on other countries to get a deal done with them so that they were able to get some benefits from that. That is probably true, that they weren't actually like trying to build a bomb. But if nobody came to the table, if nobody made a deal with them, if nobody gave them any sort of incentive to not build a bomb, they would have built the fucking bomb. That, like, of course they would. Of course they would. They have the means, they have the capability, they have the infrastructure. Like, they would have just built the fucking bomb, as any country in their position would. It's just obviously against Israeli and the United States and the UK's. Does Tom believe there was an imminent threat? No, not imminent, no. No, so like when we were just like, you know, using bunker busters to bomb their facilities, that I don't disagree with as much. I think it was kind of stupid. I think that the bigger problem is that Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA. I just had a whole debate on this about an hour ago, so if you want to go back and watch that, like, you can see all of my opinions on this. But this is like the major issue is that Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA to where we were in this position in the first place. Didn't Iran just announce that they are going to attack schools now? You mean like the United States did? They're copying us, dude. What the fuck? They can't copy us. That's our thing.
May be providing American consumers may be providing money to child traffickers who are taking Ukrainian kids to Russian-controlled camps. That is according to the Yale Research Lab. This report just released details how two Russian oil companies, Gazprom and Rosneft, helped the Russian government with Vladimir Putin's scheme to abduct more than 2,000 Ukrainian kids since the full-scale invasion began in 2022.
America #1, let's go! USA!
Now, those same two Russian oil companies happen to also benefit from the Trump administration's recent decision.
So do you think Iran was serious about getting a nuke? I'm fairly positive I literally just answered that. Like, when you asked me the question if I thought it was an imminent threat, I was literally in the middle of explaining my thoughts on that. But I said that I think that they were. I don't think that they were truly trying to. I don't think that was their first like course of action. I think they likely wanted to make us believe that they wanted to get a nuke, and that's why they were enriching to 80% and just left it there for, or 60% for, and left it there for such a long time, is that they could have, so that they were threatening for leverage. Correct. Yes. But that if we didn't, you know, make a deal where we're backing off on sanctions on the country, that we're not like lifting sanctions or giving back money from sanctions or, you know, things of that nature, and then making it to where, yes, we're in less conflict with them. I think that they would have, if we didn't do that, yes, I think they would have eventually built a bomb, of course. That didn't answer whether they were serious about completing the task. Okay, I don't have another answer for you. That's literally the answer. That's what I said the last time. That's what I said this time.
to temporarily lift sanctions on Russian oil already at sea on vessels. That relief was part of the Trump administration's attempt to stop oil prices from going sky high due to the Iran war. Now, the U.S. is estimating that Russia will benefit to the tune of $2 billion from this sanctions relief. Ukraine says that number is closer to $10 billion. Either way, the U.S. will have to decide by early April whether to keep the relief in place or put the sanctions back on. In the meantime, there's a bipartisan group of senators here in Washington who got the State Department to provide $25 million to help identify and track some of these kids. It's going to go to organizations like Yale to do reports like this. And it's also going to help the Ukrainian government give care to those children who are recovered and brought back home and reunited with their families. This is all part of Russia's scheme to essentially brainwash these kids in its war in Ukraine to end the Ukrainian identity. We're going to continue to track this story as well as America's so far unsuccessful attempts to end the war.
Donald Trump ended the war on day one. I don't know what she's talking about. Day one.
Israel's genocide, and then everybody swarmed.
No.
What is the supposed mechanism by which this tiny country of Israel has this outsized power over the President of the United States?
So a couple of things. One is, it's not mutually exclusive, is it, Constantine, to say that Donald Trump has responsibility. He's a grown man. He may not act like a grown man, but is a grown man and has to take responsibility for decisions he makes. That's not mutually exclusive with saying, but the Israelis also tricked him, manipulated him, lobbied him, bullied him, pressured him. Both of those things can be true at the same time.
All I'm asking is, what is the mechanism?
Okay, so let's come to that. But we accept that both those things can be true.
Of course,
So now we come to what is the Israelis doing. You would accept that, you just listed a bunch of countries, and the Gulf, the Qataris have a lot of influence, the Emiratis have a lot of influence, the Russians sadly have a lot of influence with Trump. You would accept that none of those countries come close to Israel's influence. I don't think there's any question mark about Israel's influence on American policy. The question you're asking about is how.
What's the mechanism?
No one would deny. I mean, you watched the Ted Cruz interview with Tucker Carlson that went viral not long ago. Cruz says, I came into politics to defend Israel. They don't say that about any other country. I've never heard an American senator say, I came into politics to defend Belgium. Never heard it. Never heard anyone talk about any other country.
Just to interject one more thing, if I may. That's not necessarily evidence of Israel having influence. It might well be a case of there are lots of people who live in America who believe, for whatever reason, for religious reasons or for geopolitical reasons, that this is a country with which America should have a close alliance.
So 100% I agree with you. There are Christian evangelicals in this country who believe that the rapture will happen when all the Jews are gathered in this place, and they are even more hardcore pro-Israel than a lot of pro-Israeli Jews. That's 100% true. But there are also a bunch of people in American politics, I know, I've met them, I've interviewed them, they tell me this on and off the record, who are supporting Israel because they're worried about being primaried. They're worried about losing their jobs. They're worried about being called anti-Semitic. They're worried about being targeted by AIPAC. They're worried about being targeted by their political opponents, etc., etc. The idea that there isn't a very, very powerful pro-Israel lobby is absurd. Just as there is a very powerful gun lobby, just as there is a very powerful farmer.
Well, there's powerful lobbies for other countries as well. It's just that those other countries and the lobbies are not as controversial. There's big lobbies for China, even, which China is obviously considered a rival, an enemy, whatever. But there's big lobbies for China in the United States. It's just that, yeah, they're not as prominent. They're not going to have as much money, and they're not going to be as controversial because we're not sending, billions of dollars straight to the Chinese government all the time.
Lobby, right? It's funny that when we in this city, people are happy to say you're owned by the gun lobby, but for good reasons, because of anti-Semitic tropes, people don't want to say you're owned by the Israel lobby.
There's a good reason.
There is a good reason
of
for
course.
it. But the fact is,
let me just
there is an Israel lobby that has massive oversized influence
let me
on
just
American
lay out
politics.
the distinction I'm trying to make, and I think it's an important one, and it's good that we're exploring this, which is, I think the reason people worry about calling it the Israeli lobby versus the gun lobby is the Israeli lobby implies some kind of foreign influence, right? Whereas the point that I think you and I are both making, actually, in agreement on, is there are lots and lots of Americans who, for whatever reasons, their own personal reasons, view...
That's exactly what I was about to say is, yeah, a lot of people will act like AIPAC is a foreign lobby. And this is even a claim that's made by a bunch of people like Candace Owens and Dave Smith and, just really dumb fucks who call AIPAC a foreign agent. Oh, why isn't AIPAC filed as a foreign agent? It's because they're not a foreign agent. Like, they're just not one. They're literally not one. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene ran around calling them a foreign agent for a while. They're just literally not a foreign agent.
View this as an important strategic alliance of the United States or a religious worldview or whatever. So, and I think that's where the distinction becomes difficult.
I kind of want to watch that. That looks like an interesting conversation.
I came into politics to defend Israel. They don't.
Oh, same clip.
But my quick question for you, Brian, is so all three indexes were in the red yesterday afternoon when the markets closed.
Yeah, big time.
Which, by analysis I'm reading, was sort of reacting to this question about whether President Trump may send 10,000 troops. The market hear the rhetoric that the president wants to end it quickly, but yet then you see possible more large troops being sent in that area.
Yeah.
Is the market just reacting to the uncertainty?
It does. I mean, markets hate uncertainty, and
It's not if you're naive. So you think Mehdi Hassan is naive?
if there's a sense that it could get more intense before it gets better, right? If you send in the troops. Yeah. I don't know what that means, by the way. I'm not the military guy, but the market reads that and says there could be more intensity before things get better. But if you look at longer dated future oil prices, they're actually back down in that $70 range. So what it tells you is the market's betting on a lot of uncertainty right now, but it's betting that this gets sorted. And when it does, all of that abundant supply comes back into the market because the logistics problem is solved, and all of that gets reversed. So there's a big long-term win here. I mean, actually bigger than what we had before. If you can imagine a Middle East where Iran is not a threat, it takes this risk premium out of every energy product in the globe. Right. And that is transformational, but you got to get there by opening up the strait.
Yeah, and we're paying $1 billion a day for it. And so what the president is saying to the allies in NATO is, hey, once we get this secured, we expect you to help with the cost of maintaining this freedom of movement in that place.
If he said AIPAC has no foreign influence, then it wasn't the claim. It's that they're not a foreign agent, that they don't need to register as a foreign agent. They have foreign influence. It doesn't mean anything. It's about whether or not they're paid or funded by or operated by a foreign government. If there's a foreign government that is running this, a foreign government that's funding it, then that would make it a foreign agent. But like just lobbying on behalf of a foreign country, that does not make you a foreign agent.
Yeah. Really quickly before we move on, because we need to get to headlines, the uncertainty also comes because I believe Marco Rubio and the president that they want to end it quickly. It just makes political sense that they would want to do that. I think some of the uncertainty comes from our partner Israel, who every time it seems like we might end it, they do something that sort of expands it. And so there's a little bit of uncertainty there because we're working with someone else. And there's another component there. We're not in this alone. And so, you know, we'll see if the president can get them on board with our agenda and we can actually end this quickly.
Coordination.
Coordination is very, and understanding who's in charge is also good.
Understanding who's in charge is also good. True.
The war in Iran, what do you make of it?
Right now, I think it's a disaster. I don't think it was legal. I don't think it was justifiable. And I think a lot of innocent people are dying as we speak without any real justification.
Israel's war goals and interests are actually very clear. I'm very unclear as to what the US wants.
Well, if it is the nuclear program, this is not the way to do it. Negotiations are the way to solve. Most experts say you cannot bomb away a nuclear program. It's in people's heads. all of the available evidence suggests he is losing.
What do you mean?
Strategic experts will point out that a country like Iran wins simply by surviving.
We have to admit that there have been fundamental failings on the left.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying to the guy earlier, that we're not going to be able to just kill the entire regime. And the regime is never going to accept 0% enrichment. So you're just like, you're stuck at a crossroads there. And he kept saying, the guy who I was talking to earlier who called in, he just kept saying, okay, then we keep going, we stay at war then. Like, keep bombing away. But that is just not, that's not feasible.
For instance, having an open border.
There's no open border, Francis. That doesn't mean it's open. That just means they managed to come in illegally. That just means the border wasn't as secure as you wanted it to be.
Hold on a second.
Open border means I can just walk into America. Sorry, you triggered me with open border.
Yes, open border is the stupidest fucking term, because yes, open borders means that there's just nothing stopping you. You can just come in, no problems, no questions asked. Nobody's trying to stop you. Nobody's going to question you. Nobody's going to detain you. You can just go in and out whenever you want. That's open borders. When the Biden administration is setting records in deportations, that can never qualify as open borders. The country that is setting records, or the administration that is setting records in deportations, you can never call that administration an open borders administration. Even if you think there's a record amount of people getting in at the same time. Okay, well, if you think about it, if the people are setting records in deportations, sounds like they're pretty busy. Like, sounds like they're getting overwhelmed. But that's not open borders. Just because there's a record amount of people coming across the border does not make it open borders. The open borders is about the enforcement. It's about how whether or not people are even trying to stop them in the first place. People using the term open borders triggers me every time too, because it's just such a fucking stupid term.
This episode is sponsored by...
Sorry, I mean, I guess the term isn't stupid. To apply it to the Biden administration is stupid. The person who would use open borders as a characterization of the Biden administration, that person's stupid.
Our friends at Hillsdale College. Right after this episode, go check out their incredible online courses, which are absolutely free at hillsdale.edu/trigger.
On domestic policy, all the good stuff. Tell us who you are on your journey through life.
That's a big question. Thanks for having me, guys. My name is Mehdi Hassan. I am the editor-in-chief of a media company called Zeteo. I've been a journalist here in the US and in the UK for the past 25 years. I'm old. I used to be at MSNBC. I've done shows for Al Jazeera. I've worked at Sky News. I've worked all over the place. So I do interviews.
The borders are open under Trump. Everyone is welcome.
Yep, everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. I have a cousin who lives at the border, and he's best friends with a border agent who told him that there's millions of people flooding across the border every day on a daily basis. Millions coming across the border. And Trump's just letting it. Trump is standing there, just waving them all in. Hola, amigo. Please come in, por favor.
Interviews, I do shows, I write books, and I'm...
Thank you, MW, for the $10 in Australia money.
I'm stuck in the middle of all the current controversy right now here in Washington, D.C.
So what I find very interesting is you're from the UK, you're left-wing. What?
That's another lie. What's the other lie? Why is Trump letting in so many people from the shithole countries like South Africa? I don't know, dude. He's been letting in record amounts of Africans.
What brought you to be on the left?
To be on the left?
Yes.
I grew up in a very political household where my father, my late father, who passed away last year, was very, very political, loved Harold Wilson, immigrant from India to the United Kingdom in the 1960s, arrived in 1966. A great year to arrive in England.
That Trump was saying, come in. You caught me. You caught me. Shit. Nothing gets past Josh, dude. Sheesh. Fuck. Well, I have been exposed.
And yeah,
That's
I
that.
grew up in a household where we were taught to give a damn about what's happening in the world.
Time to wrap
care
it up.
about causes both distant and nearby. I've always cared about justice. I'm also a Muslim. As a Muslim, you're taught from a very young age to give a damn about your society, your community, about a world bigger than yourself. So justice, I guess, justice has been something that I've cared a great deal about. So yeah, I was an angry young man in my teens, and it's probably, you know, they say you grow out of it as you grow older, but I didn't.
Absolutely fair enough. So what brought you to the US? Why not stay in the UK and focus on UK
You got me.
and be angry there?
The moral outrage. I mean, one, there's a history of British people coming to the US, both in the media, in entertainment, across the world, you know, to look at different opportunities. I was always fascinated by the United States. I'm sure both of you guys, you're here in DC. US politics is fascinating, it affects all of us around the world. Also, my wife is American, and they say a happy wife is a happy life. So at some point when she said, you know what, we've done a good gig in the UK, why don't you come try live in the US? So I moved here in 2015, just as Donald Trump was coming down the golden escalator. So it's been an interesting 11 years.
Well, it has. And as we sit here in DC, big things are happening globally. The war in Iran, what do you make of it?
Right now, I think it's a disaster. I don't think it was legal. I don't think it was justifiable. I don't think it was necessary. I think it's self-destructive. I don't think it's in the US's national interest. And I think a lot of innocent people are dying as we speak without any real justification.
Why do you think it's happening?
Many reasons. One of the main reasons was expressed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio before he tried to walk it back, where he said that we were told, this is Rubio's words, I'm paraphrasing, that Israel was about to attack Iran. And if they had attacked Iran, Iran would have attacked us. So we decided to attack first, which is kind of insane on multiple levels. Number one, if you thought Israel was going to attack Iran, just stop Israel from attacking Iran. It's your client state. Number two, imagine if you're at home and you're like, my brother's about to get drunk and drive the family car and wreck it. I'm going to wreck it first. So it's a bizarre argument to say they were going to attack, so we attacked first. So Israel plays a big role in this. I don't think it's the only role. Joe Kent, who has just quit the Trump administration, director of counterterrorism, he wrote a letter saying, it's all Israel. Israel manipulated us into war. I think that takes away too much responsibility from Donald Trump, from Lindsey Graham, from the US government and hawks in the US who have long wanted a confrontation with Iran. This has been building for years. I mean, we're all, I think, of a similar age group. You know, we're all old enough to remember the Iran.
Yeah, they know that people like Joe Kent, he's still somewhat loyal to Trump and the Trump administration to where he doesn't want to.
Dear Rita, 31,
Does this make
tip
it?
$10.
That was really weird. Oh, because there were two coming in at the same time. Holy shit. That was fucking crazy. Okay. Dear Rito, $10 tip. Thank you, good sir. Appreciate it. And then, yes, MW, that would also make it. So thank you, thank you. Let's go. W, Dear Rito, and MW. Let's get some cheers in chat, guys. Let's get those motherfucking cheers up. Quit fucking around. Hell yeah. Appreciate it, MW, and thank you, Dear Rito.
Iraq War. We were old enough to remember George Bush, Dick Cheney. They wanted to go into Iran at the time too. They didn't. George Bush was smart enough not to do that after the disaster in Iraq. Benjamin Netanyahu's on the record.
It kept asking me for verification codes, so I didn't have time to put a message. It's fine, it's fine. The timer I'm not as worried about. If it gets in, you know, within a certain amount of time, I will generally accept it. But thank you, Dear Rito. Let's go. All right, the show will continue.
Saying, I've dreamed of attacking Iran for 40 years. Trump's the first president to let me do it.
Those are all points that...
I think I was in the middle of saying, Joe Kent is somebody who's still somewhat loyal to the Trump administration and to Trump. And so he doesn't want to blame Trump directly and talk about like what a bad president Trump is or anything like that. And he even talks about the fact that when he left, he had a long conversation with Trump and that Trump understands his position, that they disagree, but that it was a cordial goodbye. And he you know, had a long conversation with Trump on his way out. and then he blames Israel for I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just saw Josh's message in the corner of my eye. When did Trump ever invite illegals into America? Joke or no joke? Bro, everybody knows that Trump invited illegals into the country, okay? Everybody knows it. You're just lying to yourself, Josh. You're just lying to yourself. You're the liar here. We all know it. We can all see through your lies. But yeah, he's making it, well, he's taking away Trump's agency in this scenario where he's making it sound like Trump is Trump isn't in charge. Israel's in charge. Israel's the one who makes the decisions. Israel's the one who's telling him what to do and what not to do. And like he really takes away Trump's agency in this scenario to make it seem as though he's being tricked or he's being coerced or he's being fooled or something like that, which yes makes Trump look weak or whatever, but at least it's not Trump's fault, right? Like he's not the one who's who thought of all of this. So
I wanted to discuss with you, but I'm not very clear on why you think it's happening, because I agree with you. A lot of people talk about Israel, but as you said, Israel is a client state of the United States. And quite a lot of people act as if it's the reverse now, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me just from the understanding of how these dynamics work. So why would President Trump, who's on the record repeatedly saying no more foreign wars, no more forever wars, who got rid of all the neocons within his administration from the first one, why would he do this now?
I think now is the good question, Constantine. It's about the timing, because Donald Trump is not an anti-war. I never accepted the bullshit that he was anti-war. I was one of the people in 2024 who said, don't buy this crap that he's running on. He went to Michigan and told Muslims, vote for me. There'll be no wars in the Middle East. No Muslims will die. If you vote for Kamala Harris and Liz Cheney, they're going to bomb the whole of the Middle East. I never bought that stuff. I remember his first term. He was pretty belligerent.
Why not? Why didn't you buy it?
Because in his first term, he expanded drone strikes. He killed Qasem Soleimani. He bombed Somalia at a rate. We never talk about countries like Somalia. There was nothing in his first term that said this guy is not totally happy with war.
I mean, I mentioned Soleimani almost every time we have the conversation. Because I do, I end up debating lefties and righties on the Iran issue. There's a lot of lefties who will deny that Iran was ever going to build a bomb, that there was no evidence that they were going to build a bomb. There is mountains of fucking evidence. They'll even claim that the IAEA said that that Iran was never planning on building a bomb, which is not something that the IAEA said. And this is something that even Al Jazeera just blatantly fucking lied about in one of their articles a while ago. The IAEA is the reason we know that they were likely to build a bomb. Like, the IAEA is the reason we have all of that information, we have all of the evidence, is because they have presented mountains of evidence saying that they were likely going to build a bomb. So I'll end up debating them on these things, and a lot of times, like, the Soleimani issue comes up because Trump bombed Soleimani in, what was it, 2018, I believe, 2017, 2018, where he bombs General Soleimani in Iraq.
Half-hungry person tipped $5. Was gonna tip to keep the show going, so might as well. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's get some W's in chat from more donors. Half-hungry person. Appreciate it. Dear Rito and half-hungry person. This is the first time I've seen you guys, so thank you. Thank you very much for the donos. He died like a dog. That wasn't Soleimani. He was, I think Donald Trump was talking about, was it Bin Laden? No. Wait, Obama got Bin Laden. Oh yeah, Trump got what does he say? Al Gashir Sola I am an Yani. Like, yeah, that wasn't Soleimani though. That was a different person. No, it was. Hold on. Yeah, there's Baghdadi.
Tonight, good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of al-Qaeda.
Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead.
Yeah, that's who he was talking about.
He was the founder and leader of ISIS.
It was nearly 10 years ago that a bright September day was darkened by the worst attack on the American people in our history. The images of 9/11 are seared into our national memory.
Capturing or killing Baghdadi has been the top national security priority of my administration. U.S. Special Operations Forces executed a dangerous and daring nighttime raid. I got to watch much of it.
On September 11th, 2001, in our time of grief, the American people came together. On that day, no matter where we came from, what God we prayed to, or what race or ethnicity we were united as one American family.
He died after running into a dead-end tunnel, whimpering and crying and screaming all the way. The compound had been cleared by this time, with people either surrendering or being shot and killed. Baghdadi in the tunnel, and he had dragged 3 of his young children with him. They were led to certain death.
Today, at my direction, the United States launched a targeted operation against that compound. A small team of Americans carried out the operation with extraordinary courage and capability. No Americans were harmed. They took care to avoid civilian casualties. After a firefight, they killed Osama bin Laden and took custody of his body.
He ignited his vest, killing himself and the 3 children. His body was mutilated by the blast. The tunnel had caved in on it in addition. The thug who tried so hard to intimidate others spent his last moments in utter fear, in total panic and dread.
The death of bin Laden marks the most significant achievement to date in our nation's effort to defeat al-Qaeda.
We were in the compound for approximately 2 hours. We took highly sensitive material and information.
Yet his death does not mark the end of our effort.
These savage monsters will not escape their fate.
There's no doubt that al-Qaeda will continue to pursue attacks against us. We must, and we will, remain vigilant at home and abroad. As we do, we must also reaffirm that the United States is not and never will be at war with Islam.
Baghdadi and the losers who worked for him, in some cases, they were very frightened puppies. In other cases, they were hardcore killers.
And on nights like this one, we can say to those families who have lost loved ones to al-Qaeda's terror, justice has been done.
Baghdadi was vicious and violent, and he died in a vicious and violent way as a coward, running and crying. This raid was impeccable and could only have taken place with the acknowledgement and help of certain other nations and people.
Tonight, we give thanks to the countless intelligence and counterterrorism professionals who've worked tirelessly to achieve this outcome.
I want to thank the soldiers and sailors, airmen and Marines involved in last night's operation.
Let us remember that we can do these things not just because of wealth or power, but because of who we are. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. May God bless you. And may God bless the United States of America.
He died like a dog. He died like a coward. The world is now a much safer place. God bless America. Thank you.
I was about to say he talked for way longer after this, and then even complained that they never give me credit for it. They never do. I'm writing a book, a beautiful book. Just rambling, bro.
By the way, when Obama...
Call from Alan Fernandez.
Hey, this is the Tom Foolery Show. What was your name again?
My name's Alan Fernandez. I just want to talk because I do feel that, well, I would like to speak on public.
Okay, about what?
Because I do feel that the president doesn't even know what he's doing. I think he is disabled. I think his cognition doesn't work. When you see him speak, he's like, He can't even keep a sentence alive. And then he says various things that they make no sense. He's like, I don't need people. No, I need people. But no, I do need people. No, I don't need people. So like, kind of retarded.
Yep.
So pretty much about that.
I mean, that's pretty much been Trump the entire time. I don't know. That's
No.
I don't know that his cognition needs to change.
And there's people dying for that.
Yeah, sure. I was saying I don't know that his cognition is failing. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Okay.
Obama went on TV to announce that they'd killed bin Laden. He spoke for 9
Bin Laden,
Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi.
This is the one that I was looking for.
The United States launched a targeted operation against that compound.
They did a lot of shooting, and they did a lot of blasting, even not going through the front door. You know, you think you go through the door. If you're a normal person, you say, knock, knock, may I come in?
After a firefight, they killed Osama bin Laden and took custody of his body.
He died like a dog.
But his death does not mark the end of our effort.
A beautiful dog, a talented dog.
We give thanks for the men who carried out this operation.
And I don't get any credit for this, but that's okay. I never do. But here we are.
May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
And I'm writing a book. I think I wrote 12 books. All did very well.
I miss Mom's old boyfriend.
Yeah, that's the one that I was looking for. That's it.
He also surrounded himself with, look at the people he hired: Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth. Look at his best friend in the Senate, Lindsey Graham, a man who's never met a country he doesn't want to invade. So I never bought that, and unfortunately I've been vindicated. In his first year, he bombed, I think, 7 countries in 12 months last year. He just bombed Nigeria on Christmas Day. We've all just moved on from that randomly. He started this year with Venezuela, regime change, Maduro. And then Iran, the timing is interesting. I was talking to Senator Chris Van Hollen, an anti-war Democrat, yesterday, and we were trying to get to the bottom of this. What is in it? Very hard to get inside Donald Trump's head. Very hard. But what is going on in there? Is it just Benjamin Netanyahu playing for a fool? Partly, yes. Netanyahu's kind of admitted it. Is it the old belligerence of Donald Trump with a country that won't bow down to him? Is it Witkoff and Kushner screwing up the negotiations, not understanding what was going on, which a lot of reporting is suggesting? Is it just Jared Kushner and others trying to make money out of this? We see Kushner's, a lot of, with Trump, follow the money is often an explanation to a lot of what's going on. Is it him trying to distract from domestic economic woes? We've seen this before. Unpopular leaders at home decide to start a foreign war to distract the public attention.
Yeah, those bone spurs, man. Those bone spurs, they're rough. They can be a real pain in the foot, if you know what I mean. And it's a little strange because I remember Donald Trump talking about, was it no, not Lindsey Graham. Crap. What was her name? The daughter of I think the guy that worked in the Bush administration. Anyways, he was talking about a woman calling her like a warmonger and saying that all she wanted to do was go to war, and saying that like she would go to war, but you know she wouldn't. She would never go and fight those wars herself. And then here he is going to war, and he wouldn't fight himself.
I am peace. People don't believe that. I am peace.
A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for a man who wants to end wars, not start them.
We do not want war with Iran. We actually want peace. The Iranians are clearly not very good at war. Perhaps they should follow President Trump's lead and give peace a chance.
Kamala is campaigning with warmongers like Liz Cheney. How do you think that is? She picks Liz Cheney, whose father virtually destroyed the Middle East. You know, Liz Cheney, she talks big, oh, I want war. She always wants war. Every time I was with her in the White House, we should attack this nation, that nation, nations that people never even heard of, we should attack. She's a big tough guy. She sits back in Washington, oh, we ought to go and attack Iran, Iraq. We're going to attack everybody.
Yeah, Liz
That's why
Cheney.
I broke up with her. All she wanted to do is go to war with everybody. These war hawks, they want to draft your kids to die in wars, and they will never fight themselves. You know, we'll stay around the country for 15 years,
there
just
you go.
bomb the hell out of everybody, make it.
They want your kids to go fight in wars that they'll never fight in themselves. Donald Trump dodged the draft, I think twice, and is obviously willing to go to war. And there's been a number of Americans who have already died. Another 10 were just wounded again today. And so we've got a bunch of people that he's willing to send to war, but he's not willing to fight the war himself.
Teo, my company, did a poll of the American public recently, found 52% of Americans think the Epstein files was one of the reasons Trump went to war. You might think mad conspiracy theory. A majority of Americans believe that is one of the reasons he went to war. So I think it's a mix of things. Israel obviously played a big role in that. And I think now he's in it, he's doubling down, tripling down. He could just declare victory. People like Tucker Carlson have called him or called proxies of his and said, just say mission accomplished and go home. Just say I killed Khamenei, I degraded their military, blah, 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 and go home like you did last year after the 12-day war. He won't do it. He's quadrupling down as we speak.
So
Trump achieved energy independence by cutting red tape, sparking massive private energy investment. The deficit is up thanks to Joe Biden. There is your answer. So first off, the United States has been energy independent for a while. Based on like just the metric that we drill more oil than we consume. But on top of that, the Donald Trump literally set records in spending. He spent more than Joe Biden. Donald Trump, Joe Biden did the majority of dealing with the with fixing everything after COVID, with dealing with the inflation and everything. Joe Biden had to deal with the majority of economic outcomes after COVID. And Donald Trump still outspent Joe Biden by billions, or trillions, sorry, by trillions. Even if you do this, get rid of all of Donald Trump's COVID spending and keep all of Joe Biden's COVID spending, Donald Trump still outspends Joe Biden. Still. The 10-year, what is it? Spending Trump versus Biden. Trump and Biden national debt. Net 10-year debt approved. Donald Trump, $8.4 trillion. Joe Biden, $4.3 trillion. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Donald Trump, you get rid of all of his COVID spending, right? Here's his non-COVID spending, 4.8 trillion. COVID spending, 3.6 trillion. Okay? Get rid of the 3.6 trillion that he spent on COVID. He's at 4.8 trillion. Well, that's still more than Joe Biden's total, which is non-COVID spending and COVID spending. Still more than Joe Biden spent throughout all 4 years. There's 4 years versus 4 years. Donald Trump doubled what it was that Biden spent.
So why do you think that is?
If we're going to spend an hour doing psychoanalyzing Trump, it's going to be difficult. I think he is someone who does not want to accept defeat. The worst thing in his life is to be a loser. The guy doesn't accept he lost the 2020 election, still ranting on about that. The idea that he would lose to the Iranians, and he is losing right now, let's just be very clear, all of the available evidence.
Doge is the other side of the story. You don't mention tariffs bringing in 80 billion. You won't mention the deals brought in through Apple, more foreign investors. Reports on the financial impact of the Department of Government Efficiency, led by Elon Musk, show a wide discrepancy between claimed savings and estimated costs, with some analysis suggesting the initiative could cost taxpayers more than it saves. $21.7 billion waste. A July 2025 report from the Senator Richard Blumenthal's office, based on PSI investigation, alleged that Doge created at least $21.7 billion in reckless waste during its operations, rather than saving in part through a deferred resignation program. $135 billion cost estimate. Other analysis cited by CBS News and in a report from the Partnership of Public Service estimated that Doge's actions, such as putting federal employees on paid leave and resulting inefficiencies, could cost taxpayers roughly $135 billion in 2025. $500 billion in IRS revenue loss. A watchdog report indicated that Doge-driven cuts to the Internal Revenue Service could lead to a loss of $500 billion in tax revenue over a decade. We could go on. That's fine. Following a Supreme Court ruling in February of 2026 declaring certain executive order tariffs illegal, the U.S. government is estimated to owe between $168 billion and $182 billion in refunds to importers. So just so you understand, when you're saying he made this much money from tariffs, that's money from the American people that we had to pay. And now they actually have to pay it back to the companies that we do not get back. So we paid all of these tariffs. We had to pay for all the fucking tariffs to go to the Trump administration. And now the Trump administration, obviously it's illegal. We all knew it was fucking illegal. The Supreme Court ruled it illegal and that they have to pay back the corporations. But now the corporations get their money back and we don't. So I don't know what money is being saved that's so great that he's Tom's not going to tell the other side of the coin. After you were claiming that he was the one who was saving us so much money in the first place, Doge and tariffs did not save us money. They cost us money. Give me a break. Fucking propagandized to the ends of the earth, bro. Somebody could convince you to jump off a bridge if they told you that Trump wanted you to do it.
He is losing.
What do you mean?
The goals, what are his goals in Iran? We don't know because he's never really stated them. But if it's destroying Iran, he's failed. He posted a couple of weeks ago I've destroyed 100% of Iran's military capability. Okay, then what are we watching every day land on Gulf countries? What are we watching happening in the Strait of Hormuz? He's alienated his allies. Iran's nuclear enrichment, whatever they have still left over, they still have. They're still hitting Gulf countries. Gulf countries are furious. So I think he's losing. And, you know, people like, strategic experts will point out that a country like Iran wins simply by surviving, right? Because they're the weaker, smaller power. So I think he's in a bad state. I don't think he's going to give up because he can't handle the defeat. And by the way, it's a US-Israeli war, right?
Joe Biden clearly brought nothing to balance the spreadsheet. Bro, you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. The Democrats have been the only ones who have ever actually attempted to balance the spreadsheets throughout history. They're the ones who implemented programs and departments within the government to actually make sure that there was efficiency, and that they were the ones who did audits throughout everything. That, like, Donald Trump literally got rid of that department to replace it with Doge. And all of the numbers that they were using about fraud and waste and abuse and all that crap, that all of that came from the departments that already existed from Democrat administrations. So it's just fucking bullshit. The Democrats have been the ones who have been trying to lower taxes. The Democrats, Donald Trump in his first administration, raised taxes for everybody. You guys will just wait. Your sources are claimless. MSNBC got sued. Court and won. Justice won. Sources clearly you've been brainwashed. The Russia hoax. Okay. How about this? Let's see. Analysis from the libertarian-leaning organization, particularly the Cato Institute, have concluded that while the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, achieved the fastest and largest peacetime reduction of the federal workforce in U.S. history, 9% less than 10 months or 271 plus jobs, it failed significantly to reduce federal spending. Impact on budget. So let's see. Yeah, I think their estimate, let's see, waste generation, other reports such as from the Senate PSI. So again, hold on, you're claiming that like it's an MSNBC thing. It's literally from the from actual like organizations that MSNBC is quoting. So even your argument is fallacious to say that because you think that like MSNBC has lied in the past, that means that you just can't ever trust them whatsoever. I wouldn't even say that for Fox News, who has been found liable in numerous lawsuits for lying about things, but I wouldn't turn around and say, oh, you can't trust anything that Fox News ever says because they were caught lying before. That's fucking stupid, and it's fallacious. It's totally illogical. But the point is that these are organizations that they're quoting, and tons of studies have been done on this. Almost every single one comes to the conclusion that they cost us more money than they saved. So it's not Soros funded many media companies with fake news and fake hit pieces. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I just realized you're fucking either retarded or 5 years old. I don't know why I'm even engaging with you. You're too stupid to even comprehend half the words that I'm saying. They're probably too big.
And a lot of people have pointed out that the...
Yeah, what about Nick Shirley? Yeah, he's true, dude. He's saving us all that money from those fucking Somali fraudsters.
US and Israeli interests are not the same. Our strategic interests are not Israel.
That's very clear that they're not. And I think that divergence is one of the reasons people keep saying, you know, Israel tricked Trump into this war. But, bullied, I think one of you guests on your show recently talked about how he bullied him. And that's where they lose me, because I don't understand what the supposed mechanism is by which Israel bullies America.
Well, I don't know about the word bully, but let me just say in terms of tricked or manipulated, this is not a conspiracy theory. The beauty of these Republicans, and you're in DC, I know you're going to be speaking to Republicans, the only redeeming feature of the Republican Party right now, they just say the quiet part out loud. People like me don't need to speculate or come up with theory. They just say it. So Lindsey Graham.
Unless we're talking about the Iran war, because at that point, nobody knows what the fuck is going on outside. The fact that, yes, like Marco Rubio did tell us that we got into the Iran war because of Israel. That's the part that they said out loud, but they keep changing what their reason is and why they got into the war every time they talk about it.
Told the Wall Street Journal that I went to Israel and Israel showed me intel that made me think we've got to go to war. That's bizarre. A United States senator went to a foreign government for intel. Then he says, I met with Netanyahu and I coached him, his words, not mine, on how to persuade Trump to get into this war. Again, bizarre that a United States senator and a foreign leader is discussing how they're going to coach, how they're going to persuade, manipulate a sitting president into war. So they're saying this stuff out loud. I'm not absolving Trump of responsibility, but nor am I saying Israel didn't play. Would we be in this war were it not for Israel? No, I think that's very clear.
Of course.
And by the way, if we stop the war tomorrow, just one last point, if Trump would say we're done, we're over, then one of the reasons I think he's not is because he's been told the Israelis aren't stopping. And therefore, as long as the Israelis go, we go.
Well, see, all I'm doing, Mehdi, is trying to parse logically the things that people are saying, including...
Logic and Trump doesn't always go in the same sentence.
Well, sure, fine. But I guess what I'm saying is this. If President Trump didn't want to do this, he wouldn't do it.
Agreed. We are in 100% agreement.
He could very easily say to Iran, we have nothing to do with this. And in fact, we're not even going to shoot down your ballistic missiles if you shoot them at Israel, because we'd want no part in this. And then none of this would be going on. So that's the bit where people lose me when they talk about Israel. I mean, every country wants to manipulate the United States into doing what
and they've been doing it well under Trump.
But
he's easily manipulated.
Russia wants him to make it easier for them in Ukraine. Ukraine wants it to make it easier for them to defeat Russia. China spends huge amounts of money shaping U.S. foreign policy.
Yeah, but when Ukraine was trying to get money from Trump, he was too busy getting manipulated by Russia at the time.
If it can. So does Qatar, so do lots of countries. So I guess the thing that I'm trying to get to the bottom of, because it's such a big talking point in the US right now, is what is the supposed mechanism by which this tiny country of Israel has this outsized power over the president of the United States?
So a couple of things. One is, it's not mutually exclusive, is it, Konstantin, to say that Donald Trump has responsibility. He's a grown man. He may not act like a grown man, but is a grown man and has to take responsibility for decisions he makes. That's not mutually exclusive with saying, but the Israelis also tricked him, manipulated him, lobbied him, bullied him, pressured him. Both of those things can be true at the same time.
All I'm asking is, what is the mechanism by which
but we accept that both those things can be true.
Of course,
So now we come to what is the Israelis doing. You would accept that, you just listed a bunch of countries, and the Gulf, the Qataris have a lot of influence, the Emiratis have a lot of influence, the Russians, sadly, have a lot of influence with Trump. You would accept that none of those countries come close to Israel's influence. I don't think there's any question mark about Israel's influence on American policy. The question you're asking about is how.
What's the mechanism?
But no one would deny. I mean, you watched the Ted Cruz interview with Tucker Carlson that went viral not long ago. Cruz says, I came into politics to defend Israel. They don't say that about any other country. I've never heard an American senator say, I came into politics to defend Belgium. Never heard it. Never heard anyone talk about any other country the way.
Just to interject one small thing, if I may. That's not necessarily evidence of Israel having influence. It might well be a case of there are lots of people who live in America who believe, for whatever reason, for religious reasons or for geopolitical reasons, that this is a country with which America should have a close alliance.
So 100% I agree with you. There are Christian evangelicals in this country who believe that the rapture will happen when all the Jews are gathered in this place, and they are even more hardcore pro-Israel than a lot of pro-Israeli Jews. That's 100% true. But there are also a bunch of people in American politics. I know, I've met them, I've interviewed them. They tell me this on and off the record, who are supporting Israel because they're worried about being primaried. They're worried about losing their jobs. They're worried about being called anti-Semitic. They're worried about being targeted by AIPAC. They're worried about being targeted by their political opponents, et cetera, et cetera. The idea that there isn't a very, very powerful pro-Israel lobby is absurd, just as there is a very powerful gun lobby, just as there's a very powerful farmer lobby, right? It's funny that when we in this city, people are happy to say, you're owned by the gun lobby. But for good reasons, because of anti-Semitic tropes, people don't want to say you're owned by the Israel lobby.
There's a good reason.
There is a good reason
for it.
But the fact is,
let me just
there is an Israel lobby that has massive oversized influence on American politics.
The distinction I'm trying to make, and I think it's an important one, and it's good that we're exploring this, which is, I think the reason people worry about calling it the Israeli lobby versus the gun lobby is the Israeli lobby implies some kind of foreign influence, right? Whereas the point that I think you and I are both making, actually, in agreement on, is there are lots and lots of Americans who, for whatever reasons, their own personal reasons, view this as an important strategic alliance of the United States or a religious worldview or whatever. So, and I think that's where the distinction becomes difficult.
I think you're, in good faith, overstating the other part of the argument, maybe for argument's sake or devil's advocacy. All I'm saying is, let me give you one example. When you ask Democratic voters, do you support what Israel's doing in Gaza? 8%, according to one poll, said we support it. The
Democrats don't support it.
The vast majority don't support it. When you go look at
Yeah, this is something that I bring up regularly. There's a lot of Democrats and like progressives and people who keep running around saying this isn't even a partisan issue. Everybody agrees that we shouldn't be funding Israel. Everybody agrees that this is a genocide now. No, this is still a partisan issue. This is still a very partisan issue. 80% of Republicans, according to some polling, the lowest polls that I've seen say 60% of Republicans, but all polls agree the majority of Republicans are still in favor of funding Israel and are still very pro-Israel. So the idea that like a lot of progressives keep pushing around is that the Republican Party and the Democrat Party are all on the same page with this. That is not true. It is a very, very partisan issue. It is about 60 to 70% of Democrats aren't in favor of funding Israel, and about 60 to 70% of Republicans are in favor of funding them. So it is a very, very partisan issue currently.
Look at Democrats in Congress. The vast majority do support it. There's an absolute disconnect. The numbers are reversed.
And why is that?
That's exactly my point. Why?
Well, okay, so this is like a newer phenomenon. That's why. It's because most of the people who got into Congress, like on the Democrat side, most of them got in there while like the majority of Democrats were still in favor of supporting Israel and backing them. And so the Democrat Party has more recently become against funding Israel, but that wasn't the case when the majority of these people first got elected. And so it's an issue that like you're asking people to drastically switch on as far as how they voted and what they've been in favor of for so long, when that's something that they voted on in this direction for a very long time.
Why is that? It's not because they're all out for self-interest. It's because they're lobbied by various lobbies, the military-industrial complex, which also has interest in war, the pro-Israel lobby, vast influence that there's money in politics that influence a lot of positions in this country. You're in this town, this whole town is very corrupt, right? The way you influence people is through money, and the same thing with Israel. By the way, you mentioned foreign lobbying. Well, I said Israel lobby, not Israeli lobby, the lobby for Israel. That can be Americans. But let's just be clear, there's a long history of people trying to get the pro-Israel lobby to register as a foreign agent, just as some pro-Arab lobbies have to register as foreign agents. You go back to RFK, Robert F. Kennedy.
Yeah, but they're not a foreign agent, though. They're just literally not. A foreign agent is a country that is paid, that is funded or run by a foreign government. AIPAC is not funded by Israel. It is not run by Israel. And so it's just not a foreign agent. It doesn't make sense to ask them to be labeled as a foreign agent or to register as a foreign agent when they're just literally not. I mean, he didn't say that he thinks they should. He said that there's a lot of people who say that they should, as other lobbying groups have to, but those other lobbying groups actually qualify as foreign agents. So.
Kennedy Jr., he wanted to register the precursor to AIPAC. Senator William Leahy, very famous Democrat senator in the 70s, said we should register as a foreign lobby. So there's been a debate for a long time as to whether AIPAC and other such groups should actually register, because they do seem to coordinate with the Israeli government. So that's a separate issue. But look, I take your point. There are many Americans who support Israel. But if you look at the polling, Konstantin, you're in D.C. at a time when, in astonishing polls I never thought I'd see in my lifetime, that Americans have now switched. They are now supporting Palestine.
Yeah, coordination with a foreign government does not make you a foreign agent. That's not how that works.
Palestinians more than they support Israel. First time in my lifetime. I never thought I would see those polls. Sadly, it took a genocide and tens of thousands of Palestinians to get Americans to switch their positions. But again, if that doesn't translate into Congress, into the presidency, then you have to ask why. Do we have a democratic crisis?
Well, 70% of Republicans support Israel over
Republicans, but the American public,
and the Republicans,
independents and Democrats,
but the Republicans are in power, so that would explain.
But they should also respond to public opinion. It's not like when Democrats they only follow the base.
No,
yeah, but the ADL is and it has more influence. I don't know what that. What do you mean it is? It is a foreign agent. It's not. They're not foreign. Nothing about the ADL is foreign. And saying they have more influence doesn't make them more of a foreign agent. That's not relevant at all. Like, there's gun lobbies that have more influence than the ADL. That doesn't make them foreign agents either, just because they have more influence.
Spend their whole life chasing swing voters.
Don't know about that.
Well,
but
look at Kamala Harris's election campaign. She didn't go to the left.
Interesting. So but coming back to the Democrats, it's an interesting point you make. So your contention is Democratic politicians fear AIPAC and...
Yes, we're meeting in D.C. just after a bunch of primaries in Illinois. AIPAC dumped millions of dollars to defeat the critical
Lots of lobbies
candidates.
dumped millions of dollars.
I agree. We said that.
But your claim is that the reason Democratic politicians ignore their voters' concerns about the Middle East, for example, is because of something like AIPAC.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. And so how do you think this conflict will go on from here?
It's very hard to know. We're in uncharted waters. I've said since 2003, both as a private individual and when I became a public figure in 2009, I've said this consistently that I was against the Iraq war, and I think it was one of the big disasters of my lifetime, but Iran would make Iraq look like a walk in the park. It would be Iraq on steroids, because much bigger country, much harder to topple, way more regional and international ramifications. And we're seeing that now. We're a couple of weeks into this war, and we're seeing the oil price spikes, the economic repercussions globally, the attacks on natural gas facilities. I'm not an expert on this stuff, but the experts are saying this could have 10-year, 20-year ramifications.
Hey, yo, I'm in first place. Let's go. It's a little weird. I only have 9,000. To be in first place at 9,000 is kind of freaking wild, dude.
To rebuild some of this stuff. The environmental consequences in the region, the public health consequences of causing acid rain in Tehran, of course, the blowback. You know, in this country, I always joke that, Americans have the memory of goldfish, right? 8 seconds. Right? It's hard to remember what happened last week, let alone last year. People in the Middle East have very long memories, right? Americans don't know who Mohammad Mossadegh is. Most Iranians will tell you that's the prime minister in 1953 that the US overthrew and brought back the Shah, and then the Shah led to the revolution, et cetera, et cetera. When we talk about blowback, we need to have big picture. God forbid, 3 years, 5 years, a year from now, some bomb goes off somewhere, kills a bunch of innocent Americans. We say, why? Why do they hate us? And they're like, the Khamenei. We're like, Khamenei who? Who's he? We've forgotten about him already. I mean, this is my worry. We've seen this with every invasion. The invasion of Iraq brought about ISIS. The invasion of southern Lebanon in 1982 brought about Hezbollah, right? These illegal wars, these wars of choice, these occupations, they lead to blowback, unintended consequence, what the CIA calls blowback. And I really worry about that when it comes to Iran. We don't know what's going to happen next. To quote Donald Rumsfeld, an Iraq war architect, there's the known unknowns. We know there's some bad shit coming. We don't know what it is.
Most people think they're informed. In reality,
that's a cool story, bro.
That is neatly leaning out. That just reacted.
Mehdi, there'd be people who go, well, look, you've mentioned Hezbollah. Iran funds Hezbollah. They fund Hamas. They effectively destabilize the region. I don't say that I agree with this, actually, but they would say, look, if we deal with Iran, long term, we're going to get a better, more prosperous, more stable Middle East. What would you say to that?
I would say Benjamin Netanyahu said exactly those words in front of Congress in 2002. He said, if you invade Iraq, there'll be positive reverberations throughout the region. What happened? We got ISIS, we got Al-Qaeda in Iraq, we got...
¿Qué pasó?
20 years, we got 7/7 bombings in London. Tony Blair was warned.
Pinche tu madre.
If you invade Iraq, there will be bombings at home. The Joint Intelligence Committee told him in 2003. He ignored those warnings. We got more terrorism, more blowback, more violence, more regional instability, more refugees. That's what I fear is happening now with Iran. In terms of destabilizing the region, look, this is where we get to, like, where do you start the clock? I would say, yes, of course, Hezbollah and Hamas destabilize the region, but they would argue, and many people would argue, that the destabilizing began with Iran. They are a reaction to Israel's actions. So, it depends where you want. Like I said, 1982, Israel invaded southern Lebanon. There was no Hezbollah in 1982. So, look, Iran does play a role that is malign. I've never defended blindly Iran. Iran does bad things. No one's debating that. Many countries in the Middle East do bad things. We are not invading Saudi Arabia. I think we would all agree around this table does bad things, has done bad things. We are not invading and trying to topple Saudi Arabia or bombing their oil fields and gas facilities, and I'm glad we're not. So I don't think this war is a solution to the problem. Oh, by the way, what is the problem? Donald Trump will not tell us what the goals of this war are. It changes every day. Marco Rubio says it's degrading the Navy. First they said it was a nuclear program that they obliterated last year in the 12-day war, apparently.
There's a lot of evidence that
They
the nuclear
obliterated it,
material.
guys. They obliterated all of their uranium. Hasn't gone anywhere. It's still there. But it was still obliterated, though. Donald Trump literally stands by that. They've asked him about it since, and he's like, "Yeah, we did. We obliterated it." Yep. All right, buddy.
May well have been removed prior to this strike.
But I'm saying this war was not about the nuclear program because
Do
they've
you
done
not
nothing
think? Well, that's actually the thing that they have said that makes sense to me. Like, I think I'm actually kind of with you in terms of I don't understand what the goals of this thing are.
They don't either.
If we take it that the nuclear stuff and degrading the military, that's fine. But then why are you killing their leaders? That's the bit I don't understand.
Well, interestingly, they're not killing their leaders, right? They killed Khamenei, but the Israelis are doing much of the killing. They've killed the intelligence minister. They killed Ali Larijani. Now, let's just deal with what Israel wants, because what Israel wants is pretty clear to anyone watching. They want an unstable, weakened Iran that doesn't pose a threat to them. They don't care if it's a democracy. They don't care if it's a dictatorship. They don't care if it's civil war. They just want Iran off the table, right? And therefore, they're killing people who might do a deal with Trump. They've done this before. Last year in the 12-day war, they tried to kill a guy called Ali Shamkhani.
I don't even know what that means. They want to run off the table. It's not as if they can just, again, like kill all of Iran. It's not as though they can just like wipe out Iran like they did with Gaza. They can't just. I think that's kind of a fucking quacky theory there. Because yeah, that to say that they just want them off the table, okay, but they're not stupid enough to think that it's even a possibility. Like, so what? You've already said that, like, it's not as if that they can just take out all of the leadership. That, like, you chop off the snake's head and another one grows back. It's I don't think Israel's stupid enough, or at least Netanyahu. I don't think he's stupid enough to think that that's even a possibility. What? I'm not taking my snack out. Leave me alone. Oh, you can't see it. Did that work? Yeah? Okay.
Who survived. Then they killed him now. He was a negotiator who Trump had been praising and reposting on social media. They killed him because they don't want Trump to do a deal with this guy.
Why not?
Because they don't want to negotiate a solution to this conflict. They want to keep going, the Israelis, until they wipe out everything they want to.
Yeah, they want to degrade.
That is actually something that does seem to be the case. It does seem as though Israel is constantly trying to stop the United States from negotiating deals. The last two times, okay, so when Donald Trump bombed Iran in June of 2025, just days before Israel started bombing them, Donald Trump said, "We're days away from having a deal." Days before that, he said that he did not want Israel to bomb Iran and that Israel was not going to bomb Iran. And then Israel did bomb Iran. And not only did they bomb Iran, but then they got the United States to bring out the fucking bunker busters and bomb Iran as well. So, and then this time, again, days before Israel and the United States bombs the Ayatollah, they also said here, Donald Trump said they were days away from having a deal. And again, they just start bombing them.
Iran.
They don't want Donald Trump to do one of his deals. That's the worst thing they could have done. They didn't want the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal that Obama signed, that resolved the nuclear program for at least 15 years. They were dead against that deal.
But so was Trump himself.
Yes, and Trump pulled out of that deal. And then what happened? Enrichment went up. Then Biden came back in, said, let's try and go back into that deal. The Israelis attacked Natanz in 2021. They enriched up to 60%. Then last year, they went to Oman to negotiate. They had a meeting scheduled for Sunday. The Israelis bombed on Friday. This year, they negotiated in Geneva. The Omani foreign minister came to DC and said, A deal's on the table. Apparently, Jonathan Powell from the UK said there was a deal to be done. Guess what happened? The US and Israel bombed the next day. There's a history of Israel in particular, but also the US, bombing every time we're close to a deal. Every time there's a negotiation in place.
And this is why we just come back to the nuclear point, because I agree with you. It's very clear that there's a difference between the interests of the United States and the war goals of the United States and the war goals and interests of Israel. And Israel's war goals and interests are actually very clear. I'm very unclear as to what the US wants.
Well, if it is the nuclear program, I think we're both unclear, but if it is the nuclear program, I don't think they know. But if it is the nuclear program, this is not the way to do it. Negotiations are the way to solve Israel. There is most experts say you cannot bomb away a nuclear program. It's in people's heads. It's scientific expertise. You cannot kill every scientist and academic.
You can destroy the nuclear material.
And then they can years later, they can rebuild facilities and enrich again.
Sure.
And then you're just mowing the lawn, as the Israelis say, go in and bomb every couple of years. But we had a JCPOA. We had a deal that was working. The IAEA said Iran was in compliance with it. Do you know how much enriched uranium they had under the JCPOA? 3.64%. You know how much they have now? 60%. You know, you want to go back to logic. Logic tells me that was a failure to get out of that deal.
Yes, 100%. 100% though. The major mistake here is pulling out of the JCPOA. That is the big fuck up, and that is the reason that any of this is even possible. If we're at war over uranium, which I have no way of knowing. Yesterday we had a panel with I brought on a bunch of YouTubers and had a debate about Iran. We had right wingers and left wingers. Every single one of them seemed to all agree this war has nothing to do with uranium. This war is about oil. That's what all of them said. They all believe this war has nothing to do with uranium. It has nothing to do with a bomb. It's just about uranium. I mean, sorry, oil. So, I have no idea. I truly have no fucking idea what this war is about. I have no idea why we're in the war. I have no fucking idea.
I mean, I also don't think there's any huge evidence that negotiations produce nuclear non-proliferation. I just think this is a very...
Come on.
I think it's
the entire history of the post-war era.
Well, if you look at Ukraine, for example, Ukraine was forced to give away its nuclear weapons and made itself very vulnerable. And I've been on record as saying, I think that in and of itself and the fact that we haven't supported Ukraine properly will lead to more nuclear proliferation.
I agree with you on that.
And I think on this issue too,
what the fuck, dude? Why does Slither seriously fuck up everything so badly?
I don't see what the incentive would be for Iran.
Why?
Not to pursue nuclear weapons.
Well, we're in agreement, but not just Iran.
There we go. What the fuck?
So I interviewed, again, if you guys remember the Iraq War, do you remember Mohammed al-Baradei? He was the head of the IAEA.
Yes.
Him and Hans Blix went to the UN and said, don't invade Iraq. We
were both against the war in Iraq,
exactly.
by the way.
That's why I'm saying this to you, because I know you understand. He said, we can guarantee disarmament. He was the head of the nuclear watchdog, spent his life opposing nuclear proliferation. I interviewed him recently. I said, if you were in the Turkish government right now, which Israel is saying is next, would you try and get nukes? And he said, yes. I was astonished. This is a man who's devoted his life. Because, as you say, everyone now has an incentive to get nukes. But why would you not?
No, my point was even broader than that, Mehdi, which is that...
This is fucking great, because yes, this is literally exactly what I was saying in the debate earlier. That yes, everybody would want to have a nuke, especially if they're a country like Iran that's getting bombed up by the United States and Israel every fucking year. Like, of course, yes, you're going to want to get some nukes. You're going to want to get something that is a deterrent from other countries being able to just bomb you all willy-nilly. And in order to not get nukes, you need some sort of incentive. Why does Iran need so much uranium if they have more oil than Jesus? I don't know that they need uranium. I don't know who told you that they need that much uranium. the thing that they've been saying is they only need uranium for their power plants, and that's it. And Donald Trump is saying, no, you're not allowed to have uranium for your power plants. So I don't know why you say so much uranium. Like, they don't need so much uranium. They just want uranium for their power plants. Donald Trump says no. And so then they're like, okay, well then we're going to keep our uranium that's enriched above 60% so that we have some way of like stopping you guys from bombing us, and then maybe eventually we'll just build a fucking bomb of our own. If you look up history of Iran, you wouldn't want them to have nukes. No one wants them to. Yeah, I don't want them to have nukes. No duh.
Now that I think everyone always has the incentive to get nukes. And that's where I don't think negotiating with Iran...
So that's where we disagree.
Hold on. Well, let me finish the point, though. I don't think that's... In that situation, I don't think Iran has any interest in that. Iran is very clearly... The reason the Gulf Arab states and Israel all want Iran degraded and all supported this conflict, by the way, and are still encouraging it, the Gulf states, especially internally. The people at the top, the people on the street may not. Is because Iran wants to dominate the region. It's a perfectly legitimate thing for Iran to want to do. But that being the case, the fact that they fund proxies to facilitate that process, of course they'd want nuclear weapons, and I don't think they'd negotiate them away.
Well, they already did negotiate them away. According to US intelligence, they suspended whatever nuclear weapons research they were doing in 2003 after the fall of Saddam because they didn't want Bush to invade them. There was also a fatwa from the late Ayatollah Khamenei saying that nuclear weapons are haram, forbidden under Islamic law, which is ironic. People are now saying, I hear supporters of Khamenei saying, that was a mistake. He should have actually got
But under him,
weapons.
They did enrich more uranium.
But they didn't build weapons. Enriching uranium is their right under the NPT. Every country has the right to enrich uranium. No, not to 60%. That was a bargaining.
But they did.
That was a bargaining chip.
Well,
why did they enrich to 60%?
Because they're saying if you keep pushing us,
exactly.
If you keep...
Israel attacked them, so they went to 60%. They only went to... You say Iran wants to dominate. This is why it's so important for your viewers to understand the timelines here. I know in the West, we're kind of brainwashed by some of our media and politicians to believe that Iran is this Hitler country. And again...
I'm not saying that.
But I didn't say you said that. I said some in our media and politicians, brainwashed over the years. Trigonometry is a great show. It hasn't been here for decades. I'm talking about the last 30, 40 years. Have been told Iran is the great, just like Iranians say the great Satan, Iran is also the great rogue state in the Middle East. Actually, when you look at it, Iran is the country that is actually now being bombed, was attacked from 1980 to 1988 by our ally Saddam Hussein, attacked with chemical weapons, lost 500,000 people, had their plane shot down by the United States of America. And then they agreed to a negotiated deal with the American government in good faith, and with the EU, by the way. The JCPOA was with the US and the EU. Iran stuck to that deal. Trump tore it up. Trump violated that deal by pulling out of it. As I said, they then began to increase enrichment only after the deal was done. So I don't accept your premise when you say, of course, they want to get nuclear weapons and enrich. No, they signed the JCPOA, which...
And to be clear, like, one of the problems with this is that, like, obviously other countries don't currently trust us. They don't like the United States. They don't trust the United States. And it's not just that, like, oh, well, it's just while Trump is in place. So it's just while Trump is president. Once he's gone, things will go back to normal. Countries have been very clear that they're not going back to normal. They're not doing it. They don't trust not just the United States as in Trump being president. They don't trust the voters. They don't trust us as a country anymore. They don't, when we're willing to put people like Trump in power, they don't trust us as an electorate. And they're not willing to put their countries in our hands anymore, because somebody like Trump can come along every once in a while and fuck everything up. And so they're already all kind of moving away from their alliances with us. Obviously, they're unwilling to help in this war. when normally if it was another leader, they probably would be willing to. They all talked about the fact that they're moving away from trade agreements with us. They're building their own alliances for military and otherwise. They're yet every country is begging us to help them. Yeah, but again, that Donald Trump just got rid of like U.S. aid and stopped helping with humanitarian needs, with refugee status. He stopped helping Ukraine. He's like all of the things that we were doing to help other countries, which is one of our pieces of strength. This is one of the things that like really gives us a lot of leverage over everybody else. That and our economic power. Donald Trump started tariffing everybody and then took away everything that we were given to the other countries. So all of the leverage that we had over everybody is fucking gone. All of the things that we use to get everybody else to do what the fuck we tell them to do, it's all gone. He fucked everything up. He's fucked everything from top to bottom. Not only in terms of economic ways, in terms of aid, but on top of that, in terms of trade and in terms of just like verbal alliances. He keeps talking shit about all of the other fucking countries. And then on top of that, the main thing that everybody trusts the United States to do is to kind of like keep the peace amongst everybody and try to make sure that there's not any more wars. But then you have somebody like Donald Trump threatening to take over Canada in Greenland and saying that he's going to invade and make them the 51st states and shit. Like that they can't trust us at all. There is no trust with the United States anymore. We have ruined our credibility with Donald Trump. And I'm saying this as just, somebody who's just an American who would like for to be the world superpower. I would like for the rest of the world to be able to depend on us. Donald Trump does not have an American ideology. He does not have an American ideology. He doesn't act like an American. So when he comes in and starts doing all this fucking crazy shit, the rest of the world looks at us and says, oh, okay, so America's lost their fucking minds. Okay, well, we gotta move on then, do our own thing, because the United States apparently doesn't want to be a superpower anymore.
Which it says in the first paragraph, we will never get nuclear weapons. That's what they signed on
But
to.
they then took that money and used it to fund their terrorist.
Okay, but now you're moving the goalposts. I just want to stick with your nuclear point. No, you made a very strong point about nuclear. They have an incentive to get nuclear weapons. I'm saying there's no evidence of that. It's the exact reverse.
The incentive is clear. You're saying
now they have an incentive for sure. They just got attacked.
They always did.
Well, of course. I mean,
if you want to be
strategically, yes, there was a. But the irony is they didn't. That's the irony. If they did, they'd be fine. Ayatollah Khamenei would be alive, chilling with Kim Jong-un right now if he had got nukes like Kim Jong-un did. Let's just be very real about that. There's a reason why Pakistan and North Korea, which destabilize their region much more than some would say Iran, are fine because they have nukes.
We're in complete agreement.
But Iran didn't get nukes. This is the great irony here. They didn't get nukes. They got attacked. The leader got killed. And now I'm hearing you say it's because they wanted to get nukes. It's the exact opposite. If they had gotten nukes, they'd be in a much safer place. Instead, he put out a fatwa saying no nukes. He signed up to the JCPOA, which many Iranian hardliners were against. Khamenei signed on to.
Like even militarily, one of the reasons that we were willing to pay more within NATO is because we were willing to have more influence. Having NATO definitely helps all those other countries as a deterrent to be allied with the United States. But the United States gets all this influence in the meantime, and then also is able to leverage that against all of these other countries to where if the United States goes and says, hey, fuck you, do X, Y, and Z, they don't just see it as the United States saying it. They see it as the fucking United States, the UN, NATO. But here's Donald Trump not only making it to where we're not paying the outrageous, the outrageous amount that we were before compared to the other countries. But on top of that, we're threatening to pull out of NATO and pull out of the UN. We've already pulled out of the WHO. Like all of the things that give us this like broad power and influence all over the world is what Donald Trump is pulling us out of all of these things, like across the board. We're losing all of the worldwide influence that we would have otherwise.
To a deal that people in his own country said we shouldn't sign on to. They then stuck to the deal, according to the IEA. Trump then tore up the deal. They then marginally increased enrichment to 20%. They then got attacked by Israel in 2021, increased to 60%, and then last year got attacked during negotiations, and again this year got attacked.
In real life, a true friend stands by side with you, not shoveling money at them until they go broke. Shoveling money at them until they go broke, that literally doesn't make any sense. That none of those countries were going broke, first off. Secondly, I fuck those other countries. That America first, bro. If you were actually America first, if you actually cared about America first, you would be in favor of this shit. If you're more worried about those countries and you're willing to have the United States lose influence and lose their power just to help those other fucking countries, sorry, I disagree with you. I disagree with you.
During negotiations. And one last point, the Gulf countries, it's just not true. The Omani foreign minister just wrote a piece for The Economist magazine. Oman got bombed by Iran. And even he's saying it's very rational for Iran to do what it's doing. This is an Israeli war that America's been dragged into. America needs to be independent.
Bro, this is literally everything that I was saying earlier in the first call that I was on. That like everything that Iran is doing is just rational. And everything that Trump is doing is irrational. Like the Iran is acting rationally and doing the rational thing and doing what it is that they're incentivized to do. Like you can watch every turn. Every Democrat, every liberal is able to predict accurately what it is that they're going to do. And somehow every fucking time when they go shut down the Strait of Hormuz, Donald Trump comes out and it's like, what? We didn't know. How would we know that they were going to do this? Nobody thought that this would happen. Why are they bombing other countries? This doesn't make sense. Are they confused? Do they think do they think Qatar is bombing them? Qatar wouldn't bomb them. It was us in Israel. Why are they bombing Qatar's? You're fucking stupid, bro. Literally everybody knew this shit would happen. What the fuck are you talking about? How does it that every Democrat always knows exactly what's going to happen, but the commander-in-chief doesn't know this shit? It's obnoxious. Like you can see based on what options Iran has, you can see pretty easily what it is they're going to do next at every step.
Look at the very senior Qataris privately, who of course are mad that Iran are bombing their oil gas fields, but they know who they blame. They know who started the war. It was Israel and the United States, and they're reaching out to the US, telling the US, stop this. So maybe the Saudis, maybe the Emiratis wanted this war, but not.
Well, that's why they're bombing all of their neighbor countries. They're bombing all of the neighbor countries because they want to put pressure on all those countries to try to put pressure on the United States to stop the war.
Not all of the Gulf countries. That's just not true.
Fine.
So it's really interesting that you're talking about, the bombing of.
As long as they don't shut down the Strait of Hormuz, who gives? They did shut it down. What do you mean? They did shut it down. What do you mean as long as they don't shut it? It's been shut down. It's been like other countries are able to get through. China's able to get through. The United States isn't. Our allies aren't. Like, what are you talking about? It is shut down.
Facilities, gas facilities, etc. Because one of the worries for me, Mehdi, is how this is going to affect ordinary Americans. And I don't actually think that we've been focused on that enough. So let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz. Let's talk about why it's so important. Let's talk about why shutting it down is.
Really, dude? Wait, do you think the Strait isn't shut down? Do you think they didn't shut it down, or it was a joke that went completely over your head? Oh, okay. Yes, I definitely don't get it. It's still going over my bald head.
Is not potentially catastrophic, is catastrophic for the global economy, but for Americans.
It's not just catastrophic, it's catastrophic. Hormuz, more booze. Yeah, I got that part. I don't get the rest of it.
Not potentially catastrophic, is catastrophic for the.
Not just catastrophic, it's catastrophic. Oh my goodness. That's really bad. What's up, Eric? If it was the Strait of Hormuz, then Pete Hegseth would be sure to open that shit up. True.
The global economy, but for Americans and Brits and the West in particular.
Yeah, it's a disaster. This is what. So we just ran a piece by Ilan Goldenberg, who was a senior official on foreign policy under Barack Obama and Joe Biden. He conducted war games for the United States government on what would happen if they attacked Iran, because they were doing the JCPOA. They had to have a backup in case it all goes pear-shaped. If we go to war, this is Obama time. He says the worst case scenario of the war games is what's happening right now. That's kind of scary when you hear someone who's in government saying that. He wrote that piece for us and he said, look, the Strait of Hormuz was always going to be the Iranian leverage. It was always going to be the choke point. When Donald Trump comes out and says, we didn't know they would do this. We didn't know.
This is so fucking annoying, dude. I mentioned this yesterday during the panel, and one of the guys on the panel said, I didn't know that. Are you sure Trump said that? I haven't seen this. Can you show that to me? And I couldn't find it. And I Googled it. I used AI. I couldn't find it fucking anywhere. But I kept saying, I was like, I know he fucking said it. I know he said it. I'm not like, I'm not confused on this. I know for sure that he said this. And I remember watching like even Senate hearings where they kept talking about the fact that where they were pressing Tulsi Gabbard to say whether or not she consulted Donald Trump that the Strait of Hormuz would likely be shut down if they attacked Iran. And she refused. She was like dancing around the question because she didn't want to make Donald Trump look bad because he fucking lied about the fact that he didn't know that they would shut it down. Which she did eventually say that of course we advise that the Strait of Hormuz is likely going to be shut down. That's always like the first act that they would use.
They would attack the Gulf countries. I mean, it's idiocy of the highest order. It's like COVID all over again. He mishandled a major national crisis because he was incompetent, not just ideologically doing the wrong thing. And again, we have these people like Hegseth and Trump who are completely out of their depth, running this war and saying stupid things like, well, we didn't know about the Strait of Hormuz. I just saw reporting the other day that the Brits and the Poles and the Germans all have minesweeping carriers that could have been of use. The Brits pulled ours out. I don't know where the German one is, but meanwhile, Trump is just attacking all the allies, saying, we don't need anyone from NATO. We don't need you. He's doing all caps, late night, insane, deranged posts on Truth Social. He doesn't know how to run a war. He doesn't know how to keep allies on board. Again, I'm going to have to go home and take a shower after praising George Bush. But even George Bush, a war criminal who should be in The Hague, created a coalition of the willing with a bunch of countries. Not the big countries, but some, what was it called? New Europe, Rumsfeld called it. This guy can't even build together a coalition. He didn't even tell his allies before he decided, as you say, to create massive economic chaos for everyone in the world. And we're speaking on a day, Francis, where the Treasury Secretary just announced, we may unsanction Iranian oil. Isn't that, I don't say hilarious because it's such a tragic war and people are dying, but bizarre that 3 weeks into this war, the result of this war is Iran's oil is unsanctioned. That's insane.
But let's go back to the Strait of Hormuz. Can you explain for people who are listening, who, you know, they've got families, they've got jobs, why is it so important? And why is closing it so disastrous?
So it's where the majority of that region's oil and gas goes out of the region, goes out to China and India, into the Indian Ocean. It's very narrow. I think it's 25 miles at its narrowest point. It means
out of India into the Indian Ocean?
China and India into the Indian Ocean. It's very narrow. I think it's 25 miles at its narrowest point. It means that the Iranians...
But they have Indians over there too? Do they have cowboys as well?
Can shut it down with like one guy on a boat, right, with like a rocket launcher. It doesn't require a massive Iranian military presence. There was a moment the other day where Hegseth said, we're run by such incompetence. Peter Hegseth, the defense secretary, said, no, it is open. You can go through with the ship as long as you don't get attacked. Well, you will, so it's not open. The whole point is all these planners, military planners are saying, you can't open it up as long as Iran is a country in that region. They will always have that leverage to shut it down because it doesn't require much on their part to take out one tanker and then which country, which company is going to go into that place. So there's, it's 2 lanes, literally it's 2 lanes straight from one going that way, one going that way. It's very easy to shut down. So this was always the Iranians' key leverage point. And apparently Trump didn't know about this, didn't think it through. He posted the other day calling it the Strait of Hormuz, spelled S-T-R-A-I-G-H-T. That's the President of the United States. So we're in a very disastrous position. The Iranians can hold out. We don't know how long the Iranians can hold out, but the longer they do, us at home here in the US, you guys in the UK, are going to feel the pain. You know, $104, $110, $120 barrels of oil. Who knows how high it's going to go? And the repercussions for a country, this country where affordability was the big political issue at the last election, inflation.
Well, you should be very excited about this, Mehdi, surely.
No, because remember you asked me at the beginning why I'm on the left. I believe in justice. I don't want people to suffer just to win my political arguments.
I was kidding, obviously, but I meant politically.
Yes.
The Democrats, I think, are on course to win the House and the Senate.
Maybe the Senate, definitely the House.
Yeah. And you imagine, I mean, it's clear, I think whether you support the conflict or the President Trump or you don't, I think it's very clear this is the biggest gamble of his political career.
100%.
And if it doesn't go the way he wants, I mean, the Republicans surely would lose the presidency at the next election. Counter-argument, Bush and Blair were re-elected after...
The real counter-argument is, there's 3 years to go, Francis, and Trump years are like dog years.
Francis is him, but it's fine.
Sorry,
I know we're dressed the same.
It's all right, it's all right.
Because I'm so...
You did that politician thing where you tried to name people by name, but you got us confused.
It's because I was thinking about the next 3 years as I said it. And the point I was making when I confused you both was it's 3 years to go of Donald Trump. 3 years is... We've just had a year. It feels like 10 years. The idea that anyone can know what will happen in the US a year from now, let alone 3 years from now...
It is, he's done about 3 months worth of legislation in a year and a half, and has had enough scandals and crimes for 100 years.
Insane. Anyone who tells you they know what America will look like in 2020 is a liar or a fool. It's just too much change, too much happens here. So anything could happen between now and then. That's why people who say, oh, it's going to be Vance or Rubio. No, it might be neither of them. It might be Trump again if he doesn't want to leave.
Do you think that's a realistic possibility?
Yes.
100%. You think there's a possibility?
100%. Not that 100% that he will stay, but 100% there's a possibility
that he would try.
That it would try.
Let me say this because I know I'm not alone. At some point, your body just stops.
There's so many Republicans right now who are saying that they would denounce Trump if he ever tried doing this again. Every single one of those motherfuckers, and the centrist, the centrist dick sucks for Trump. All of those people will totally flip on that if Donald Trump actually does it. They will all flip on it. They'll all turn around and defend it. Every single one of them. They will all find a way to be like, well, people treated him really unfairly, and when the Democrats got the majority in the House and the Senate, they tried impeaching him, and it wasn't fair, and also he was too busy dealing with all of the scandals that everybody was lying about him with, and so he still didn't get to do all the things that he should have been busy working on instead. So we have to give him more time to do all of this other stuff now.
In the description of this episode. That's BUBSnaturals.com, code TRIG. And when they ask where you heard about them, tell them Trigonometry sent you. Once more for 20% off. Use code TRIG at bubsnaturals.com.
The reason I wonder about that is, to me, that's kind of terrifying.
It is.
But then we talk to people all over the political spectrum, but we have a lot of friends who are on the right, and they all say, if that were to happen, I'd be on the streets opposing it.
So again, I have a longer memory than most. In 2019, I wrote a piece for The Intercept saying...
Yes, it's such fucking bullshit, because Donald Trump, he's not going to be able to succeed if he tries to stay in for a third term. Like, he won't be able to succeed with it, okay? But he tried stealing the fucking 2020 election, and Republicans would act like, oh yeah, if he tried to steal an election, I'd be totally opposed to him. But then when he did it, they all fucking made up reasons for why they didn't believe he actually did it. They all pretended like it didn't actually happen. So I'm sorry, but like the likelihood of these motherfuckers actually opposing anything that Donald Trump does is just slim to none. Like, these people are going to keep finding ways to defend him, no matter what happens.
Donald Trump loses the next election. He will not accept the results. He will try and stay in office. He will start a riot. I wrote that piece in May 2019. People laughed at me. I was not an American at the time. They said, you're a Brit. You don't understand American politics. Secret Service will march him out. His party will never accept it. January 6th happened. He still doesn't accept the result. He's still trying to fiddle with that result and the next result. Donald Trump should be taken seriously and literally. I do take him seriously and literally. When he says again and again, should we suspend elections? Will this be the last time you ever have to vote? Should I stay on for a third term? He's not just joking. I'm not saying he isn't joking, but he's not just joking.
He's warming
in that weird
people
head
up
of his,
to it.
there's stuff whirring. You're a close Ukraine watcher. Remember when Zelensky came to the Oval Office, and not the time he got braided, but the other time, And a journalist said, why haven't you had elections in Ukraine? And Zelensky said, how can I have elections? We're in the middle of a war. And Trump jumped in immediately. Oh, if you're in a war, you don't have to have elections. I'll have to remember that. And people chuckled. And I'm thinking, that's Donald Trump's brain working there. He's thinking, there's a war. Maybe we don't have to have elections. And you've got people like Steve Bannon, who I do take seriously, making it very clear that they're working on a plan to try and keep him in office in 20. That doesn't mean they're going to succeed. That doesn't mean he's going to do it. But to pretend when he shows world leaders merch Trump 2028 that we shouldn't take this guy who already tried to stay on in office, already incited an insurrection. Yeah, we should take that seriously. This is a party that doesn't believe in democracy anymore.
But we're talking about democracy, and I'm looking at the Democrats. I'm not someone who's on the left or the right, and I'm looking at the Dems, and I don't see any candidates. I don't see any particular ideas. I don't see any challenge, if I'm being honest, Mehdi. What am I missing?
It's a good question. I mean, look, I've been very critical of the Democratic Party from my own position on the left. Look, there's not great candidates. I agree with that. There are candidates. It depends who they're up against. If you're up against a Rubio or a Newsom, then yeah, a Rubio or a Vance, then Gavin Newsom or a J.B. Pritzker or whatever it is could do a decent job and easily be competitive. I don't rate those Republican candidates. But yes, do I wish there was a more dynamic Democrat? Yes. Do I wish there was a more charismatic Democrat? Yes. Do I wish there was a more populist Democrat? Yes. Do I wish Bernie was 20 years younger? Yes. Will AOC run? We don't know. It'll be interesting to see. I think there will be about 30 people running. I think it's going to be... Do you remember the 2016 elections where the Republicans had to have a kiddie table debate the night before because there were too many candidates, like Lindsey Graham and the losers? They went the night before. I think they're going to have a Democratic version of that because it's going to be... I think everyone and their dog is going to run this time.
But you look at Gavin Newsom and people are going, oh, you know, this guy's an ex-candidate. Look, you look at California... It's a shit show.
He's got great hair.
It's horrible.
He looks the part. Donald Trump would make him a running mate if he was a Republican because he always goes for visuals. Yeah, look, I'm not disagreeing with you. I think there are Democrats. But look, again, 3 years to go. I'm of the Donald Rumsfeld, known, unknown, unknown, unknown. There could be someone none of us have even thought about who emerges. You know, Barack
like
Obama was elected in 2004 as a senator and then ran for president in 2008 and won. There's a guy, John Ossoff in Georgia, who's about to be in a very tight Georgia Senate race. He's Jewish, he's young, he's centrist. He's not on my side of the political spectrum. He could be the candidate if he wins in Georgia. He could change things around. We don't know.
Do you think when you look at people like Zohran Mamdani, do you think that...
I wish he was born in the US.
Mamdani.
He could run for president. Go on.
Do you think that could be the future of the Democrat Party, that kind of very left-wing, progressive politics? Or do you think that in order for the Dems to win, they need to be more pragmatic and they need to attack the centre?
I don't know what the centre is anymore, to be honest, in the crazy world we live in now. And I know you guys are based in the UK, where there's like 5 parties now fighting for dominance. I think the old ways of thinking about politics are gone. What does centre mean in the age of Trump? I think what matters is, are you anti-establishment or are you pro-establishment? I don't think it matters. I think left and right is less relevant than are you anti-establishment or pro-establishment? Are you a populist or are you not a populist?
Populist,
I think that's what Mamdani proved in New York. Mamdani got a bunch of Trump voters. So did AOC. There's Ocasio-Cortez Trump voters. They exist. There are Trump Mamdani voters. Why? Not because they agree with his socialist policies, but because they see him as an outsider. They see him as someone who takes on the establishment. They see him as someone who speaks his mind and doesn't talk like a consultant with boring talking points. That is going to be the person who emerges and is really going to occupy the ground, centre or left, come 2028 if that person exists. I think Americans are fed up with politicians. They're fed up. We talked about moneyed interests earlier. They're fed up with money in politics. They're fed up with foreign wars. We didn't talk about the fact that this Iran war is the most unpopular war of my lifetime. Like, I've never seen a war in the US where the public doesn't get behind it. Once troops are committed, they're behind it, even if they're skeptical like Iraq. Nope, not this time. They are consistently anti-war, the American public. Consistently anti-war, consistently anti-billionaire, consistently anti-establishment and anti-DC. Who is the candidate in either party who's going to monopolize? Trump did a great fake con job of being, I'm going to be the outside guy, even though he gives tax cuts to billionaires, enriches himself. But he played the part to some people of being, I'm the guy who's going to go shake things up and burn it down. Who's actually going to do that? And who's going to do it on the left?
Well, there's a couple of points I want to jump in. I mean, one of them is the anti-war thing. It's an interesting point about the broader sweep of the entire country. The Republicans are overwhelmingly in favor of this war.
We agree.
And the Democrats are overwhelmingly against it. And I imagine that's partly to do...
I wouldn't say the Republicans are overwhelmingly in favor of it. That doesn't seem to be the case. It does seem to be that it's like... I know that, the MAGA GOP poll that came out seems to have a lot of people thinking that that's just Republicans, but we just watched a video a minute ago saying that that's not Republicans. That's the MAGA GOP poll is the MAGA GOP poll is not just MAGA or the Republicans overall. It's just a specific group of Republicans. And that I think overall Republicans were about 60%, I think, if I remember correctly.
With the person who was doing it. I think a lot of Republicans support it.
Oh, they would be opposed to it if Kamala Harris was bombing Iran.
Likewise, a lot of Democrats would.
Oh yeah, Donald Trump said that a vote for Iran was a vote for a war in Iraq. That like if you vote for Kamala, we'd go to war in Iraq or Iran. Sorry, not Iraq. Yeah, here we are at war in Iran, and it's because we voted for Kamala. He was right.
Would probably support it if it was being
100%.
done.
Chuck Schumer would be behind this war if it was a Democratic president.
So I don't think that's a reflection on the war as much as it is.
But the public, but you're talking about politicians. I'm talking about the public as a whole. Whether Republican or Democrat are tired of this war.
No.
I know the polling shows Republicans are behind Trump, but I think that's because it's Trump.
That's what I'm saying.
But I don't think they
But I
support
also
war.
think a lot.
I think there's a general
I
principle.
also think
which
a
is
lot
people
of
are fatigued.
Democratic voters are against it because it's Trump's war.
Agreed, but I also don't think they would be enthusiastically for it. The voters. I think voters across the board. I've not met enthusiastically pro-war people in this country outside of media green rooms.
I have. I mean, we've met people who just go, you know, you support your country at a time of war. I support the president.
Yeah,
there are lots of people like that.
There's polling that shows that a significant minority of Republicans would bomb Agrabah if given the chance from Aladdin. So
yeah.
There's a poll that shows
as
that.
long as they're trying to develop nuclear weapons.
Agrabah?
Well, and we agree that Iran.
Is Agrabah a thing from Aladdin? Is that a real place? Am I crazy? That's from Aladdin, right?
It wasn't developing.
I'm kidding. But I think Francis' point about the center versus not the center, I guess if you take something that we have...
Tom, don't even think about running for president. I mean, normally I wouldn't have, but now that the Republicans have normalized convicted felons being president, you know, maybe I have to start shifting my my thought process on this.
Explored quite a lot on our show, which is the cultural dimension of all these conversations. You could see at the last election some of the, you know, this was talked about endlessly about the trans ad that Trump ran, etc. I guess the question is the Democrat Party going to move away from that or more lean into that? I mean, Mamdani, I think, actually really didn't go into that at all and tried to stay on economic issues as much as possible.
I'm not sure that's quite true, but yes, he definitely led with economic issues, but he was super anti-ICE, which used to be an unpopular position in the Democratic Party. Now everyone finally gets behind abolish ICE. Well, some do, the leadership don't. The public is now getting behind abolish ICE. By the way, both of you say you're...
What is it? Well, okay, abolish ICE is very different. Okay. So I say that the leadership on the Democrat side has definitely not been in favor of ICE or even funding ICE, but abolishing ICE, sure, that's a very different conversation.
Centrist, but I noticed, I couldn't help but notice, both of you say Democrat Party, which is a Republican phrase.
Is it?
Democratic Party is what it's called by the Democrats.
Oh, is it?
Democrat Party is like a smear used by Republicans.
This is just an ignorance.
FYI for you while you're here.
Just an
ignorance. Just good to know. I just wanted to let you know that is something in right-wing circles that is used
That's interesting.
to bring... anyways.
It's an ignorance thing on our part.
Fair enough. I was just flagged because I'm hyper attuned to this stuff.
Yeah.
So I was like, why are they saying
All right, the
Democrat
Democratic Party.
Look, I do think Mamdani ran definitely on a populist platform, economic issues first, and that is the way forward. But he didn't shirk away. He went, you know, Tom Homan was the guy who runs the border stuff. Mamdani was caught on camera screaming at him at a protest in Albany during the campaign. People said, this is going to destroy Mamdani. He looks like a crazy, mad leftist Muslim. Didn't hurt him, actually. It put him ahead of the curve on where public opinion has gone on ICE, which is very anti-ICE. So I do think you can walk and chew gum at the same time. I think the problem in the Democratic Party is they don't know what they believe. And when you look at the polling, to go back to your point, Francis, not Constantine, to go back to your point, the polling shows that people think the Republicans are extreme now, but the criticism of the Democratic Party is no longer that they're extreme left. That's not the criticism. When you ask Americans, what is the number one objection you have to the Democratic Party? They're weak. They look weak. That is what American people tell pollsters, and they're right. They are weak. Anytime Trump...
Well, the reason that they think they're weak, though, is because they don't think that they're stopping the Republican Party enough. Like, that's the thing that they're weak is, or that makes them weak, is that they don't stop the Republican Party, and they don't use the same cheap or illegal tactics that the Republican Party uses, and so that's what gives them the optics of being weak. A lot of Republicans will try to use that shit to say that, like, oh, see, everybody thinks Republicans are better, but no, most of it's over the fact that people are mad that they're not stopping the Republicans enough, not that they're not more like Republicans. The fuck? What the fuck? That thing just fucking glitched out and almost had that little bitch kill me. I almost died, dude. That's crazy.
Does something. They either roll over or they write a sternly worded letter. They don't know how to fight. Mamdani showed that you can fight. Some people, the people who are standing out in the Democratic race, you asked about presidential candidates. There's a guy called Ruben Gallego, senator from Arizona, very centrist, border hawk, Latino, ex-military veteran. He's going to run for president too. He has a great line right now. He says Donald Trump ran on exposing pedophiles and stopping wars. He's protecting pedophiles and starting wars. That's your bumper sticker, Democrats. Just run with that. He has been very anti-ICE too, even though he's in a border state. So I do think, why do I like Gallego right now? Not because he and I are on the same part of the political spectrum, because he's fighting, because he's standing up, because he's taking strong stances. He doesn't look weak. That is the problem for the Democratic Party right now. They've looked weak for so long.
And I also think as well, is like, let's be honest, we live in the age of populism.
Yes.
I think in order to be elected, you have to be a populist, you have to have a populist message.
I agree.
And I don't see that from the Democratic Party, you see? I got it right, Mehdi.
But not just the whole party, the leadership of the party, surely. Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, these people are useless. They should be gone. I don't know why the hell they're there. But I say there are others. There are Ruben Gallegos. There are AOCs. There are Mamdanis. There are Rokanas. There are people who are taking a more populist stance. Whether they win the nomination is, who knows? The Democratic Party, you know, the Israelis used to also always say about the Palestinians in a very derogatory way. They never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity. That was their lie. It's just false. But I would say that about the Democrats. They never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity. There is a moment now for this party, but they just won't take it because they've got losers as leaders. And they always go towards this, quote, fake center ground. Look at the people they put up. Joe Biden in 2020 was the candidate. He only won because of COVID. Let's just be very honest about that. Had there not been a pandemic, Trump would have been re-elected. In 2016, Hillary Clinton defeated by Donald Trump. You know, this is the problem. They put up these people who are not the right people.
I've said that before.
And then they say, oh, we've got to try the centrist playbook again. We've got to be pragmatic. When it hasn't worked. And what does work is populism.
It's populism and it's also economics.
That's so fucking stupid, dude. It is so fucking, that's such a dumb line. It doesn't work. What does work is populism. How many fucking, why aren't the populists in power then? Why aren't they winning? Why aren't they, you have fucking Mamdani and that's it. And now it works. Now that's the thing that works. You got one motherfucker as a mayor? Not even a senator, not a, like, nothing real, nothing major. You got a fucking mayor over here and that, but this works. This is what works, guys. You just got to do what works, like us. We're the fucking winners over here. We got one mayor, guys. We got one mayor and AOC too. Don't forget, we got AOC as well, guys. So we got two people. You guys demolished Bernie Sanders numerous times, and we can barely keep anybody in the fucking house. But guys, for real, we're really good. We're the real answer. We're the guys who really know how to win. We just haven't done it before. But we could, if you guys would just let us. You just won't let us win. It's not fair. That's crazy. So like we have enough power consistently to stop you guys from winning. But also we're do-nothing Democrats, and we're not willing to do anything, and we're not willing to fight, but apparently we're fighting you all the time and stopping you from doing anything. Whoa.
The average person, they go to the supermarket and they're thinking, everything seems to be going up apart from my wages. And there's an anger and a frustration to that. They also see billions being spent in overseas wars. And the question that a lot of people would ask, fairly enough, in my opinion, is why is the money being spent over there? It should be spent here or whatever else.
That's what Trump ran on. That was MAGA, right? America first. And I think you'll see a lot of Democrats now borrowing that language. The smart ones are saying exactly what you just said, Francis, that why are we spending that? I think they just asked for $200 billion. Trump has just asked for the war. That's insane. $200 billion, you could just give a free community college to every American with that money. Just insane numbers. And I think that's only going to get worse over the coming years. And look, my thing is Republicans are evil geniuses, right? They know what they're doing. I wrote a book about debating and persuasion. One of the first chapters in the book is you don't win people over by giving them facts, statistics, policy papers, polls. That's not how you convince people. You go to people's hearts, right? You get their emotional heartstrings and you pull them. The Republicans are masters of that. They appeal to our dark demons. They're like, you need to hate that person. You need to be mad at that person. The migrant, the Mexican, the trans kid, right? It works. It's evil genius. It works. The problem for the Democrats or the Labour Party in the UK is they don't have a positive version of that. They don't have a way of...
I found a blueprint here. Trailblazer blueprint. Do you want this?
No, I'm good.
Okay, I'm probably about to drop it. I just
Appreciate it, though.
Is there... What are you looking for?
Geiger counter.
Oh, dude, you're gonna find those in assembly. I had to do that a while ago. Yeah. So you know where, like, there's stairs that go up 2 flights and you normally get trapped by, like, 3 fucking pops and fireballs and shit as you go up the first landing? And then you get to the very top and there's normally, like, white drawers sitting there. It's either gonna be there or it's gonna be somewhere in assembly almost every time. Damn, dude, you coming with the fucking huckster over here. Sheesh. Nice. But yeah, assembly's where you find it.
Actually inspiring people with the same emotional message. Nor do they have a way of channeling people's anger in the right direction. People are angry. But don't channel that anger towards the undocumented migrant who's not the reason your wages haven't gone up, who's not the reason...
What? Why can't I just blame brown people for everything? It doesn't make sense that, like, Republicans hold random immigrants to higher standards than they hold the president of the United States. Like, this sounds pretty normal to me. I think you should just keep looking at brown people and just being like, oh, why are you brown? Stop being brown, you fucking brown people. That makes sense to me. I don't know what he's talking about. I totally disavow what this guy's talking about here, mainly because he's brown while saying it. That's just unacceptable.
Reason that, you know, you've been lost your job, even though that's what...
He looks like one of those radical jihadist Muslims. That's what he looks like to me. What do you guys say?
You're told, channel it at the people who actually are screwing you over, the people who are getting massive tax cuts from Donald Trump, the people who are not paying their taxes, avoiding taxes, stashing their money offshore, the people who are running big tech companies and screwing over your kids with ridiculous algorithms and nonsense. Channel the anger that way, and I think you'll win.
Look, it's a good point, but also as well, we have to admit that there have been fundamental failings on the left. For instance, the border, having an open border.
There's no open border.
Go back to trans people.
Where's the open border?
Well, Trump has closed it.
Open borders. Bro, these guys are fucking clowns, dude. They're fucking clowns. The open borders, dude. It's a fundamental failure, the open border. Oh my goodness, I just found the fucking Geiger counter. No way did I just find that. Hold on. Hey, bro, are you still here? Are you still here? Shit, I don't remember his name. This is what he was here for. I'm probably about to go across the map to try to find him and give it to him, dude. That is such a hard thing to find. I think I'm going to go try to find him. Oh my goodness. I'm going to go try to find him. Hey, bro, you still here? Yep, I'm gonna go find him. Shit.
An open border.
It wasn't. What's your definition of an open border?
Well, you look.
Millions of illegals coming in.
That doesn't mean it's open. That just means they managed to come in illegally.
Millions of illegals coming
the border
in.
wasn't as secure as you
that's
wanted.
what makes it open.
Open border means I could just walk into America. Nobody could do that.
Well, hold on. If millions of people are able to walk into my house, and I say, I've got an open door policy to my house. He goes, that's not an open door policy. It just means people got in. I mean, come on.
No, I'm being very serious.
Wait,
if you want
no,
to use your
that's-
house analogy,
Millions
if you
of-
opened your
literally
house
works.
door and said,
That
everyone
makes
come
sense.
in, no, I'm not going to stop you, then fine, that is an open door policy. If people come into your house in the window in the middle of the night while you're calling the police...
That you left open.
Well, did they leave open?
Well, clearly, because the moment Donald Trump was elected, he closed the window.
Well, he
They're no
closed it
longer
completely,
coming.
which is ridiculous because now you can't even claim asylum, which is a legal right. Joe Biden actually deported more people than Trump did in his first term. He actually detained and deported.
We're not talking about deportations. Hold on, let's just focus on the open...
Yes.
Mehdi, let's just... We're having a great discussion, and we're really...
Sorry, you triggered me with open border.
Clearly.
Yeah. Yes.
But actually, I think we should
Are
talk
you over
about
here,
the
bro?
issue.
Go on.
And we don't get
Where
triggered
you
about
at?
it.
Go on.
When you buy seafood, what do you worry about most?
Where
Nutrition,
you at?
sustainability,
I got a
taste?
defib. Where you at?
I've asked all of those questions. This is why Wild Alaskan Company caught my attention.
Where the fuck are you?
It is the best way to get wild-caught, perfectly portioned, nutrient-dense seafood delivered to your door. You've not tasted fish this good. When we first got a delivery
there
from
you are.
Wild Alaskan Company, it
Shit,
stood
dude, I was
out
looking everywhere for
immediately.
you.
The care that goes into it, the packaging,
Run.
the clear sourcing, the attention to detail. You can tell this is a company that does things properly. What makes Wild Alaskan Company special is how they source everything. 100% wild caught, never farmed. No antibiotics, no GMOs, no additives. Just clean, real fish, frozen off the boat to lock in flavor and nutrients like omega-3s. You get flexible shipments, expert cooking tips, and a box that genuinely feels like it's come from people who care about what they're sending. My favorite variety is their Pacific halibut. Firm and meaty, it cooks beautifully in a pan or on the grill and goes with almost anything. And there's no risk. If you're not completely satisfied with your first box, Wild Alaskan Company gives you a full refund. No questions asked. Get seafood you can trust. Go to wildalaskan.com/trig for $35 off your first box of premium wild-caught seafood. That's wildalaskan.com/trig for $35 off your first order. Thanks to Wild Alaskan Company for sponsoring this episode.
Under the Democrats, unlike under both Labour and Conservatives in our country...
Numbers went up.
It's not just that numbers went up. I always give the stat. I came to Britain in 1996.
Hey, Geiger counter guy. You have the Geiger counter? I found the Geiger counter. Are you the one looking for the Geiger counter? Shit. Yeah, I sent him over here to get it, and then I found it right after he left, and so I ran all the way over here to try to find him. Damn. Damn, okay. Fuck. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
When I came to Britain, 55,000 people a year net were coming in legally. More people now come into Britain illegally every year. Now, to me, you can argue about language, but when you have that, and in this country, in the United States, literally millions of people coming in illegally, and you can see that when there's a change of administration, that stops.
Okay.
You can disagree with us, at the extremes, and I think probably all of us do. But that, to describe that as an open border policy, I think it's quite reasonable, don't you?
No, because open border suggests anyone could walk into America. And, that's
they
not true.
did. Yeah, millions of people did.
And millions of people didn't. Millions of people got detained. Millions of people got
Doesn't come
mistreated
anywhere
in
close
camps.
to open
Joe
borders.
Biden was not some dove on the border. Biden and Harris put together the most draconian border security legislation, which, by the way, Trump told Republicans not to vote for because he wanted more people to come in so he could win the election. But they put together, I'm on the left. I was criticizing Biden and Harris for being hawks on certain things. For example, child separation. For example, putting children, all of this stuff. They borrowed a lot of Trump policies. For the first year of their administration, they kept the same rule that Trump used under the pandemic to just kick people out, which was a nonsense rule. Did a lot of people come in? Of course they did. Record numbers came in. But
Yes, Biden literally had policies that were found to be unconstitutional that were just as strict as what it was that Trump had in place. Lots of them were literally the same exact fucking policy. And then you have Republicans acting like he was like trying to let people in. So stupid. Oh, Wait, are you the one looking for the Geiger? Oh, you're the same fucking person. Damn, that other guy had a huckster as well. That's crazy. Okay. I gotta get out. I gotta exfil at this point. Yeah, it's getting late. We gotta get to the other side of the map. Nah, it's all the way on the other side. Yeah, we got 5 minutes to get there too. It's over in the atrium. Yeah, I'm up top. All right. Okay. Here. Well, here. Yeah. All right, let's go.
Again, why? Was it just because of an open border, or was it because of push factors, not just pull factors? What was going on in Central America in 2021 and 2022? The actual crises that drove people out, not just economic migrants, but yes, refugees as well.
This is where you're triggering me with all respect, because I walk around the United States.
It's called trigonometry. Triggering each other.
So that's why we're having this discussion. I mean, as I walk around the cities of the United States, and we travel here regularly, I'm shocked by the number of homeless people, right? And you could say, well, look, the push factors, you know, the people who don't have somewhere to live, so that's why they're coming into your house. No, they're coming into your house because you've left the door open. And that's what was happening under the Democratic Party.
So that's not quite true. So let's look at the numbers. When Biden left office, right, in 2024, there were fewer people coming in than in Donald Trump's last year of office in the first term. That's just a fact. Go look at the numbers. The trends were down. You've got to look at trends. Clearly, there was a peak. I'm not disputing that.
Okay.
In 21, 22, huge peak. I was at MSNBC. We covered it all the time.
With that point,
but the point is, if it was an open border, why didn't they stay? Why didn't it stay up? Why did it come down?
Because they realized it's a problem and they were trying to deal
then
with
we
it.
agree there wasn't an open border.
No, there was an open border.
Okay, for 1 year, they were really bad at border security. Yes,
let's
concede that.
Okay. So, we remember how we started this conversation. Francis, actually, I think you guys were agreeing a lot, but he said the left had failings, right? And one of those failings was the failure to enforce the border. And you've just conceded that I mean, in your telling, it's 1 year. I would argue it's a longer thing.
Fine.
And it's interesting to me because I wrote about this in my book, actually, that the Democratic politicians and left-wing politicians in our country talked about the importance of border security and managing immigration well and carefully for decades. And then there was this moment, which meant, you know, let me present the argument and you tell me what you think about it. My sense is there was a cultural view that immigration good, illegal immigration isn't illegal immigration, it's all asylum seeking. There is nobody who's trying to get in illegally. Everyone is trying to just find their way to a better life. And there was a cultural shift, which a lot of people call woke, where that was perceived as the morally right thing to do. And that's why across Europe and the United States, people in power, not just left-wing, by the way, but across the political spectrum, did leave the, I mean, you
oh my goodness,
quibble with the word open, failed to have the border policies that the people of their countries repeatedly voted for. And that is one of the reasons, Francis, I think, is arguing, the left got the kicking that it did.
Well, can I untangle those two things? One is the electoral thing, which is a much more complicated issue. I don't know if we have time to talk about why did they get the kick in different places. There's incumbency, there's inflation. We've talked about many things. Populism, agreed. Clearly, immigration played a role. I'm on the left. So when you say the left failed, you might not like this, the no true Scotsman fallacy. The left hasn't been in power, right? And Tony Blair was not the left. Gordon Brown was not the left. David Cameron and George Osborne were not the left.
You can't play this game.
I can, because I criticized them from the left. If you tell me that there was an open border, I would say Tony Blair spent his whole life being hawkish on border. He gave asylum seekers vouchers. I spent most of the 2000s attacking Blair for being cruel to asylum seekers. Gordon Brown talked about British jobs for British workers. People say you sound like Nick Griffin if you remember 2010. And then, for example, here in the US, Biden and Harris were way to the right of me on the border. Kamala Harris said, do not come. She went to Central America and said, do not come. Doesn't sound like someone with their door open to me.
But they did leave.
Hey, y'all made it.
In practice,
you can't have the analogy which said, okay, so in practice, people got in. I've never disputed that. Your argument was you opened the door and said, come in. There's no evidence of that.
My argument is the fact that people at one point were not able to come in, and then they were, is evidence of a shift in policy. Is that a fair claim?
I don't know about its policy, because the Biden administration did copy a lot of Trump policies. For example, they got rid of Remain in Mexico, whereby Trump took people and said, you've got to go to Mexico and make a claim. You can't do it here.
Right.
He got rid of that. People said, oh, because of that.
All right, doors open. You got 20 seconds.
But why did the numbers go up?
I told you.
Are you the one that I gave the gun to? Okay, you got a minute and a half to go, so you're good. Did the other guy not? The other guy didn't make it? Did the other guy not make it? Where's the other guy? Damn, I had to run. I was literally getting shot by the yeah. Well, the other guy's only got 7 seconds, so damn. Shit.
Because there were push and pull factors. A, the economy was opening up.
Yeah, the borders are just open, guys. It's just open. That's it. It's just open. What does open mean? It means a lot of people came through. That's it? Just a lot of people? What's a lot? Like, what the fuck?
Let me finish the sentence. The economy is opening up after COVID.
People.
The US economy, despite Trump's claims, was amazing on Biden's watch in terms of growth and jobs, record jobs growth. So when you have record jobs growth, people come for work. You need people from abroad, legal immigration. And number two, there was a lot going on in the Northern Triangle, in a lot of these Central American countries, a lot of crises, some crises that we've caused, with people coming in. So there were many, many factors. Was it also liberal bias? Maybe. But this idea that, the left, you said the woke, want to virtue signals to be, everyone's an asylum seeker.
I didn't say virtue signal.
Okay, but the implication being they want to look good by saying everyone's an asylum seeker, no one's illegal.
No, that wasn't my implication. You feel free to answer once I just address this. It's not an implication thing. I think it's a change of worldview that happened. People changed how they thought about this issue.
On the ground, maybe. I wish it changed in government. This is what's amusing me. Listening to you guys. I wish these people existed in power. They don't. Joe Biden wasn't that person. Hillary Clinton wasn't that person. Tony Blair and Gordon Brown weren't those people.
Yeah, Joe Biden has always been very anti-illegal immigration. Kamala Harris was anti-illegal immigration. She ran on the fact that she was one of the few people who actually fought against drug cartels and charged international drug syndicates, and she was very clear in her running that she was against these things, and that she was wanting the border bill to get passed. She was very clear on these things. So this is all really stupid bullshit to keep claiming that they were open borders or anything like that.
Keir Starmer is not that person. Keir Starmer and Shabana Mahmood are to the right of David Cameron in many ways on this issue.
They talk like they are.
Well, talking's bad because it has effects on the public and on our discourse. So I wish these people existed that you're telling me exist. Yes, there are people on the left who I know and I'm part of who did take a much more open borders stance, who did say, actually, a lot of these people are asylum seekers and you shouldn't demonize them all. I'm not sure I saw that in policy or in government. I wish, maybe I missed it, but I didn't see Joe Biden make the case emotionally for refugees and asylum seekers during his administration.
But I'm just a little confused here, Mehdi, because your point about push factors, I think it's true. More people want to leave countries when there's economic problems, etc. But you can't deny that policy shifts change the number of people who will come through a door depending on whether that door...
Donald Trump had more to do with people coming over the border than Joe Biden or Kamala Harris did. Donald Trump running around telling everybody that there was open borders before there was even an influx of immigration, definitely had a bigger impact on a bunch of people flooding over the border than any changes to policy that Joe Biden made.
Doors ajar,
of course. But if the alternative policy, as Francis said, was, well, Trump shut the border, do I agree with that? No, that's ridiculous. Do I believe in building a wall? No, we have to allow migration into this country because we need it for the economy. And we have to allow asylum seekers in this country because it's the legal thing to do. It's our obligations under multiple international conventions and US law. He's blocked all of that. Would you agree that people should have a right to asylum in the US?
I think my view on asylum is very simple. And this was true for Ukrainian people in my family, which is that you should apply for asylum in the area that you're in. And then if you're approved, you get to travel to the country. We shouldn't have people crossing.
So you would change all international law and US law?
Absolutely.
Okay, but right now, we haven't changed that. So under our current legal obligations, people should have a right to claim asylum.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's a right-wing thing that they all think that the law says that you have to go to the nearest country, which is just blatantly untrue. The international law doesn't say that. Our national law doesn't say that. there's no law anywhere that says that you have to go to the nearest country. But I don't know where the fuck this came from. I don't know who started telling people that that was the case. I have no idea like why all of these people think that you have to go to the nearest country, but it's just blatant bullshit. It's totally untrue.
The solution to asylum is actually very simple, which is you set up asylum processing centers near the countries where there's war and conflict and so on, and then you filter out the people you want to come.
Or you create something called the CBP1 app where you make it so that people can just sign up from wherever they are, and then they do.
So I don't necessarily fully disagree with you. What's interesting is a lot of these solutions require people with good faith, good intentions, competence, funds. Half the problems of the immigration system in this country, if you talk to immigration lawyers as I do, they're not all open borders advocates. They're saying, why do we not have enough judges to process the claims? Why is there a backlog? Why do people disappear into America when they arrive? Because there's no court hearing, there's no court date. Why is there no fully funded system of lawyers and judges? It would cost a trivial percentage of what we spend on ICE. So it's linked, because if you deal with that, then you deal, because you said policy and election, so I'm coming to that. One of the reasons why immigration has worked for the right is because it looks like chaos, and it is chaos.
It is
but
chaos.
It's manufactured chaos. So when Biden and Harris put a bill together, not one I agreed with, but a draconian bill to really shut down asylum claims and immigration at the border, Republicans voted against it for political reasons, because there's an election coming up. So they don't actually care about solving the issue at the border.
Wait, bro, we just went over all this. This is great. The two fucking debates that I just had, one about immigration, the other one about Iran, he has hit all of the fucking same exact things that I said. That's brilliant.
A bigger conversation.
It goes back 20 years. Marco Rubio, who's Secretary of State right now, who's now a hardcore hawk because he works for Trump, he was a guy in favor of amnesty, right? Marco Rubio, whose grandfather was deported, he was in favor of an amnesty for migrants' country. Today, MAGA would destroy him if he dared say that.
Well, and he called Donald Trump racist, and so did J.D. Vance. Like these guys back when they were at least attempting to be honest before the Trump administration corrupted all the Republicans, they all were very clear that they thought that Donald Trump was racist and that he was a nutcase and that all the things that he wanted to do were horrible. But now they've all like been pressured into conforming to everything that Donald Trump wants them to do.
But that was part of the solution.
TDS? Yeah, sure. And all of them had TDS before as well. It has nothing to do with the fact that Donald Trump literally threatened them with primarying them and getting their entire careers taken away. It was just TDS. That's why they kept calling him racist. That's why they compared him to Hitler and called him a Nazi. This is just, they all just had TDS. Totally true, bro.
What do we do about 15 million people in this country? You can't just deport them all.
This is a totally separate point. I think the way, sorry, I'm talking for Francis Lloyd, but I just want to...
That's why I called you Francis.
That's right. I want to get to the bottom of this. Across Europe and the entire Western world, there was a gigantic shift within our lifetimes from what I would consider sensible immigration policy, which is you welcome in the people that you've looked at their background, you think they're going to be a positive addition to your country. You do it in numbers that are manageable. You give people an opportunity to integrate. You do it in a way that is not disruptive to the existing population of the country, that people don't feel unsettled, the infrastructure is not under pressure. That's what we had for the entirety of my lifetime. And everybody agreed.
Yeah,
and
I'm not sure I agree.
Well, that was my experience. And then suddenly at some point, whatever happened, that changed. And you got to a position where lots and lots of people effectively advocated for or tacitly supported a policy whereby we didn't enforce the border in the way that we used to, and we allowed mass flows of immigration from all over the world.
So you're mixed.
No, you are half TDS. Oh, I are half TDS. Well, I was quoting other people, so I was quoting Republicans. I was quoting Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance. So I know that every time you guys hear somebody say something that hurts your fifis, you just say TDS because it's just the programming that you bots have been coded with. But yeah, I wasn't just saying my opinion. That's what I was thinking.
Ariana tipped $2. Sometimes I get
Baboon.
conflicted with Mehdi defending leftists like Hassan. Later I found he is a Shia Muslim. It all makes sense. Shias are heretical and believe in crazy things. So next time, when you disagree with him, it's because he is a Shia, not leftist.
I disagree with that. Shias are not going to to say the majority of things that he's saying either. Shias are not going to have the majority of positions that he has. He is leftist. He is populist. He's not like him being Shia. Is it? Maybe if you're saying this, that's why he's stupid. Okay, fine, fair enough. But that's why he wrote. I couldn't remember the exact name of the show. Yeah, IR Baboon. Yep. Literally what I was thinking when he said it. Shias are communist coded. Sure, but they're not going to be in favor of open borders. They're not going to be the favor of they're not going to be in favor of like the majority of shit that they're talking about here. They're not going to be like pro-trans and all this other shit.
Mixing together different things. Here's where you're 100% wrong.
Okay.
You can't enforce a border if you're in the EU. Let us not forget that what you're talking.
ICE and DHS were formed in his lifetime. What the fuck is Constantine talking about? We had other departments that did this stuff before. Like there were other departments that did most of the same shit.
Talking about the period. Forgive me. When did you move to the UK?
1996.
Okay, so early 2000s.
But also, yeah, I was about to say I think he's also talking about Britland, not as much the United States.
You will remember Tony Blair as Prime Minister. Huge debate about Eastern Europeans.
Well, he failed to introduce transitional controls, which is why we got 1 million people instead of 13,000.
But it was still part of an EU debate. You accept we were in the EU. There was free movement, right? So there was free movement within the EU. You could have a debate about what the deals he should have done with the French and others. But the EU was the issue. It wasn't people from Iraq, Syria at the time. I mean, they were there, but they weren't the big issue.
Right.
And then we voted for Brexit. So apparently, the British public did this mad thing where they voted for Brexit.
They voted for breakfast.
Numbers went up from other parts of the world, as you know better than me. You're living there, so. This is a problem with these kind of populists on the right who kind of sell you a bill of goods, is Brexit vote didn't solve the problem of immigration.
No, it didn't.
Because you can't be King Canute and just say we're going to ignore the state of the world. You mentioned like massive flows. First of all, massive compared to who? Compared to the developing world, they take the bulk of the refugees in this world.
Compared to the entire history of our countries.
I'm saying you have to take a global perspective and say these numbers are minuscule compared to what a Turkey or an Iran or an Afghanistan or a Pakistan has had to deal with. The vast majority of refugees live in the developing world. A few of them manage to get into Europe and then we lose our minds. And by the way, a lot of these people who are coming in, where were they coming in from? Afghanistan, Syria, Iraq, Libya. Do we have anything to do with those countries? I think we do. So I do think those of us who said, you know what, we do have a moral responsibility. We help fuck up a lot of these countries. Let's just be very honest about that, either directly or indirectly. It's funny that you have Richard Tice and Farage now backing this war in Iran and saying we stand with the Persian people. Apparently, and you can fact check this, I read this, I don't live in the UK, so I read this online, the second or third highest number of people on the small boats coming across are Iranians. So the irony of them...
Yeah, third. There's a pretty drastic difference, though. Afghanistan is 6.3 thousand. Eritrea is almost 6,000. And then Iran is 4.3 thousand. So the top two being about 6,000, and then Iran being almost 2,000 less. But there's a pretty drastic difference between them, the next three, or the next two after Iran. So the top five, and then number 6, which is all the way at 2,000. This is where do all the small boat migrants come from? Arrivals detected crossing English Channel by nationality to June 2025.
Saying that we support Iran while also being the people who turn away people fleeing the regime in Iran is not lost on me.
But the problem is, Mehdi, is a
public
but what
perception about
of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
And they saw...
And I agree with this, I think it's weak.
Yeah, and they saw what happened under Biden, and they're thinking to themselves, I don't want to go back to that.
Yes, but they didn't actually see those things under Biden, as he's explained like 5 fucking times already. But you guys are too dense to listen to a fucking word that he's saying. Is that they didn't actually experience any of the things that they're all afraid of under Biden. They didn't experience those things. They were told that they experienced those things, but they didn't experience them. They didn't experience mass migration. They didn't experience open borders. They didn't experience communism. They didn't experience any of this fucking shit that they whine and cry about all day. None of those things were actually experienced by these fucking soy boy losers. They all just want to find something to cry about. That's their entire persona. That is the MAGA way, is that you always have to find a way to be a victim. You always have to find a way to whine and cry. And then even if there's like a solution to the thing that you're whining and crying about, you don't want to get it fixed. Ah, fuck, you already got there. Shit, dude, I don't have a fucking defib. You just punched him out, dude. Well, might as well.
I don't want that to happen again. And that's going to be their real challenge.
Yep.
Because look, as someone who's half Venezuelan, I walk around the streets of New York, and then you see what's happening with some Venezuelan, a minority of Venezuelan people, Tren de Aragua, etc. People will quite rightly ask, why are these people here? Why didn't we get rid of them under Biden?
So it's interesting you should say that. There's the funny thing about the American public. We talked about this earlier. 8-second memories. When Biden was in office, they were super anti-immigration. I agree. Look at the polling; it was definitely a problem. Right now, look at the polling right now. A year into Trump, they're more pro-immigration than the American public's been for decades. Support for immigration is now, I think, near record highs. Why? Because Trump went the other extreme. And now they're not thinking about the Biden era. They're looking at ICE agents shooting people in the street. They're hearing horrific stories of their.
You just what?
I just killed a bunch of drones outside.
Oh. Okay. Oh shit, this is opened quick. Okay.
Their friend's grandmother being pulled from her garden while gardening by masked agents of the state. So actually the Democrats are in a very, very strong position on this issue now because Trump has been so typically fascistically extreme that actually the immigration issue is now. I know you mentioned earlier, like talk about the border, not interior. It's actually all about the interior now. It's all about ICE. It's all about, Stephen Miller and his white supremacist rhetoric and this, this plan to make America white again to, the White House put out a post, one of these memes, the Department of Homeland Security saying 100 million deportations. Think about that, that's insane. 100 million deported would be US citizens are getting deported. People like me are getting deported. People who are born here are getting deported. That's just insane. So that's turned the American public actually against what the administration is doing and actually made them much more positive about immigration. And as the economy tanks further, I think you'll see a lot of businesses also remembering the virtues and values of immigration. So look, there is a problem. I don't deny that. But, when we talk about the public, we also have to accept that the media plays a big role in this, right? A lot of what the people think about immigration. My favorite poll when I lived in the UK, there was polling done in the UK, I think by Gallup, that if you ask people in the UK, do you think immigration is a national problem? Yes, it is. Do you think immigration is a problem in your community? No. Why is that? Because in their community, in their...
Yes, this is literally everybody. It's like that. There's even, I have had a couple of people come on here to debate, and they've said immigration is a real problem. We got open borders. And I'm like, what makes you say that? And they're like, because I can see it. What do you mean you can see it? They're like, I can see it. I see the immigrants walking around everywhere. What does that even mean, you see the immigrants walking around? How the fuck can you know somebody's an immigrant by looking at them? Like, it's just the dumbest fucking shit. But those are the only people that you ever hear that are like, yeah, I know it's a problem because I've seen it. All right, motherfucker. Nice one.
Lived experiences, they're not seeing gang members on their streets. They don't have immigrants causing them problems. But they hear from the Daily Express and the Daily Mail and Tory politicians and now Reform politicians that it's a huge problem nationally. Same thing in the US. You ask Americans what proportion of the country is migrant or Muslim. They give you massive percentages because they think that immigrants have taken over the country. You're in the US, ask Republicans, I'm sure you're interviewing prominent Republicans, ask them about Muslims in the UK. They think Muslims run the UK. They think London has fallen to an Islamic caliphate, right? This is the kind of insane rhetoric that Elon Musk pumps with his algorithms. So I do think a lot, when you talk to me about public opinion, I think public opinion is something you should change. You know, I don't think politicians should just blindly follow public opinion. They should lead. And one of the things Donald Trump was able to do is get his entire base to switch their views on Russia, switch their view on tariffs and free trade. That's what Democrats should aspire to do. Try and change people's hearts and minds.
We're at a strange moment where people are pouring their most private thoughts into AI. Health issues, business ideas, political opinions, things you wouldn't even tell some of your friends. And you're just meant to trust that none of this will be stored, analyzed.
Why isn't this working?
Only on that stay on your. If you want it, man, that's again is venice.ai/trigonometry.
I agree with you, but the problem is for me is going to be: are they going to put together a coherent package to actually make that happen? And are they going to prioritize economics? Because to me, if you want to win this election, you focus on economics, particularly.
It's very hard for me to say what you focus on 3 years out. We don't know what the biggest issue. I mean, in 2017, if you had said to me, Trump's unpopular, Democrats just lost with Clinton, what should they focus on in 2020? And if I'd said to you they should focus on a virus from China, you would have said, don't be silly.
Yeah. Well, I remember we had a guest on the show, actually very much to your point about how Joe Biden won because of COVID. We asked him who's on course to win before COVID happened. And he said, if nothing changes, and it will, then blah, 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 blah. So I agree with you. Maddie, before we go to Substack and ask you questions, we always ask the same question to all our guests at the end, but I want to ask you about one other thing before we do that. In the time, we've been here for a couple of weeks now, in the time that we've been here, there have been four, I don't know if you necessarily describe them as, maybe, I think they were 4 terrorist attacks committed by what we understand to be an Islamist. Do you see that as part of, you talked about blowback?
Islamist.
Do you see that as part of the blowback, or is there another reason this seems to be happening?
I hate that term, Islamist. Like, why not just say a fucking Christian? They always say Islamist, which, like, I think Islamist technically does describe, like, a more extreme, like, I think it's like an extremist Muslim. I believe is an Islamist, but I feel like it is just a term that's like way overused. So I guess in this case, if he's saying somebody who committed a terrorist attack, okay, this time it's actually accurately used, but normally they're using these terms very inaccurately.
With increasing regularity in the United States.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's very worrying. It's one of the things that keeps me up at night. I think the more we see that, the more we're going to see real fractured relations in communities. Islamophobia right now is already off the charts in the Republican Party. They're looking for any excuse. I don't know if you've seen the tweets from Andy Ogle saying Muslims are not part of American society.
I didn't see that, no.
This is a Republican congressman who said Muslims are not welcome in America.
And there's another
not
one.
Islamists,
And there's another one he keeps.
Well, and Trump said that like Somalis aren't welcome in the country and that they should all leave and get out, that he doesn't want them here. Like, yeah, they've all been saying some wild shit.
There's a guy called Randy Fine. Yeah. He said, if I had to choose between dogs and Muslims, I'd choose dogs.
Yeah.
So there's some real, I mean, if you talk to Muslims who lived here after 9/11, I didn't, I moved here in 2015, but if you talk to Muslims in my wife's family, friends of mine, they will say the Islamophobia now is much worse than after 9/11. After 9/11, George Bush went to a mosque and said, Islam's peace. Donald Trump would never do that. And so in a climate of Islamophobia, of course, Muslims, any self-identified Muslim who carries out an act of terror against a synagogue or against a university or whatever it is of course, it's going to be morally wrong and a criminal act, but it's going to be a real disaster for community relations, for the political debate, for some of these cultural issues we talked about. I don't know what is motivating all these people. It's very hard to say. The guy who attacked the synagogue in Michigan recently, there's reporting that his 2 brothers were killed, their kids were killed.
They were 2 Hezbollah people,
That's
right?
what some people say not. We don't have a confirmation. Different media outlets. Some say Hezbollah, some say no. We don't know. But clearly he may have been, it sounds like he was pissed, right, about what happened in Lebanon. That doesn't justify what he did, but that sounds like that. There was another attack that same day or week in Virginia on a college campus from a guy who had been linked to ISIS, who had been released from prison. Again, don't know, because people say he was mentally ill. Muslims, we always joke that we don't get to be mentally ill, right? It's only the white mass shooter who gets to be mentally. Muslims, we never have any mental illness in our community. We're just all Islamists. But look, this.
That's a pretty common meme in a bunch of minority communities, that white people are always mentally ill, and that black people are gangsters and violent, crazy people. It's I think my parents gave me another one that was said back in the day, where they said that, like, some people are evil and some people just have demons.
This is a country with a lot of violence, right? Gun violence is a thing of norm. Mass shooters are. So the night we went to war with Iran, there was an attack on an Austin bar. There was a mass shooting. That also is believed. Some people are reporting.
Well, he was wearing a T-shirt saying "Property of Islam,"
and he had a flag, an Iranian flag, whatever. So there's some links.
Yeah.
But when that story first came out, most people just shrugged and said, "Oh, another mass shooting in a bar. It's just normal in this country." And then you throw in the political or religious angle, then it becomes a big news story.
I think to be.
I mean, I would bet that, like, the last 4 or 5 mass shootings that have happened in America, I probably didn't even hear about them. I don't even know what they are. Couldn't tell you anything about them.
Fair. And I mean, your point about mentally ill, I haven't heard a Muslim be described as someone who had real mental illness.
No, there's a famous Family Guy meme.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. But on the other hand, I also think that if you have a white guy and there's any connection to white supremacy, that also gets amplified, right?
Sometimes.
So when a mass
If you look at the studies, actually, not really. It's like 8-to-1 ratio of, like, how much we talk about the motivations and religion of a Muslim shooter versus a white shooter. There's been a lot of studies done.
Well, the point I was going to make is, if someone is wearing a T-shirt saying "Property of Islam," or if someone is a member of ISIS, or if someone expresses allegiance to
I'm agreeing with you. It's bad for Muslims.
Well, let me just finish. So if someone expresses those views, it would be natural for us to talk about that.
Yeah.
Likewise, if someone expressed white supremacist beliefs while committing a shooting, like the guy in New Zealand or whatever.
Or the people who attacked the Capitol, who Donald Trump pardoned on day one. Many of them wore Camp Auschwitz T-shirts, carried Confederate flags.
Right, and people focused on that. So.
And Trump pardoned them.
Well, hold on, but you're derailing my argument.
I apologize.
I'm not a Trump advocate, right?
I apologize.
So my point is, the reason I asked you about this is obviously something that we have had to deal with.
He may not be a Republican, but he is a Trump advocate. He is somebody, like, I think in the debate with Destiny, he said that if he had an option between Democrats and Republicans, he would vote for Republicans. That if he had the option right now between Trump and Biden, that he would vote Trump, like, or Trump and Kamala, that he would vote Trump. Like, he is a Trump advocate, 100%.
Deal with in Europe extensively.
Yes.
And it feels to me, I don't think it's being talked about in this way here in the US, but it feels to me like it's coming to the US. Do you agree?
I worry that you may be right. Especially.
And why is that? Like,
I mean, I don't want to make it all about blowback, because it's not. But you can't. I mean, correlation is not causation. But I was a MSNBC anchor for 3.5 years. I can count on. I did a 2 weekly shows. Sometimes I used to do a nightly show. I can count on one hand, fingers on one hand, how many times I talked about ISIS or Al Qaeda. Not because I was ignoring the story. It wasn't a big story. It went away. Look, we would stop talking about it. We were only talking about the far right and white supremacists because the FBI said that was the biggest threat to the homeland. We'd just seen an insurrection. We kept arresting nut jobs who wanted to, militia members who wanted to blow shit up, who thought COVID was a way of this government taking over America, all of this stuff, right? So I think people got complacent, certainly in my community, thinking, nobody thinks Muslims are terrorists anymore. There aren't any Muslim terrorists anymore. Now, as you say, there does seem to be an uptick. Is that to do with Donald Trump becoming president? Is that to do with the war in Gaza, the genocide in Gaza? I know we haven't talked about it today, but US intelligence warned Biden in year 1 of the genocide that this will be a generational recruiting event for Islamist and jihadist groups around the world. This will be a threat to the United States. Obviously, I don't need to be an intelligence member to say that. It's just common sense. If people spend 2 years watching a Gaza genocide, some people, some more unhinged people, some more extreme people will say, I want to take revenge. I want to blow shit up.
Well, why is that? I mean, I don't see the same being done by Russians or Ukrainians who
over here, bro. I got a
defib.
defib.
Various things who might blame Americans
over
for
here.
something or whatever. Why is that?
I'm not sure that's.
I got a defib. Crawl over here.
Oh shit! You're down here, right?
Yeah, I'm right here.
I'm at the corner.
Where are you at? I don't see. Oh wait, you're below me? Oh, I see you now. Oh, you got him? Okay, cool, cool, cool.
It's a good analogy. For example, Ukraine. I mean, why would a Ukrainian feel the need to go blow themselves up in Russia when they have an army that's fighting Russia and killing Russians?
America. They might say, oh, America, didn't give us the help they need, or the Russians say, we're at war with you. Why doesn't that happen?
I think the analogy between America not supporting Ukraine as much as Ukraine might want, even though America has basically kept Ukraine alive, is not the same as America arming and funding a genocide in Gaza for 2.5 years on our phones.
Take the Russian example. The narrative in Russia, I know this because I have family and I follow what's happening in Russia.
He knows because he has
the
family.
The narrative in Russia is we're at war with America. Yeah, I don't see Russians blowing themselves up or
I wish I had family.
shooting people in bars up
I would
and down
like to
America.
understand that.
I think because they think that they can do the damage they're doing in Ukraine. I mean, this is the difference. And you could say the same thing about Jewish people and Israel. Well, they have an army that's bombing Gaza. Look, this is not, I'm not saying some crazy theory. This is something that's been testified to by history. Take Sri Lanka, for example. The people who invented suicide bombings were not Muslim. The Tamil Tigers perfected it as a mass weapon.
Fuck you.
That was people who believed they were under
Fucking
occupation by
shit.
Sinhalese. Right? So this is, and Robert Pape, who is an expert on suicide terrorism, has talked about this. There's a clear link between foreign occupations and foreign wars and suicide terrorism, in particular suicide terrorism. But look, is there a problem where certain Muslim groups are exploiting political conflicts? Yes, I've spent 20 years opposing jihadists and Islamists and pointing out that there is no justification in Islam for this kind of violence. But, explaining something is not the same as justifying it. I don't justify what they do. I think it's reprehensible. But I understand how they work and the mindsets and how they, and this guy in Michigan is an example of that. I don't agree with what he did. He's probably mentally unbalanced, but...
Well, now he sounds like that new Trump appointee who says, I didn't say I agreed with them. I just said I understood why they beat the shit out of you. But I never agreed with them beating the shit out of you. I'm just kidding.
People say, well, what would you do if you lost your family? Well, I wouldn't go attack a synagogue. But that's people act in an unhinged way after tragedies happen in their lives. That's not to justify it. Is it going to get worse? I hope not. But, again, violence begets violence. We've seen that in Palestine. We've seen that with Hamas, right? Who knows what's going to come out of
But isn't that
Gaza?
the exact logic that justifies America bombing the shit out of Afghanistan after 9/11?
It doesn't justify it, but it explains it.
Right.
It does. I mean, so if you ask me why did America bomb Afghanistan, I wouldn't come up with I wouldn't say it's for the Bible or Christianity. I would say they did it because they got attacked and they wanted to attack back and make a show of force and do whatever they want to do. Doesn't mean I justify it. I didn't agree with the war in Afghanistan, but I understand it. What we refuse to do with our opponents and our enemies, especially the Muslim ones, is try and understand the mindset. We don't try and understand why Iran's doing what it's doing, why Hamas is doing what it's doing, why Hezbollah is doing. You don't have to agree with it, but they're not all crazy people. They actually have their own strategy. And but some people suggest, they're all just messianic people. You did say, Konstantin, so I'm going to bring this up because I watched you on Rogan. You did say on Rogan, my Iranian guests tell me there's a 12-ish Shia Islam and they're messianic and they want to bring about the end of the world. That's not true. I'm a Shia Muslim. I'm telling you. Shia Muslim is not messianic. I mean, it is messianic in that we expect a Messiah to come just like Christians, a Mahdi. But there's no evidence that Shias in Iran are trying to bring about the end of the world and that's why they want nuclear weapons. So that kind of thinking is not helpful.
I was quoting specific
Yeah,
people.
and they're wrong, I'm telling you.
Well, they're wrong. I'm only quoting them. And I think I made it clear that some people say that. I'm not... I think we had this conversation with someone else the other day. I'm not convinced of this idea that
this war was planned before 9/11. What the fuck are you on, bro? This war was planned before 9/11 by the Jews. The Jews were just getting the Twin Towers ran into by them planes just so they could eventually go into Iran.
They want nuclear weapons, and the first nuclear weapon they get, they're going to drop it on Tel Aviv.
Insane.
I'm not convinced about that. I think there are some people...
Although Israel has nukes, can I just remind, we haven't said that in this whole conversation. Israel illegally has nukes.
You keep throwing stuff in that's not
No, but it's relevant
related.
to the conversation. It is relevant. Come on, we spent an hour, half of the talk talking about Iran's nuclear program. I forgot to point out to the...
It's not relevant. It is a thing that leftists love to throw into these fucking conversations. And you can, like... You can be upset with it. You can think it's bad. Israel's not a fucking threat to the United States. So, like, when you're talking about going to war with Iran, and the reasons for going to war with Iran, to just randomly throw out, oh yeah, also guys, don't forget, Israel has nukes. Israel has nukes. Don't forget, Israel has nukes too. So, okay, what does that have to do with anything?
Viewers, Israel has nukes.
Mehdi, when we had Yossi Cohen, who was the former head of Mossad, I literally made a joke which exposed the fact that Israel has nukes. Of course, Israel, everyone knows Israel has nukes. No one denies it here, right? But what we've done here is we've derailed the conversation we're actually having. The point I was making is, I suspect Iran wants nuclear weapons for the same reason that any country would want them, as we talked about earlier. Anyway, appreciate you coming on.
Thank you for having me. Thanks for the conversation.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, shut up, Mehdi.
You look so similar.
You fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up, you douchebag.
I don't know who's more offended by that.
Take that.
Offended by that. Yeah. Final question is always the same, Mehdi. What's the one thing we're not talking about that we really should be?
I think if we're going to talk about war and conflict and World War III and the future of the world, I think we've got to talk more about AI. There's a study that came out of King's a couple of months ago that said when AI was asked to resolve various conflicts, in 9 out of 10 cases, it said, use nukes.
I mean, it's more effective.
It's how a machine would think.
I grew up watching Terminator 2, so I worry about Skynet all the time.
Yeah, no, I think AI is insane, and I think...
in war especially.
Well, and actually, before you get to the nuclear thing, I mean, they are already talking
AI
about
is insane.
The next phase is autonomous drones, and I think
and
it's
the
terrifying.
school in Iran, there's a lot of reporting that suggests that was hit because of AI.
Really?
The Minar
It was
school.
right next to a military base, wasn't it?
But it's the AI that didn't have whatever, didn't do the sufficient checking. I'm not sure, but that's what's been reported.
I mean, historically speaking, civilian objects next to military facilities always get hit in war, tragically.
There are a lot of American schools on a lot of American military bases. We wouldn't allow
No, of course. Well, obviously, it's terrible that it happened.
But AI is doing, and in Israel and in Gaza, something we didn't talk about, AI was used to kill a lot of innocent Palestinians with a 10% error rate. The Israelis admit this. It's like 1 in 10 of the AI attacks they accepted was maybe not a militant, but he did it.
Mehdi, thank you very much. Head on over to triggerpod.co.uk
Yeah, shut up, Mehdi.
where we ask Mehdi your questions.
You fucking idiot.
How do you reconcile the progressive left's
You
simultaneous
shut the fuck up,
alliance with
Mehdi.
transi-
What the fuck? Why is this muted?
Give him 5 weeks.
Bad marital advice and wants to steal your wife.
It's probably hot for your wife, yeah, if I had to guess. That's true. Speaking of hot conflicts, Ben, I've gone back and forth. I've vacillated here. Ben Domenech.
He's vacillating?
I've vacillated on the
shit.
Iran war thing. My basic take on it is, had I been on the NSC, just knowing what I know, obviously I'm not privy to classified information, had I been on the NSC, I would have argued against striking Iran. But not because of pacifism, not because of isolationism. I don't think those are serious views. I just think that the risks here are very, very high. I think if the Strait of Hormuz is closed for too long, we're going to have a global recession. I think that things can spiral out of control, and Iran is a real country, unlike some of the other places we operate in. So I trust Trump. He's the best foreign policy president of my lifetime. He asked for 5 weeks. I'm willing to give him 5 weeks. I'll freak out on week 6. But
the best foreign policy president of his lifetime. Was he fucking born yesterday? Did we finally find somebody who actually meets the standard for the question, were you born yesterday? Is that him? We got one, guys. We finally know somebody who was born yesterday. Holy shit.
things are very, very dicey. Oil already hit $115 a barrel. At what point do we start saying maybe this might not be great? Mr. Dominish?
Never.
Well,
first off, okay, if we're going to talk about oil being over a certain price, we should first talk about the fact that the Dow right now is over 50,000. Okay? I don't know why you're laughing.
I think that there are a lot of people who are saying that privately in Republican circles right now already, particularly those who want to run on domestic issues, and were kind of feeling like there were some silver linings in the economy, that people were starting to see the benefits of the tax policies that they passed, that they were going to have, a better experience when it came to their tax bill this year, and that they hoped that they would be able to prevent the kind of historical trend that we have normally seen in these midterm elections. Personally, I think that was a lost cause to begin with. I don't think that they really have any hope of holding on to the House. But I do think that a lot of them are now pointing to this decision as something that's making them even more nervous, particularly because, as you know, voters don't get moved by foreign policy the way that, the president necessarily is in this second term, where he's paying so much attention to resolving all conflicts, ending all family business all around the world. And I think that there's inherent risk with that domestically Republicans are nervous about.
Ben Shapiro, you're the most pro.
I'm extremely
Iran
pro
war,
what
I
he's
think.
doing. Yeah, well, what Trump is doing is the bravest foreign policy decision of my life.
What? The guy who's super pro-Israel is in favor of us going to war on behalf of Israel? Dude. Oh man, couldn't have seen that coming, dude. That was totally unforeseen.
My lifetime. If the Iranian regime falls, it's the biggest thing to happen in geopolitics since the fall of the Soviet Union.
Yep.
And so I think that what people, ought to set up beforehand is sort of their set of what would make them think that the war was a success and at what cost. I think that once we have those sort of presets in the system, it's easy to have a conversation about whether we think that we're going to achieve those things or not. So what the administration has set as the goal are ending the ballistic missile threat from Iran, ending the nuclear threat from Iran, and destroying the Iranian Navy. The Iranian economy is already nothing to speak. It basically does not exist at this point. And if you're judging by sort of what we've accomplished already, basically all three of those things are very nearly accomplished. The ballistic missile threat has been basically taken down to almost zero. The threat of the Iranian nuclear program has been set back probably decades at this point. I don't think that either the United States or the Israelis are going to finish this up before that threat is completely
the word
vitiated.
decimated.
And if you're talking about the Iranian Navy, it doesn't exist. It's at the bottom of the Strait of Hormuz. So
Decimated.
then the question becomes, is the real goal here regime change? And then the question is sort of like, what's the timeline? So
come on, at least say obliterated.
And the regime is still in place, but so weak that basically one tap by the Iranian population and 6 months later, it's a different regime. Not only was this a successful war in the moment, it is the most successful.
Okay, this Ben Shapiro guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He didn't say decimated or obliterated this entire time, so I don't trust anything he says.
Military decision of the modern era.
Yep.
If it turns out that the Iranian regime kind of holds on, kind of is able to rebuild, still has some level of control over the Strait.
Oh, Jeffy. I was wondering what the fuck was up with you earlier. I thought you got mad at me for something because I was talking about something. You're like, all right, that's it. I'm out. I was like, wait, what the fuck did I do? Man, it's like he's just drunk. Yeah. I didn't know what the fuck I did.
Straits of Hormuz, then obviously that's a problem, which is why I don't think Trump is going to do that. I think that the next move by the Trump administration will be to secure all the areas around the Strait of Hormuz, make sure that the Strait of Hormuz can't be closed. It is pretty certain in my view that sometime in the next week you will start seeing the United States Navy moving along with oil tankers through the Straits of Hormuz to protect those oil tankers. We did this in the late 80s, and we can do it again.
Wait, nobody opened
And if that
this?
is what has happened here, the tremendous
Holy
weakening of the
shit.
Iranian regime, the destruction of their forward capacity, and the possibility that they're going to shatter, then it is an unbelievably successful decision. And I have to say, the impatience of the American people, and I won't say the American people, because I don't think the American people are actually impatient. The impatience of some people in the commentariat is insane. I mean, legitimately insane. We are 2 weeks into this thing, and we have suffered, yes, casualties, but those casualties are obviously, by historical standards, very small compared to other conflicts.
Yeah, they don't even
You're
matter.
talking double digits, and when I say double digits, I mean like very low double digits. I believe the total number of deaths to this point in time is 13 in this conflict. Every one of those people is absolutely incredibly valuable to us. But if you're going to compare foreign policy adventurism to past sort of conflicts, that doesn't even chart. And if you're talking about the length and duration, I have cottage cheese in my fridge that is older than this war. And so this idea that this is like an endless war, Joe Rogan was like, every war is an endless war. Well, no, not every war is an endless war. And so I think everybody should sort of put out there what...
I mean, in our lifetimes, for the majority of us, almost every war has been an endless war. So while Joe Rogan's a fucking idiot, and he says really stupid shit, especially when it comes to war, that one I can actually somewhat empathize with. To an extent. It's, you know, you get a grade Joe Rogan on a curb. Ben Shapiro is willing to grade Donald Trump on a curb, so I don't know why he wouldn't grade Joe Rogan on a curb.
What they think the biggest risks are and how likely those risks are to occur, and what the biggest benefits are and how likely those benefits are to occur.
I can tell you what I think the big risk is, and I think, first of all, I agree with you, Knowles, that I trust Trump on this.
Time to go save a life.
Not so much because he's an expert of foreign policy, but because he hates war. He doesn't want there to be wars, and so that's the way I want people to feel when they, you know, if we could have presidents who didn't want to be presidents, that's the guy I'd vote for, but we can't have that. But we can have wars waged by people who don't want to be in war, and that's what Trump is like.
Are you down over here?
I trust him that we had to go.
You down over here, bro? Somebody go down over here? Somebody down over here? Huh. I could have sworn he died right up here. I thought he was like right around here, but... Oh, is that him? No, that's not him. Ah, fuck. Run, bitch! You fucking piece of shit, dude. I'm gonna fucking die. Holy shit. I just came so close to fucking dying.
Go in. I think Witkoff's testimony, basically, that that they were actually building a nuclear weapon, that they were that close, is just very convincing to me. The Strait of Hormuz, I mean, you can mine the Strait of Hormuz with a rowboat, you know, so we're never going to break the Iranian Navy to the point where they can't drop a mine into the strait. But I think the timeline is this. I think the timeline is whether or not we are going to lose the government entirely to the left. The left in this country is a major danger. This is the place. I think our interests right now and Israel's interests in the Venn diagram are very close together. But there comes a point when Israel's tactical interests, which I would think would be getting rid of this regime entirely, and I would love to see that. I think that's a great thing. And our interest, which is maintaining some kind of chance for us to keep the presidency away from people who butcher children sexually, who think that George Floyd is an angel instead of a thug, who hate this country and are willing to open up its borders to all our enemies. I think at some point the politics of this, unfortunately...
We wanted to make sure that people who abuse children aren't in the presidency. So we voted for Donald Trump. We voted for Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, to make sure that somebody who wants to abuse children isn't... We had to keep them away from the presidency, guys. Keep them away.
Fortunately gets in the way of the mission. But I don't think that point is anywhere reached, and this is where Ben is absolutely right. This whole thing about the forever war that's been going on for 20 minutes is absurd. I mean, it's just absurd. This has been a very successful venture. They're doing a great job. They've completely obliterated their military force, and I just think that, like, we have to hang on and let Trump be we're letting him be the judge of when to go in. We got to let him be the judge of when to go out, because I do not think he wants a war that goes on for 8 months.
But on the
it's just
point,
not going to happen.
On the point of the domestic political issues,
there's a risk here that I think, if I can interject, and this is friendly fire, so it's my first time, so I don't know if I'm being rude by doing so.
We just beat you.
I actually think the biggest risk here is that commentariat gets listened to by the president, who does have people on his team who are going to echo their thoughts. That's basically what's happening right now. They're trying to work the refs. They're working from outside against this argument. And look, the policy of the United States of America toward the nation of Iran has been pretty set for a pretty long time. It was Barack Obama who broke it in the approach that he used that was just the most crazy thing in the world. There's still the fact that there's still people around who defend it. I mean, it just boggles my mind, especially the Pod Save Bros, Pod Save Iran. The thing that I think is a risk here is that if that commentariat prevails, the opportunity here is to turn to China as something like an interlocutor with the regime, to basically say, hey, you know, we don't want to see these missiles flying around. The Gulf states, they don't want to see these things flying around. The Emirates they don't want to have to deal with this type of stuff in the future. You know, we have a vested interest because of our relationship with Iran. Let us do some kind of a deal or an arrangement that allows that type of scenario that Mr. Shapiro, Ben, I can say Ben, is making note of, which would allow that regime to basically hold on to power and would also, frankly, strengthen China's role in the area. That's the biggest thing that I'm concerned about if those interlocutors get their way, and they will not like the long-term ramifications of that.
You know, there's something else here, you know, and that is that, Drew, you drew one timeline, which is we got to end this thing before it starts affecting the presidential election. Obviously, I agree, and the American people agree with that. All the polls show that if this is a short war, Americans are fine with it. If it's a midterm war, they're pretty split, and if it's a very long war, they're against. I mean, join the club. Who's in favor of a long war? You know, not a ton of people, but there is one other timeline, and that is President Trump laid this one out, and he is totally right about this. In 3 years, he will not be the president anymore.
What the hell? There's nothing there. Weird. Okay. That's odd.
Anymore. And when he is not the president, whether the person who follows him is a Republican or Democrat, that person is not going to have anything like the balls that he is currently demonstrating with regard to going after Iran. And so you don't want to be in a position in 3 years where Iran is reascendant, where you have a coward in the presidency in the form of a Democrat or even somebody from the horseshoe right. And that person is then...
Well, Donald Trump said that if Kamala Harris won, that we would go to war with Iran, so... Obviously, that wasn't the case with Kamala Harris, at least according to the guy that you think is the smartest geopolitical brain in the presidency in your lifetime. So, you know, couldn't possibly be the case.
Making overtures to the Iranian government, you have to go do this again, or you don't do it at all, and now Iran is sort of back in the driver's seat. And so his perspective on this, which I think is 100% right, and I think, honestly, it's why it's kind of politically heroic. It's not political heroism if you do the popular thing. It's politically heroic if you do the thing that you actually don't think has to do with your poll numbers. You're just doing the thing that has to be done. And what the president is doing right now is doing the thing that has to be done because, again, I think all four of us, regardless of where we are on the current conflict, agree. If the Iranian regime were to fall, it would be a moment of such great geopolitical import.
Fantastic.
It would be legitimately unbelievable, not just for the region, but for the world, because you're talking about the linking factor between, for example, China and Russia. You're talking about the lead progenitor of terrorism on planet Earth. If that regime were to fall because President Trump was the only one with the stones to actually just punch them in the face repeatedly until they gave up, if that were to happen, or if this were to be, again, the predicate to some sort of uprising in Iran, where you get something other than what is, and that something is just anything other than a even harder line, resurgent Iranian regime, then I don't know how you can count this as anything other than an act of tremendous political bravery by the president. And so the political consideration for me is twofold. One is sort of like who gets elected, and that obviously is very important. The other is on a downside risk mitigation basis. I'm very worried that a Democrat gets elected in 2028. Do I want an Iran run by the Ayatollahs with more ballistic missiles, more nuclear capacity, and a bigger Navy with a Democratic president? Or would I like for the President of the United States to stomp on around like a bug while he has a chance?
Yeah, sure. The issue is if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. You know, I think we all agree on the ifs here. But, you know, to get back to Drew's point on domestic politics, the New York Times was breathless. They were overjoyed to report that this is the least popular war at launch that we've ever had in American history.
Yeah, but it's gotten more popular as it's going along.
Yes,
they don't
You're
like to
exactly
quote
right.
that, yeah.
But you know, this is World War II starts at 97%. Libya, even Libya was higher than this one. The Iraq War and the Afghanistan War were higher than this one. So you have a lot of people who had a lot of trepidation about this war. The domestic issue is going to get worse if the Strait remains closed for a long time. If gas prices go up, that's going to cause food prices to go up. Even.
Do we want what?
And further, you already have people feeling that the economy is precarious. This with all of the problems in the midterm elections. And so, you know, I totally agree. And this is where I think the isolationists or the pacifists are just not making anything resembling a serious argument here. But this is where people are getting a little bit too rosy. If we can swap out the Iranian regime, then wonderful. You know, that has been part of the U.S. grand strategy since 1953. All right, and it's a great fulfillment, and Trump clearly has the stones to do it. Now, maybe it implies the fact that he's willing to go in a way that's so unpopular that could really screw up the midterms. Maybe that implies that he's already kind of written off the midterms. You know, the Republicans have a 1-vote majority in the House. Probably, you know, odds are we're going to lose it anyway. So why not do some legendary stuff, go down in the history books in the meantime? That's all great.
I'm not convinced of that. I'm actually not convinced we're going to lose the midterms. I think that it's a great chance. I'm not going to say we're going to win it, but I think there's still a chance. It's an open question. And I think you have to balance the enthusiasm. We all would love to see this regime fall. It is nonsense. But there's this pansy factor in America now. This is the technical term for it, the pansy factor, where like people just become hysterical over nothing, and it's stoked by the press. I mean, the last time I don't drive much because I don't have to, but the last time I tanked up my car about a week and a half ago, gas was $2.80 a gallon, which is nothing. Now it's all the way up to where it was 3 years ago, when I don't remember everybody getting hysterical about it. You
know. Anybody want any of these guns? I got an anvil. I got a renegade. Okay, I guess that's it. Anybody want an anvil or a renegade? 100%. Totes my goats. Thank you. GG's. All right, 20 seconds, guys. Get your asses in here.
Go ahead and take off. I'll call it another one as soon as you take off.
There isn't another one. This is literally it, bro. There's 8 seconds left on the game. You can't call it again. This is it. If you don't get in, you're gonna lose all your shit.
You know, so this is kind of this engineered hysteria.
I agree with this. I mean, if you look at the price of Brent oil right now, the Iranians were saying it was going to 150 or 200 a barrel. It went up to 115, you mentioned, Michael, and then it went back down again. It's been hovering around 100 ever since. Actually, on the week, it's slightly down from where it was.
But there is a danger here. There is a danger of temptation. I think because of the long wars that the Bush administration fought badly, and because of our entrenchment in those places and the sense that we didn't get anything out of it in the long run, people are not going to want to see our guys go marching in there, even if that's the only way we can overturn the regime. There's always a question of whether you can overturn a regime with air power. I mean, it's not the normal thing, you know. I mean, unless you're going to drop an atom bomb on them, it's very hard to overturn a regime. Now, look, the Israelis are in there, and they may go in, and we've heard about the Kurds going in and all of that stuff. So it could happen.
What up, Harold? How's it going, man?
But I think a major engagement where we get tangled up in there is more of my government than I want to give away to the left. You know, I'd love to see it happen, but that's my problem.
I don't think anybody's talking about that, including the president, which is why, again, a Trump war is different than a Bush war. But Domenech had a great piece on this that he early on, where he basically said, everybody wants to look at the poll numbers, like Michael was looking at the poll numbers, and instead of me just quoting Domenech, I'm going to actually ask him to explicate what he was saying, because I think that it is the right point, which is, it turns out Americans just don't like losing mostly.
Yeah, I think, and thank you for saying that. I think that this is a situation where one of the lessons I think people haven't learned, particularly politicians, is that this long, drawn-out case for war that we have seen made in the past is just not something that the American people actually want or necessarily need anymore. I actually think that they assess things entirely based on success. The Maduro raid is a perfect example of this.
I mean, that's what, in the conversations that I just had a little bit ago, the guys that I talked to about the war, I asked them almost every time, hey, if like what you're saying isn't achieved, will you be against this war? And almost every time they say yes.
In the sense that there was tons of skepticism about what we were doing in Venezuela in various poll questions leading up to that decision. And then after it happened, everybody basically said, oh yeah, I was always in favor of that. And the reverse happens when you look back at the Iraq war, where there's tons of people who pretend that they were opposed to it. So I think that part of the thing that's going on here, though, is that we are dealing with the president, as Andrew said, that has different priorities. And I think that the number one thing that he assesses this on, I believe, is the loss of American life. The loss of American life is not something that he wants to see. He has this very visceral attitude towards risking American life. And there have even been stories, not ones that I've been able to run down, though some other journalists have claimed that they have, that he kept going back to the Pentagon when it came to reworking that Maduro raid in order to get the number lower and lower and lower in terms of the risk to American lives, because he didn't want to lose anybody. And so I think that when it comes to this war, people who are concerned about American troops having to go in on the ground, I think the president will be incredibly hesitant to do that. He is trying to do something with air power that isn't traditionally achieved, and we will need additional work by the Israelis, I think, in order to achieve it in a real sustained way. But that fact gives me a lot of optimism about this moment and with this president, when I am probably, historically the most war skeptical of many of the people who are part of Daily Wire. And that is, born again out of, I believe, sort of a naivete that we had in the past. I don't think the president has that naivete. I think he wants to get this done. He wants to get it settled. And he does not want it to be the kind of thing that he is asked about after his presidency. Do you wish you had handled this differently?
Well, we'll get to more on this in 1 second. First, if you appreciate our live news coverage, head on over to dailywire.com/subscribe. Become a member today, because then we'll be your best friends. Let's be real about this, okay? Like, you guys, you're our acquaintances. We like you. That's fine. But you can't be best friends with us. Unless, and Knowles is a really, really strong friend. I'm less so, as it turns out. But Michael Knowles actually is very into the friendship. And you can be Michael's best friend. Drew is a pretty good friend. I think Dominic is a pretty good friend. You can be best friends with all of these people and more of our hosts, including Matt Walsh, who actually is shockingly friendly in person. He would not want me to say that. But you'll also get breaking news, investigative reporting, ad-free, uncensored daily shows. All of that exists because of our members. If you want all of our coverage, and we've had lots of live coverage and really blanket round-the-clock coverage on what's going on. If you want that to continue, you need to join us. Head on over to dailywire.com/subscribe. Become a member right now. Michael, you want to jump back in there?
I don't. Well, okay. Have we figured out Iran? If we've figured out Iran, then I do want to move on to a topic that I guess it pertains to Iran or some foreign policy disputes around it, which is the horse race for 2028.
Figured it out. They solved Iran.
We don't know what's going to happen with the midterms. There's the kind of fringe view that Trump has just written it off, and he's just going to do gangster, legendary stuff, and then Democrats will get subpoena power, then he'll get impeached, and then who knows what? Maybe he gets convicted, then maybe J.D. Vance becomes the president just automatically. He's probably the insurance policy on that happening. Okay, whatever. Now, as it stands right now, the president has basically endorsed J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio as a ticket in 2028. Rubio has basically endorsed Vance as the top of the ticket in 2028. It all looks good until...
Wait, really? Okay. That's way fucking worse than I thought. That's worse than I thought. Holy shit, that's way worse than I thought.
It doesn't. And so there are a lot of people who I think are trying to stoke some division in the Trump admin. Obviously, we know Rubio wants to be president. He ran for it the first time that Trump was running in 2016. So there's this question, will Rubio turn on JD, run for the office? Will Trump turn on JD and endorse Rubio? There have been some rumors about donor conversations or whatever. Will there be an outsider? Will someone from the Senate or from a governor's house, will they come in and be 2028? Or is this all idle, stupid speculation 2 years out that means absolutely nothing?
Well, of course, yes, of course it's that. I think that is absolutely the case. But look, I think we have to talk about this. And Knowles cuts me off every time I say this because he's so ashamed of himself. We have to talk about Tucker Carlson. This guy.
Why do we have to talk about?
Why do we have? Because he's a demon-infested Nazi, and I think that if Vance attaches himself to him, he's going to drag him underwater like an anchor tied to his leg. And I think that this is the thing. I've been yelling at both you guys off camera. I want to yell at you on camera. I mean, first of all, Knowles, it's time. You're a Catholic. It's time for you to fight the demons. When people are infested with demons, whether they're Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson, they're the bad guys. I mean, they're not right-wingers anymore. They're not our friends, and it's time to say they're bad guys. And Shapiro, if I could strangle you and keep you alive, because I love you, I don't want to kill you, but if I could just strangle you a little bit, I would, because we can't spend our time yelling at clowns like Piers Morgan.
That's unfair. That's unfair. First of all, I absolutely can.
I'm just glad who's hitting you, too, about that. I know. I'm glad to hear that.
I mean, okay, so first of all, just to be
Hold on,
clear.
wait, can I respond? He brought up the demon thing and whatever. I just want to make my point on
You
this.
have exorcists on your show.
Yeah,
Knowles.
hold
It's
on.
time to put them to use.
I'd like to make a point in defense of not engaging in the podcaster wars. And my defense is this. One, I've been very clear about what I think about all of these issues. Whether we're talking about Iran, whether we're talking about Erica Kirk, whether we're talking about anything in between.
Did you guys see Drewski is getting a lot of heat over the fact that he did an impression of Erica Kirk a couple of days ago? And why does it do this to me every fucking time, dude? There we go. He did an impression of Erica Kirk, and apparently she might even be suing him. Now, I don't know if this is true, that she's actually suing him. I don't know if that part's real. Because honestly, the videos that I see on this, they seem like they're AI generated. So I'm not too sure about the legitimacy of some of the clips that are popping up right now. But this is one of the ones that I saw just a little bit ago.
So Erica Kirk suing me over a video I posted, me and all.
See, this sounds like AI. This sounds like AI.
White, walking in with fireworks, hitting a double take, that half cry, half smile, talking like those political wife speeches, and now it's too far. Now, let's keep it real. You forgave the man who killed your husband, but you taking me to court.
Pretty sure that's AI.
Say it again. You forgave a killer, but you're suing a comedian for a video. That's crazy. And don't lie on me. I ain't joke about no tragedy. I didn't touch that. I joked about what everybody sees, the outfit, the voice, the way y'all get on stage and talk. That's public. That's what y'all put out. I just
he did do the
impression. Copied it. Now it's a problem. So what comedy got to be safe now? Comedy got to ask permission.
They did a pretty good job, though. They did a pretty good job, I'm not going to lie. They did a pretty good job with the AI, because normally the problem with AI is that it doesn't speak naturally. It doesn't have like, so like one of the things that he just did a second ago, where he like stops halfway through a sentence and is like, let me say that again. And then they even add in some like slang and have it talk in lingo that he does. Like it's they actually did a pretty good job with the
or
AI.
Just not be accurate, because last time I checked, impressions, parody, all that, that's free speech. That's the whole point. But now it's crossing the line because it hit too close. So be real. You mad I made a joke, or mad it looked exactly like you? You protect all men in America, especially all white men.
But I came across two others. So after this, I listened to this like on my phone at like half volume, and I couldn't tell if it was AI. It sounded like it might be, but I couldn't tell. But then when I watched two more videos, those were definitely AI, and they're very much like that one, where it's like it looks like it's him talking about her suing him and shit like that.
After me. It's cool when they do it. It's a
Elon Musk, fix your damn AI. That is not me. Your bot just looked at a wig, bad contour, blue contacts, and a skit costume and decided it was Erica Kirk. Are you people serious? This is exactly how misinformation spreads when broken AI starts talking like it knows what it is seeing. Oh no. Wait, is that fake too? The screenshot in the video is not authentic. Ah, fuck, dude. I fucking hate conservatives, bro. I fucking hate conservatives. You guys put out so much fucking misinformation, and I know half of it isn't actually you guys, okay? Being real, I know half of it is not actually conservatives making it and putting these videos out. I know half of it is Russians who are doing this instead, and so I don't blame you guys for all of it, but I do blame you guys for believing all of it. I do blame you guys for being so fucking brain dead and stupid that you believe shit like this all the fucking time. Every time we turn around, you guys are buying into another fucking Russian hoax, and then the Russians just flood you guys with bullshit because you guys keep believing all of it. That's definitely y'all's fault. That part is definitely on you guys, nobody else.
We said our prayer, and we asked the Lord to protect us.
To the students, unable to understand, really.
Okay, well, until you walk a mile in someone else's shoes.
Yes, I'll guard my words. You know, the I don't know portion of where I sit today, which
I serve a righteous God, and that is why we say our prayers. And we are all His children. But when I say children, I mean like the Holy Blessed Trinity.
We said our prayer.
That's fucked up, dude. That's fucked up.
I will not delete any videos
Here's another fucking AI video.
imitating Erica Kirk, nor will I apologize for this matter. I have been doing comedy for almost 10 years and have never made up a joke or a fake scenario out of thin air.
Another fucking AI video, dude.
Get on your feet, boy!
But we serve a just God, and I rest easy in knowing that He's sovereign, but He's just.
Bro, she's so weird. He's sovereign. He is just. So weird.
So let the Lord.
Let the Lord.
I serve a righteous God, and that is why we say our prayers. And we are all His children. But when I say children, I mean like the Holy Blessed Trinity, which is why I hold the Bible.
Don't let any.
He's talking too much like a black woman who goes to church, and instead of like Erica Kirk, he's talking too much like his Mima, and not like a white woman who goes to church. These are very different fucking characters. He sounds more like Big Mama's house than Erica Kirk.
Anyone disenfranchise you because you're a young man, especially a young white male man. Don't ever let anyone talk down to you. We need strong men out there.
We have to protect all men in America, especially all white men in America. Those are the boys that we care about in this country.
She and her mother are connected to Epstein in Israel. Dude, you're watching too much TikTok. Then you gotta get off TikTok. You gots to get off TikTok. You can't turn around and say Charlie KKK Kirk while you're spreading fucking Candace Owens memes over here. I don't have TikTok. Well, that's where the conspiracy theories come from. That's where they come from, is TikTok. That's where you're repeating TikTok conspiracy theories. And then those are coming from the fact that Candace Owens is starting kind of the flood, and then TikTok picks it up and runs with shit because it's being popularized by Candace Owens. TikTok turns around and starts using whatever's popularized or trending. Charlie got taken out by his own base. Do your research. Oh, do your research. Oh, do your research. I can just make shit up and then tell you to do your research. You can just say anything and then tell the other person to do their own fucking research about it. That's brilliant, dude. How did you come up with such a strategy? That's so good.
I've been very clear about what my point of view is, and I've said that people are wrong specifically when I think that they've been wrong. However, I think it is helpful, one, to engage with as much charity as one can possibly engage in all of these things, and two, I think that the podcaster wars are deeply counterproductive. I think even if you want to take friendship and personal affection, all that out of it, it seems to me that if the objective of the podcaster wars is to, you know, talk about how evil and terrible everybody is, the only
I don't live in the internet. You're wet behind the ears. You are very young, says the person who's literally buying into fucking TikTok conspiracy theories. Give me a break.
The only meaningful objective to that, other than stating your own position, which everyone has clearly done, is to try to reduce their reach or get people to stop listening to them or get them to be less influential. None of that has worked. Everyone that has been named, and many who have not been named, are more influential than ever, more popular than ever. And so it seems to me that the better strategy is to focus on the real politics rather than what I think is the vice of new media and
Michael,
independent podcasting,
I've been here for
which is
15
just to
minutes
make
and
it all
already
about
you're
the
knocking my
podcasters.
hobbies. I mean, this is...
Look, I know, we all do it. Like, it's a temptation for me too.
This is only half true, though.
This guy looks like Sargon, dude. It's really weird.
There's a serious aspect of this, and then there's one that is actually very fun. And I resent the idea that making fun of Piers Morgan is something that is out of bounds, because it's just too much fun to do. But here's the thing. What you are getting at is something that I think is important, which is that we shouldn't allow these wars, which I believe are fun to fight and good to fight, arguments that are worth having, and can, if only, by the way, to show that the other side of it often does not have any willingness to argue or debate or actually deal with any.
If you weren't born in the 40s, you are lost and don't know history because you haven't lived it yet. Well, at least I can speak English correctly.
The ramifications of the things that they're saying, which tells you enough. But I also think that we have to make sure that there's some balance there. You can't only...
Like, we're over here complaining about all the conservatives who run around believing in fucking all of the AI videos, not knowing the difference between what's real and what's fake. And that's you. It's really the fucking boomers. It's not just conservatives. It's just boomers who don't know the difference between what's real and what's fake. That's you guys. So you bragging that you're old just means that you're more likely to be propagandized by AI.
Be about the podcast wars, because that's like only watching
40th silent generation. Yeah, if you were born in the 40s, that would make you like 90 something right now, right? It'd be, or I guess 80. So if you were born in 40, you would be like 85 to 86, around there.
Bravo for the Real Housewife reunions. Like, it is not the best use of your time or good for your mental health, even if you can talk about it for weeks on end. And so that's the thing that I think we need to just have some perspective on it. But the podcast wars actually are representative on some point, at some point, of different sides within these arguments that are taking place. I just think that they are. Are
they?
Used.
That's my question.
Yes.
Are they?
But I think they are often used by the enemies of the right to be much bigger deals than they actually are.
Evil people. But they are when you're going after evil people. When you start to go after people who don't go after evil people, then you have to go after the people who don't go after the people who don't go after the evil people. Then you've got a cancerous situation, and I think it's really damaging.
Well, I mean, so I agree. I agree with that, but I think that there's a difference between doing that and doing an actual defense.
Okay, sorry, I have to get off. I got a doctor's appointment in just a minute. I just fuck. Yeah, I just got a notification. So I gotta head out. y'all have a good night. I should be back on later tonight. Make sure you guys save up your money, go dig into your cushions, take a bunch of money out of your kids' college funds so that you can send me donations later tonight when I get back on. I'm gonna try to do another panel in the next couple of days, but really I feel like there is no other topics between the Iran war right now, and so if you guys have any other topics or things that you want me to get into, and people that you want me to invite on, I might talk to I was gonna try to send an invite to Michael, fuck, I can't even remember his name, but the Epstein guy, so we'll see about that. PF Young? What? But anyways, if you got suggestions for me, put it in the content suggestions in the Discord. Make sure you guys join the Discord. The link is on my channel. So just go to my main channel, click the links, and then you can join the Discord. You can suggest any type of content that you want me to review or go over, stuff that you think I should know about, stuff that you think that should be interesting or that the audience would want to know about. Make sure you join the Discord and put it in there. Till next time, appreciate you, love you, see you later, fools. Also, leave a comment. Leave a comment after the stream. Leave a comment on the video. It really helps. Like, truly, serious.